I think they genuinely liked one another. They were friends. Both of them were outsiders, free thinkers. On some strange level, they understood one another, and I think she generally liked him and respected him as a painter. Not that she was an intellectual or anything, but she responded to his work. It touched her in some way. Annie could understand that. Over the years, her father had had many female friends who genuinely admired his art. No doubt he'd also slept with some of them, but then Ray certainly wasn't homosexual, and it didn't mean the women hadn't respected him as a painter too. Was she involved with anyone in particular after her husband's death? She asked. She had a bit of a fling with a Yank from Rowan Woods called Billy Joe something or other. I never did like him. Wouldn't trust him, and those bedroom eyes of his as far as I could throw him. She got a bit of a reputation for hanging around, peering into the woods late at night, that sort of thing. Alice winked. Not that she was the only one. Do you think there was anything in it? I'd be surprised if there wasn't. I think she was lonely. And she was all so lovely. We met a lot of them. Betty, Cynthia, Gloria, Gwen and me. We'd go to dances, mostly at the Base or in Harkside. There were a few in Hobbs End at the church, but they were rather tame affairs. Betty Goodall tended to take charge, and I'm sure you can imagine there wasn't much fun to be had. Betty was a keen dancer. Oh, did she love to dance! But it was all waltzes and foxtrots, old-fashioned stuff, no jitterbugging. She was good, though. Her and Billy went in for ballroom dancing in a serious way after the war, won trophies and all. Where was I? Dances. Americans. Oh, yes. Well, let's face it, most except those unfit for service or in reserved occupations, and they just hung out in the shoulder of mutton and complained all the time. The Americans were different. They talked differently. Spoke about places we'd only dreamed of or seen at the pictures. They were exotic, exciting. They also had all sorts of things we hadn't been able to get because of rationing. You know, nylons, cigarettes and that stuff. We were friendly with PX, which was the nickname of the chap who ran their stores. Sort of quartermaster, I suppose. And he used to get us all sorts of stuff. Gloria, in particular. She was definitely his favourite. But she was everyone's favourite. Gloria was like a beautiful, exotic butterfly. She attracted every man who met her. There was something special about her. She sparkled and glowed. She radiated it. This P.M. Sorry, love, I can't remember. Come to think of it, I don't know if I ever knew. We always just called him PX. Was there anyone else in particular? After Billy Joe, she developed a real soft spot for Brad, but after what happened to Matthew, she didn't want anything serious. What about this Brad? What did he want? He was a nice lad, no doubt about it. He was head over heels. Do you remember his second name? Sorry, love. That's all right, said Annie. How long did they go out together? There you've got me. The best part of 1944, I think. At least they were still seeing each other when I left at Christmas. Christmas 1944? Yes, she beamed. Best Christmas of my life. My Eric got wounded in the Battle of the Bulge, silly bugger. Nothing serious, but he got him an early discharge, and he was home for Christmas. The doctor recommended a bit of sea air, so we came here, ended up staying. We left Hobbs End on Boxing Day, 1944. Where's Eric now? Oh, he's out and about. Likes to go for his constitutional along the prom every morning. Then he stops by the pub and plays dominoes with his mates. Did Gloria ever mention anything about having a baby? Alice looked puzzled. No, not to me. And I never saw any evidence of children. I'm not even sure she liked them. Oh, wait a minute, though. What? It was something I noticed when I was crossing the Ferry Bridge once. Something odd. A bloke turned up. A bloke in a soldier's uniform, with a little lad in tow. Couldn't have been more than about 6 or 7, holding his hand. I'd never seen them before. They went in to see Gloria, talked for a while, then they left. I heard voices raised. When was this? sorry, love, I can't remember. It was after Matthew had gone, though, I do know that. Yes. Did you hear what was said? No. Who was he, do you know? Sorry, dearie, I've no idea. Did you ever ask Gloria about him? Yes, she went all quiet on me. She did that sometimes. All she would say was that it was relations from down south. I thought maybe it was her brother and nephew or something. You don't think? I don't know, said Annie. Did they ever come back, the man and the child? Not that I ever heard of. And what happened to Gwen and Gloria after you'd left? I don't know. I sent Gloria a postcard, it must have been March or April of 1945, telling her that Eric was better now, and we were going to stay in Scarborough, and that she should come and visit us. What happened? Nothing. She never replied. Didn't you think that odd? Yes, I did, but there wasn't much I could do about it. Life goes on. I wrote again a few months later, and still got no reply. You lose touch with a lot of people over the course of your life, I've found. It was the same with Gwen. I wouldn't say we were really close. She was a bit too quiet and bookish for that, but we did have some good times together. After we moved here, though, I never saw or heard of her again. Did you ever go back to Hobbs End? No reason to. After the war, it was like a new life, except for the same old rationing. You just got on with it and tried not to dwell on the past. I'm sorry I never saw Gloria again. She was a breath of fresh air. But, as I said, when you get to my age, you realise people lose touch all the time. Annie had found that true enough, even in her own short life. School friends, university colleagues, lovers, work partners. There were so many people she'd completely lost touch with. They could be dead for all she knew. Like Rob. She let the silence stretch for a few minutes. "Well, Alice," she said, "I think that's all for now. I'll make sure I get the photograph back to you within a couple of days. If I think of anything else, I'll get in touch with you." She managed to get herself out of the deep, comfortable chair by pushing her hands down hard on the arms. "Please do." Alice got to her feet. "It's been a great pleasure to me, though I can't see as it's done you much good, me rabbiting on like this about the past." "You've been very helpful." "Well, it's nice of you to say so, dearie. I must admit I've enjoyed having a good chin-wag. It's been years since I thought about all that stuff. Hobbs End, Gloria, Gwen, Matthew, the war. I hope you find out who did this to her. Even if he's dead, I'd like to know he died as slow and painful a death as he deserved." We left the cafe saddened and dazed, with hours to kill before our train home. Neither of us at that time had much hope that Matthew was still alive. I asked Gloria if she would take me to where she used to live, but she refused. That would have been simply too much for her to bear, she said, and I felt cruel for asking. It stopped raining, and the sun was trying to pierce its way through the ragged clouds. We walked through St. James's Park, past the barrage balloon station and the anti-aircraft guns, toward Oxford Street. Though our hearts weren't in it, we did some shopping. At least it took our minds off Matthew for a short while. On Charing Cross Road, I bought Graham Greene's new entertainment, The Ministry of Fear, as well as the last 2 issues of Penguin New Writing, the latest Horizon, and some second-hand World's Classics copies of Trollope and Dickens for the lending library. Gloria bought a black, red and white check Dorville dress at John Lewis's, 15 shillings and 11 coupons. She persuaded me into buying a utility designed by Norman Hartnell in a shop nearby for only £3 and 9 coupons. After fish and chips at a British restaurant, we went to the Carlton on Haymarket to see Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman in For Whom the Bell Tolls. It was one of the first films I ever saw in Technicolor, colour films not having made a real impact in Harkside by then. I hadn't read the Hemingway novel, so I couldn't judge how faithful the film version was. It was getting dark when we walked out onto Haymarket, and Gloria suggested we catch the Underground back to King's Cross. It's hard to describe the London blackout. especially on a broad, busy street like Haymarket, as it's never fully silent anywhere, so it's never fully dark either. You can see the sharp edges and cornices of the buildings in varying shades of darkness. If the half-moon slips out from behind the clouds, everything shimmers in its pale light for a few moments and then disappears again. What I noticed most of all was the noise, the way blind people develop a more acute sense of hearing. Distant shouts and whistles, engines, laughter, and singing from a public house, perhaps a dog howling in the distance or a cat meowing down a ginnel. All these sounds seem to carry farther and echo longer in the darkness of the blackout. They all sound more sinister, too. Unnatural is the word that comes to mind. But what could be more natural than darkness? Perhaps it's a matter of context. In the city, especially such a sprawling, busy city as London, darkness is unnatural. In Piccadilly Circus, I could just make out the statue of Eros, but was music coming from somewhere, too. A tune I later learned was Glenn Miller's Take the A-Train. There were soldiers all over the place, many of them drunk, and on more than one occasion men approached us and grabbed us or offered us money for sexual favours. At one point I heard some sounds down an alley and could just make out the silhouettes of a man grunting as he thrust himself toward a woman, her back against a wall. It made me think of that icy Christmas of 1941, when I'd seen Gloria and the Canadian Airmen mark in exactly the same position. The underground platforms, where people came to shelter during the air raids, were crowded, and I fancied I could smell sweat, unwashed clothes and urine mixed in with the sooty smell the trains made. Everything was grimy and run down. The train soon came, and we had to stand all the way. No one stood up our train for home left on time, and though I knew I would dream about the trip for weeks to come, I can't say I was sorry when, after a boring and uneventful journey of some 7 hours, we caught the morning train from Leeds to Harrogate, thence to hook up with our little branch line back to Hobbs End. It was after 7 o'clock by the time Banks and Annie met up that evening. On his way back from Edinburgh, Banks got stuck in the mid-afternoon traffic around Newcastle. Then he had to call in at the station to see if there had been any developments during his absence. He had found about 20 telephone messages waiting for him in response to Monday evening's television news appearance. He spent an hour or so returning calls, but all he found out was that someone thought the Shackletons had moved to Leeds after VE Day, and someone else remembered drinking with Matthew Shackleton in Hobbs End near the end of the war. Most people, though, time memories, and had no useful information whatsoever. There was also a message from John Webb, who said he'd cleaned up the button Adam Kelly had taken from the skeleton. It was made of brass, probably, about 1/2 inch in diameter, and had a raised pattern on the front, possibly reminiscent of wings. The expert who had examined it suggested it might be some sort of bird. Clearly, he added, given the time period under consideration, the armed forces came to mind, perhaps the RAF. When Banks had finished at the station, he phoned Annie and asked if she would mind coming up to Gratley, as he'd been on the road most of the day. She said she didn't mind at all. Then he went home, took a long shower, and tidied the place up. It didn't take long. Next, he tried phoning Brian in Wimbledon again. Still no luck. What the hell was he supposed to do? It was nearly a week since their argument, but not until the case was over. Anyway, he decided to try again the next day. He thought of cooking something for Annie, then decided against it. Learning to cook might be his next project after fixing up the cottage, but he still had a long way to go. Besides, there was nothing in the fridge except a couple of cans of lager, half a tomato, and a piece of mouldy cheddar. He would take her out to the Dog and Gun in Helmthorpe for dinner, and hope to God there was something vegetarian on the menu. When Annie arrived, she first showed him the photograph of Gloria and her friends with the American Airmen.
Then, after a lightning tour of the house, which she described as very bijou, she agreed it was a perfect evening for a stroll. They left their cars parked in Banks's gravel laneway and headed for Helmthorpe in the hazy evening light, sharing the information each had learned that day as they walked. Sheep grazed on the Linchet's beck. Some of them had even managed to get through the gate at the back of the churchyard, where they grazed among the lichen-dappled tombstones. "Have time for a walk on the prom in Scarborough?" Banks asked. "Of course. Had to eat, didn't I? I can tell you, though, there's not much choice for a vegetarian in Scarborough. I ended up buying some chips, cooked in vegetable oil, or so the woman said, and sat on a bench by the harbour to eat them, watching a man painting his fishing boat. He tried to chat me up." "Oh?" "He didn't get very far. I'm used to being chatted up by fishermen. It takes more than heroic tales of landing haddock or halibut to get into my knickers, I can tell you." Banks laughed. "St. Ives? Right. Heard it all before. Got the T-shirt. Anyway, after that I went for a quick look at Anne Bronte's grave. Then I came back to the station to write up the interview. Do you like Anne Bronte? It's just the sort of thing you do, isn't it, when you're nearby? Go and see where famous people are buried. I saw the tenant of Wildfell Hall on TV. It's all right, if you like that sort of thing." "What sort of thing?" "Governesses, bodices, tight corsets, all that repressed Victorian sexuality." "And you don't?" Annie cocked her head. "I didn't say that." It was early September now, and the nights were drawing in fast. When they got to the High Street, the sun was already low in the west, a red ball glowing like an ember through the gathering haze, and the shadows were lengthening. Sounds of laughter and music came from the open pub doors. Tourists, tired after the day out and a big meal, were getting in their cars and driving back to their cities. Annie and Banks walked through the crowded bar and managed to find a table in the beer garden out back. Between the trees, the dying sunlight streaked the river shallows. They sat down while Banks went to buy a couple of pints and order their food. Luckily, Annie said she wasn't very hungry, and a cheese and pickle sandwich would do her fine. He was just in time. They were about to stop serving. "It's nice out here," Annie said when he came back with the drinks. "Thanks." "Cheers." Banks took a sip. Though there were a few other people sitting outside, conversations seemed hushed. "So, who have we got now, then?" he asked. "Now we've discovered that Matthew was killed before Gloria was." Annie leaned back, stretched out her long legs, and set them on the third white plastic chair at the table. "What about the boyfriend?" she suggested. "The American." "Brad? As a killer? Why?" "Why not? Or one of his pals. She could have stirred them up, set them against one another. I get the impression that Gloria was the kind of woman who exerted an enormous power over men. Alice said she thought he was more keen on Gloria than she was on him. Maybe she tried to shake him loose, and he wouldn't go. Rowan Woods wasn't far away. It would have been easier for him to sneak in and out the back way, I should think. "We definitely need to find out more about the Americans in Hobbs End," said Banks. "How do we go about that?" "You can start with the American Embassy. They might be able to point you in the right direction." "I notice the subtle pronoun usage there. You. I don't suppose you're planning on spending a day on the phone?" Banks laughed. "Rank has its privileges. Besides, you're so good at it." Annie pulled a face and flicked some beer at him. "If it makes you feel any better," he added, "I'll be trying to get more information on Matthew Shackleton from our own military authorities." Their food arrived, and they both ate in silence for a while. The river looked like an oil slick now. There were no clouds, but the air and the setting sun turned the western sky scarlet and purple. Clusters of small buzzing insects, gnats or midges, hovered over the still, shallow water. "What about Michael Stanhope?" Banks suggested. What possible motive could he have? They were friends. Inordinate desire? Drink? They can push a person beyond the normal limits, and it's likely Stanhope was a bit beyond them anyway, to start with. If he was powerfully attracted to Gloria, If she wouldn't have anything to do with him sexually, then painting her in the nude might have inflamed him beyond all reason. Let's admit it. A man like Stanhope can't have been entirely dispassionate all the time he had a naked Gloria Shackleton in his studio. Annie raised her eyebrows. Can't he? Perhaps you mean you couldn't be. You'd be surprised how dispassionate an artist can be. Anyway, Alice Poole said she was sure they weren't lovers. My get is that a lot of villagers, like the one you talked to, projected negative feelings onto Gloria. I think she was basically a decent woman and a devoted wife, but her good looks and her free and easy attitude gave her no end of problems, especially with men. Eventually, someone went over the top. You sound as if you know what you're talking about. And he turned away and stared at the dark river. It had only been a teasing, offhand remark, but Banks felt as if he had trespassed on some private reserve, set her hackles up. They still had to be careful with one another, he realized. A couple of nights of passionate abandon and a sense of having something in common as mutual outsiders weren't enough to map the route through the emotional minefields that lay between them. Tread carefully, he warned himself. After a pause, Annie went on. I think Gloria was one of the few people in Hobbs End who understood Musley. Besides, Alice also said he was gay. She couldn't know that for certain, or he could have been bisexual. I think you're pushing it a bit, that's all. You're probably right. Anyway, there's one obvious flaw with the Stanhope theory. There is? Banks shoved his empty plate aside. Where do you think Gloria was killed? He asked. In or very close to Bridge Cottage. I thought we'd already agreed on that because of where she was buried. By the way, Annie consulted her notebook. I forgot to tell you before, but the blackout ended officially on the 17th of September, 1944. Not that it matters now we know Gloria was still alive that Christmas. Every little bit helps. Anyway, what's your point? Most of the time, Gloria visited Stanhope at his studio. That would certainly have been the case if he was painting her that autumn. If anything happened between them, it would be more likely to have happened there. That's all in front of him. If he killed her, I don't think he would have risked carrying the body all the way back to Bridge Cottage. He would have found some other way of disposing of her, somewhere closer. Unless they were having an affair, as you suggest, in which case he might well have visited her at her own home. Would she risk that, with Gwen so close by? Possibly. Gloria certainly sounds unconventional and unpredictable from everything I've heard. Just going to his studio must have been scandalous enough, given his reputation in the village. Good point. Elizabeth Goodall certainly seemed to think their relationship was a scandal. Another drink? Better not, Annie said, placing her hand over her glass. One's my limit when I'm driving. Banks paused a moment. His voice lost somewhere deep in his chest. You don't have to drive home, he said finally, sure he was croaking. Annie smiled and put her hand on his arm. Her touch set his... But I think I should, with it being a weeknight and all. I've got a busy day tomorrow. Besides, we agreed, didn't we? Can't blame a bloke for trying. Mind if I have one? She laughed. Course not. Banks went inside. He hadn't expected Annie to rise to his offer, but he was disappointed that she hadn't. He knew they'd agreed to stick to weekends, but surely there was room for a little spontaneity now and then. He wondered if he would ever be able to figure out this relationship business. It was easy when you were married. At least you didn't usually have to make appointments to see one another. On the other hand, he and Sandra hadn't seen all that much of each other, and they had been married over 20 years. Perhaps, if they had made more time for one another, they would still be together. The dinner crowd had thinned out, leaving the lounge half empty, mostly locals playing dominoes and darts in the public bar. A group of kids sat in one corner, and one on the jukebox. Christ almighty, thought Banks. Unit 4+2. It had been recorded before they were born. He bought himself another pint and went back outside. Annie wasn't much more than a silhouette now, and a beautiful one to his eyes, with her graceful neck and strong profile, staring at the river in that peculiarly relaxed and centred way she had. He sat down and broke the spell. Annie stirred languidly. She still had half her drink left, which she swirled in her glass a few times before sipping.
"What about her family?"
Banks asked. "Family? Whose family?"
"Gloria Shackleton's."
"Her family were killed in the Blitz."
"All of them?"
"That's what she told Alice."
"What about this mysterious stranger and the child who turned up looking for her? You said she told Alice that it was relations."
"I know." Annie shook her head slowly. "That's what I don't understand it.
If she ran off and left her husband or boyfriend stuck with her kid, that might be someone else with reason to be angry with her. He could have tracked her down and killed her."
"Yes, but maybe whoever it was didn't feel stuck with the kid. Maybe he loved the boy. Besides, men do that sort of thing all the time, and women don't kill them for it." Banks wasn't going to jump at that one.
"The point is," he said, "did this particular man feel strongly enough to track down the wife or girlfriend who bore his child and deserted him? They did argue, according to what Alice Poole told you."
"Gloria was still alive after he left."
"He could have stewed for a while, gone back weeks, months later."
"Possibly," Annie admitted. "I'd also like to know what happened to the sister-in-law, Gwyneth. Even with your appeals on the telly, no one's come forward with any useful leads."
"Maybe she's dead."
"Maybe she is."
"Do you see her as a suspect?"
"Tall, strong woman in the photograph. Something could have happened between them."
"Maybe D.S. actually came up with something in London. We'll find out tomorrow. It's been a long day."
A night bird called across the river in the silence. Then someone put an Oasis song on the jukebox. "The kind of crime it was ought to be telling us something," Annie said after a slight pause.
"What does it tell you that we haven't considered already?"
"Well, it was obviously violent, passionate. Somebody felt strongly enough about Gloria Shackleton to stab her so many times, after strangling her first."
"You've said it yourself. Gloria was the kind of woman men felt passionately about, the sort to spark off strong feelings. But there are probably a lot of things we don't know about what happened."
"Sorry, I don't follow."
"It's an old crime scene, Annie. All we've got is bones and a few odds and ends of corroded jewellery. We don't interfered with in any way first or after. For all we know, this might be a sex crime, pure and simple. The Sockos haven't found any other victims buried in the area? Not yet. Besides, sex crimes don't always mean multiple victims. Usually they do.
You can't tell me that someone raped and murdered Gloria Shackleton the way he did, and never did it again, before or after?"
"That's the point," said Banks. "Think about it. The body was buried in the outbuilding of Gloria and Matthew's cottage. The fact that we haven't found any other bodies in the vicinity doesn't mean there aren't any anywhere else. It doesn't mean that whoever did it didn't kill elsewhere in exactly the same way.
A serial killer, then? A stranger to the area?"
"It's possible. D.S. Hatchley's already put out a request for information on crimes with similar MOs. It'll take time, though, and that's if anyone even bothers following easy, especially when what they want isn't on the computer. Let's face it, we're not exactly high on anyone's priority list with this one. Still, some curious or industrious PC might poke about and discover something. I'll have Jim send out a reminder."
Annie paused. "You realise we might never know who killed her, don't you?" Banks finished his drink and nodded.
"If that's what it comes down to, we make out our final report based on all the evidence we've collected and point at the most likely solution."
"How do you think you'll feel about that?"
"What do you mean?"
"It's become important to you, hasn't it?"
"Oh, I'm not saying I don't care.
I do. But for you it's something else. It goes deeper. You have a sort of compulsion." Banks lit a cigarette. As he did so, he realised how often he hid behind the smoke of his cigarettes.
"Somebody has to give a damn."
"That sounds melodramatic. Besides, is it really as silly as it?" "Meaning?" Banks paused and tried to frame his nebulous thoughts.
"Gloria Shackleton. I know what she looked like. I've got some idea of her character and her ambitions, who her friends were, the things she liked to do to amuse and entertain herself."
He tapped the side of his head. "She's real enough for me in there, where it counts. Somebody took all that away from her. Somebody strangled her, then stabbed her 15 or 16 times, wrapped her body in blackout curtains, and buried it in an outbuilding. But it happened years ago. The war's been over for ages now. Murders happen all the time. What's so different about this one?" Banks shook his head. "I don't know. Nothing, really. Partly it's the war itself. I'm older than you. I grew up in its shadow, and it cast a long one for a long time after it was over. I was born with a ration book and a national identity card. The way people resist being named and counted these days. But I was proud of that card when I was a kid. It actually gave me an identity, told me who I was. Maybe I was already in training for my warrant card. Anyway, there were ruins all over the place in my hometown. I used to play in them, just like Adam Kelly. And my dad had a collection of mementos I used to sneak up to the attic and play with when he was out. An SS dagger, a Nazi armband. There were pictures I used to look at, photographs of the collaborators hanging from the balustrades in Brussels. It was another age, before my time, but in a way it wasn't. It was much closer than that. We used to play at being commandos. We even used to dig tunnels and pretend to escape from prison camps. I bought every book about fighter and bomber planes I could get my hands on. My childhood and early adolescence, wow, the idea of a vicious murder like this one being committed while all that carnage was going on in the world makes it seem even more of a travesty, if you see what I mean. I think so. What else bothers you? That's the simple part. As far as we can tell, nobody reported Gloria missing. There was no hue and cry. It looks as if nobody cared. I had a friend once. One day I'll tell you about him. Anyway, nobody cared then. Somebody has to. I seem to be good at it, overburdened with compassion, a natural. Banks smiled. Am I still making sense? Annie brushed his sleeve with her fingers. I care too, she said. Maybe not for the same reasons, or in the same way, but I do. Banks looked into her eyes. He could tell she meant what she was saying. He nodded. I know you do. Home? Annie stood up. They walked out into the street. The fish and chip shop was still serving, and 2 of the kids who had been in the pub were leaning against the wall eating from newspaper. A whiff of vinegar drifted by. At the top of the ginnel that ran past the churchyard was a swing gate, and after that the narrow flagged footpath curved around the steep banks of Gratley Beck, about half a mile up the dale side to the village itself. Luckily there was a moon, for there was no other illumination on the path. Sheep scampered out of the way and bleated. Again Banks thought of the blackout. His mother had told him a story of a friend of hers who made her way home from work at the munitions factory by touching 176 railings along the canal side before her left turn, then 5 lamp-posts down the street. It must have been in the early days, Banks thought, before the Lord Beaverbrook ordered the collection of all railings for the war about the enormous mountain of pots and pans on the cricket pitch that was supposed to be turned into aircraft. Once through the narrow stile at the other end, Banks and Annie turned left past the new houses. The pavement was broader there, and Annie slipped her arm through his. The small act of intimacy felt good. They crossed the stone bridge, walked along the lane, and stood at Banks's front door. "Coffee?" Banks asked. Annie smiled. "No, but I'll have a cold drink, if you've got one. Non-alcoholic?" He left her in the front room, rummaging through his compact disc collection while he went to the fridge. It was eerie how the kitchen always gave him that feeling of peace and belonging, even at night when the sun wasn't shining. He wondered if he would ever be able to tell Annie about it without feeling like an idiot. He took out a carton of orange juice and poured them each a glass. An old Etta James CD, spunky and fiery. He hadn't played it in years. Annie walked in, clearly pleased with her find. "You've got a hell of a CD collection," she said. It's a wonder you can ever decide what to play." "It is a problem sometimes. Depends on the mood." He handed her the glass, and they went through to the living room. Soon Etta was belting out, "Jump into my fire," and "Shaky ground." "Sure you won't have a nightcap?" Banks asked when Annie had finished her orange juice. "Nope, I told you. I've got to drive back. I don't want to get stopped by an overzealous country copper." "It's a pity," said Banks. "I was hoping you might change your mind." His mouth felt dry. "Come to Mama" was playing now, and the music's rhythmic, slow-moving sensuality was getting to him. He had to keep telling himself that Annie was a detective sergeant, someone he was working with on a case, and he shouldn't even be thinking like that. But didn't seem like any detective sergeant he'd ever come across before. And she was the first woman, apart from his daughter, Tracy, to visit his new home. "Well," said Annie, smiling, "I didn't say I had to go just yet, did I? You don't have to get me drunk to get me in bed, you know." Then she stood up, crossed her arms in front of her, and pulled her T-shirt slowly up over her head. She stood holding it in her hand, head tilted to one side, then smiled, held her hand out and said, "Come to Mama. There are giant redwood trees in California, they say, that can grow another layer around the dead and blackened wood if they ever burn in a forest fire. Matthew's disappearance burned out my core like that, and while, over time, I did grow another skin over it, a harder skin, there was part of me inside that was always black and dead. There still is, though over the most people take it for the real thing. I suppose, in a way, it is real, but it's not the original. Of course, life went on, it always does. In time, we laughed and smiled again, stood on the Fairy Bridge and discussed the Italian campaign, lamented the shortages and complained about Lord Woolton pie and the national wholemeal loaf. Gloria threw herself into her work at the farm, making it clear that she was indispensable, because the government was putting even more pressure on women to work in the aircraft and munitions factories, the idea of which terrified her. Rumour had it that there were spies from the Labour Exchange all over the place, just looking for idle women. If there were, they left me alone too, as I had enough work on my hands looking after an invalid mother and running the shop, as well as fire-watching and helping with the WVS, taking out pie area. In October, Gloria had her hair done like Veronica Lake, with a side parting, curling inward over her shoulders. I had the new short Liberty cut, because it was easy to manage, and my hair just wouldn't do the things Gloria's did, even if I put sugar water on it. That month also, Gone with the Wind finally came to Harkside, and Gloria and Mr. Stanhope practically dragged me to see it. As it turned out, I enjoyed the film, and found it was made even more poignant by the death of Leslie Howard, whose airplane had been shot down by Nazi fighters in June. Mr. Stanhope, battered hat on his head, tapping with his snake-head-handled cane as we walked back, was enthusiastic about the use of colour, and Gloria, needless to say, was potty about Clark Gable. Autumn mists came to our shallow valley, often making it impossible to take off for days. In September we heard that the Rowan Woods aerodrome had been closed, and the RAF had gone somewhere else. It was hard to get a clear answer to any questions in those days, but one of the ground crew told me that the 2-engine bombers they'd been flying were old and were being phased out of operation. The runways at Rowan Woods had to be converted to be able to handle 4-engined bombers. He didn't know whether the squadron would come back or not. Things were so uncertain, people coming and going at a moment's notice. Whatever the reason, the RAF moved out and a crew of labourers, mostly Irish, came in. Over the next couple of months, they brought in tons of cement, gravel and tarmac to bring the runways up to standard. They also put up more Nissen huts. Of course, the character of village life changed a little during this period. We had a few fights between the order of mutton, and we got used to the whiff of tar that would drift through the woods when the wind was blowing the right way. Early in December, the labourers finished their work, and shortly before Christmas, Rowan Woods became the new home to the United States 8th Air Force's 448th Bomber Group. Just like that, the Yanks had arrived. Alone, after Annie had left, Banks couldn't sleep, despite the love-making and the long day's drive. He lay in the dark for a while, his mind racing, images of the old days in Edinburgh, of Alison and Joe keeping him awake, and Jem, and Annie, and Sandra, and Brian. The first night Banks had spent in the cottage, a bat flew in the open window, and it took him half an hour to coax it out again. That was how his mind felt now, like a misshapen black rag to him. He felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, not about anything specific, to such an extent that he began to sweat and his heart beat fast. He put on his jeans and went downstairs to pour himself a small whisky. Ever since he'd become worried about his drinking in the dark months after Sandra's departure, he'd got into the habit of totting up his daily intake, as he did with cigarettes. A pint at lunchtime in Edinburgh, 2 pints with Annie at the Dog and Gun, and now 1 finger of Lafroig, close to midnight. Not bad. He'd only smoked 7 cigarettes too, and he was especially proud of that. He took the drink out to the wall and sat with his legs dangling over the dried-up falls. It was a warm night, but a slight breeze rustled through the leaves and cooled the sweat on his forehead a little. A small animal rustled through the undergrowth, probably a squirrel or a rabbit. Banks looked into the dark woods and remembered Robert Frost in his anthology, "And miles to go before I sleep." It was the repetition of that line that made it so memorable, he thought, that sent that tingle up your spine. He didn't profess to understand it. At least, he couldn't have stood up in class and described what it was about, but he got something from it. He remembered what he'd said to Annie earlier about caring, and how he couldn't tell her it was partly because of Jem. Banks had found Jem's body himself on the bare, dusty floor of the bed-sit, the needle still in his arm, which was oddly discoloured here and there where the mice had nibbled. He was sick, the same way he'd been when Phil Simpkins spiralled slowly and inevitably down onto the spiked railings. But people had cared about Phil's accident. They even had a minute's silence in assembly and a morning off school for the funeral. Nobody had cared about Jem, though, the way no one's disappearance. Over the years, Banks became inured to seeing corpses, like any other detective who investigates a fair number of murders. He developed a protective shell. He could crack jokes at the scene, with someone's entrails spilling over his feet, or brain matter sticking to the soles of his shoes. But no matter how hard his carapace, Banks had always felt something, no matter how low on the food chain the victim was. He always felt some connection with what had once been a living person. After Jem's death, Banks had felt driven to find out more about him, who he was, where he came from, why no one seemed to care. He realized how little he knew, even though Jem had been his first and closest friend in a new and overpowering city. He was so innocent. He hadn't even suspected that Jem was a heroin addict. They had smoked hash and grass. The police themselves hadn't been impressive, hardly an advertisement for recruitment. They interviewed Banks, who described the man he had seen entering Jem's flat the previous evening, but they didn't seem interested. One of them, D.C. Carter, Banks remembered, played the concerned parent role, feigning sadness at Jem's death, lecturing Banks on the drug subculture, while the other, D.S. Fallon, pock-marked face, a cynical smile on his thin, cruel lips, rifled through Banks's drawers and cupboards, looking for drugs. Later, Banks found out that 3 junkies had died in Notting Hill that week because a shipment of unusually pure heroin hadn't been adequately cut. No arrests were made. Disenchanted with both business and 60s navel-gazing, Banks joined the police force to change the system from within. Despite Jem's advice, he settled for the adrenaline buzz of the investigation, the chase, the revelation, the strange bond with the murder victim who couldn't speak for herself. And this bond was true no less in the case of Gloria Shackleton's cracked and filthy bones than it was with a corpse so fresh you could still see the flush on its cheek. Finally, tired with remembering, Banks put out his cigarette, finished the whisky, and went back inside. His bed still smelled of Annie, and he was grateful for that much, at least, as he tossed and turned and tried to get to sleep. Ever since she'd seen Gloria's image and heard her name on television, Vivian Elmsley had been expecting the police to come knocking at her door. It wasn't as if she'd taken any great steps to cover her tracks. She'd never consciously sought to hide her past and her identity, although she had certainly glossed over it, hinted at a certain amount of conscious escape. At every stage she had had to reinvent herself, the selfless carer, the diplomat's wife, the ever-so-slightly with-it young widow with the red sports car, the struggling writer, the public figure with a splinter of ice in her heart. Would that be the last? Which was the real one? She didn't know. She didn't even know if there was a real one. Though the worry and fear gnawed away at her since the TV broadcast, Vivian tried to live a normal life, wandering up to Hampstead in the morning, reading the newspaper, sitting down in her study for the day, whether she wrote anything worth keeping or not, talking to her agent and publisher, answering correspondence, all the while waiting for that knock on the door, wondering what she would say, how she could convince them she knew nothing, or thinking that perhaps and let the chips fall where they would. Would it really make a difference after all this time? Yes, she decided, it would. When it came, though, the shock came in a form she hadn't in the least expected. That Tuesday night, the phone rang just as she was dropping off. When she picked up the receiver, all she heard was silence, or as much silence as you ever get on a telephone line.
"Who is it?" she asked, gripping the receiver more tightly. "Please speak up."
More silence. She was just about to hang up when she heard what she thought was a sharp intake of breath. Then a voice she didn't recognize whispered, "Gwen? Gwen Shackleton?"
"My name's Vivian Elmsley. There must be some mistake."
"There's no mistake. I know who you are. Do you know who I am?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"You will. Soon." Then the caller hung up. Chapter 10:43. It was a gloomy, chill and moonless night when the 448th held their first dance at Rowan Woods. Gloria, Cynthia, Alice and I walked there together along the narrow lane through the woods, our breaths misting in the air. We wore court shoes and carried our dance shoes, because they were far too precious and flimsy to walk in. Luckily, the ground wasn't too muddy, because none of us would have been caught dead wearing wellies to a dance, even if we had to walk through Rowan Woods in a storm. "How many of them do you think there are?" Cynthia asked. "I don't know," said Gloria. "It's a big aerodrome, though. Probably hundreds, thousands even." Alice did a little dance. "Oh, just think of it, all those Yanks with money to throw away. They get paid much more than our boys, you know. Ellen Bairstow told me. She went out with the GI when she was working at that factory near Liverpool, and she'd never try to tell yourself they won't want something in return, Alice Poole," said Gloria. "And don't you forget your poor Eric, away fighting for his country." We were all a bit quiet after that. I don't know about the others, but I couldn't help thinking of Matthew. A fox or a badger suddenly flashed across the path and scared us, but the adrenaline at least broke the silence. We were still excited, and we giggled like silly schoolgirls the rest of the way. Most villagers had already seen the newcomers around, and I'd even served some of them in the shop, where they'd looked puzzled at our meagre offerings and confused by the unfamiliar brand names. Some people disapproved of their arrival, especially Betty Goodall, thinking it would lower moral standards, but most of us quickly accepted them as part of the general scenery. I even helped the local WVS set up a welcome club for them in Harkside. Thus far, in my life, had always been friendly and polite, though I can't say I really warmed to the way they called me Ma'am. It made me feel so old. They were certainly far more casual and confident in their manner than our lads, and they had much smarter uniforms. They even wore shoes, rather than the great clod-hopping boots the ministry saw fit to issue to our poor armed forces. Of course, our view of Americans was still almost entirely formed by the glamour of Hollywood films, magazines, and popular songs. To some, they were all cowboys and gangsters. To others, the men were handsome heroes, and the women beautiful and rather vulgar molls. That evening, as we trudged through the forest, we had little real idea of what to expect. We'd all fussed about what to wear for days, and we'd taken special care with our appearance. Even me, who was generally not overly concerned. Under the overcoats we wore to keep out the chill, we all had on our best dresses. Gloria, of course, looked gorgeous in her black velvet V-neck dress with the puffed sleeves and wide padded shoulders. She'd added a red felt rose at the neckline on the left side. I was a little more serviceable in the utility dress I'd bought in London. One big problem was that we'd all run out of fashion stockings, and either we didn't have enough coupons to get new ones, or we couldn't find any in the shops. When Gloria dropped by to meet me after I closed up shop, the first thing she told me to do was stand on a chair. "Why?" I asked. "Go on, you see." I could have said no, but I was curious, so I stood. The next thing I knew, Gloria was lifting up my skirt and applying some sort of cold, greasy stuff to my legs. I squirmed. "What is that?" "Shut up and keep still, Asian." Cost me 2 and 7pence halfpenny, it did. I kept still. When the stuff she'd slathered on my legs finally dried, Gloria had me stand on the chair again, and she carefully drew a seam all the way down the backs of my legs with a special sort of pencil. It tickled, and again she had to tell me to keep still. There! She bit down on the corner of her lip and stepped back to admire her handiwork. I stood on the stool, feeling like an idiot, holding my skirt up around my thighs. "That'll do," she pronounced at last. "Me next," as I did her, rubbing the foundation on her soft, pale skin. She started to laugh. "Marvellous stuff, this," she said. "I was at my wit's end the summer before last, before Matthew— well, anyway, I was so desperate, I tried a mixture of gravy powder and water. What happened? Bloody flies. Chased me all the way from here to Harkside. It's inside the hall. I felt like a piece of meat in a butcher's window." She paused. "Oh, Gwen, do you remember what that looked like? All those lovely cuts of meat in the butcher's window." "Don't," I said. "You'll only make us miserable." We met the others by the Fairy Bridge. Cynthia Garman was going for the Dorothy Lamour look. She had a black page-boy hairdo and wore a lot of makeup. She even had mascara on her eyes, which looked really strange, as women tended not to use a lot of eye makeup back then. It wasn't good quality mascara. When she got hot from dancing later in the evening, it started to melt, and she looked as if she'd been crying. She said she'd bought it on the black market in Leeds, so she could hardly go back and complain. Alice was in her Marlene Dietrich period. Plucked eyebrows pencilled in a high arch, wavy blonde hanging down to her shoulders. She was wearing a princess-style burgundy dress with long tight sleeves and buttons all down the front. It came in at the waist to show how thin she was, almost as thin as Marlene Dietrich. The dance was held in the mess. We could hear the music before we even got there. It was the song I remembered hearing in Piccadilly Circus a few months ago, "Take the A-Train." We stood outside the door, touching up our hair, checking our appearance one last time in our compact mirrors. Then we took off our coats, not wanting to walk in wearing bulky winter overcoats, stuffed our court shoes in the pockets, and put on our dance shoes. Ready at last, we made our grand entrance. The music didn't stop, though I swear it faltered for a moment, the way records do sometimes when they become warped. It was a sextet, playing on a makeshift stage. All wore American Air Force uniforms. I suppose the odds are that when you gather so many disparate people together, you're bound to end up with enough musicians for a band. Already the place was crowded with airmen and local girls, mostly from Harkside. The dance floor was busy, and a knot of people stood laughing and drinking by the bar. Others sat at the rickety tables, smoking and chatting. I'd expected the large Nissen hut to be cold, but there was a peculiar-looking squat thing giving out heat in one corner, which I later discovered was called a pot-bellied stove. A very apt description, I thought. Apparently the Air Force had brought it all the way from America, having heard English winters were cold and wet, and so were the summers. They hardly needed it tonight, though, as the press of bodies and the motion of dancing exuded all the heat we needed. The men had already covered the walls with landscapes of vast snow-capped mountain ranges, long flat plains and prairie wheat fields, deserts dotted with huge twisted cacti, and city streets that looked like scenes from Hollywood films. Little bits of America brought over to make them feel less far away from home. A Christmas tree stood in one corner, covered with tinsel and fairy lights, and paper trimmings hung around the ceiling. "Take your coats, ladies." "Why, thank you," said Gloria. It was Gloria who had turned the heads, of course. Even with Dorothy L'Amour and Marlene Dietrich for competition, she still stood way ahead of the field. We handed our coats to the young airman, who was tall, slim, and dark in complexion. He spoke with a lazy drawl, and moved with agile, unhurried grace. He had brown eyes, short black hair, and the whitest teeth had... He led us to the far wall, beside the bar, where everyone's coats hung. "They'll be safe here. Now don't you ladies worry." When he turned his back, Gloria looked at me and raised an eyebrow in approval. We followed him and held on to our handbags. It was always awkward not knowing what to do with your handbag when you danced. Usually you left it under the table, but Cynthia once had hers stolen at a dance in Harkside. "And now, Mum," he said, turning straight away to Gloria, "if I may have the pleasure of the first dance." Gloria inclined her head slightly, passed a handbag to me, took his hand, and went off. It didn't take long before someone snapped up Cynthia too, and I was holding 3 handbags. But, if I say so myself, a rather handsome young navigator from Hackensack, New Jersey, called Bernard, which he pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, asked me to dance. I passed the 3 handbags to her, and left her standing there gawping in a way that Marlene Dietrich never gawped. "First, you have to answer a question for me," I said, before I let him lead, just to show I could be quite brave when I wanted to, though I was secretly scared to death of all these brash and handsome young men all around me. Bernard scratched his head. "What's that, Mum?" "What's an A-train?" "Huh?" "The music that was playing when we came in. Take the A-train. What's an A-train? I've always wondered. Is it better than a B-train?" He grinned. "Well, no, Mum. I mean, it's just a subway train." "Subway? You mean the underground?" "Yes, Mum. In New York City, the A-train's the subway that's the fastest way to Harlem." "Oh," I said, the light finally dawning. Well, I never. OK, then let's dance. After Kalamazoo, Stardust, and April in Paris, we gathered at the bar, and the tall airman who'd taken our coats bought us all bourbon, which we took to the table. His name was Billy Joe Farrell. He hailed from Tennessee and worked on the ground crew. He introduced us to his friend, Edgar Koenig, whom everyone called PX, because on American bases, PX meant the Quartermaster's Stores, which was exactly what he ran. PX was a gangly young Iowan with a baby face, and his fair hair shaved almost to his skull. He was touting lips,
and the longest eyelashes over his cornflower blue eyes. He was also very shy, far too shy to dance with any of us. He never quite made full eye contact with anyone. He was the sort of person who is always around, but never really gets noticed, and I think the reason he was so generous to us all was simply that it made him feel needed. When I look back on that evening now, over 25 years ago, especially considering all that has happened since, it seemed to go around in a whirl of dancing and talking and drinking, and it finished before it really began. I still remember the strange accents and the unfamiliar place names and phrases we heard, the young faces, the surprisingly soft feel of a uniform under my palm, the biting yet sweet taste of bourbon, the kisses, whispered plans to meet again. As the Fords, arms linked with our gallant escorts, little did we know how before long we'd be using words like lousy, bum, and creep in our daily conversation, not to mention chewing gum and smoking Lockies. As we walked, we sang Shenandoah, and after good-night kisses, agreed to meet them again in Harkside the following week. It was the first time Banks had been in the Queen's Arms for lunch in some months. He'd been trying to avoid boozing too much during the day, partly because it was sometimes hard to stop, and partly because it seemed too much a part of his old life. It wasn't so much that he used to go there with Sandra frequently, though they often dropped in for a quick jar if they'd been in town together to see a film or a play, just that the Queen's Arms brought back memories of the days when his life and work were in harmony, the days before Jimmy Riddle, the days when he'd enjoyed long Phil Richmond and Susan Gay over a steak and kidney pud and a pint of Thaxton's bitter, the days when Sandra had been happy with their marriage and with her work at the gallery. Or so he had believed. Like many things he'd believed, it had all been an illusion, only true because he'd been gullible enough to believe in it. In reality, it had all been as flimsy and fleeting as an optical illusion. It depended entirely on your point of view. In calendar time, perhaps, those days weren't so long ago, but in his memory they sometimes seemed as if they'd been dreamed by another person in another century. Even before he bought the cottage, in those days when he'd been out on the booze in Eastvale nearly every night, he'd avoided the Queen's Arms. Instead, he'd sought out modern, anonymous pubs tucked away on the estates, places where the regulars enjoyed their karaoke and paid no attention to the sad figure in the corner who bumped against the table a little harder each time he went for a piss. He got into a fight only once, with a paunchy loudmouth who thought Banks was eyeballing his girlfriend, a pasty-faced scrubber with bad hair. It didn't matter that Banks didn't think she was worth fighting over. Her boyfriend was ready to rock and roll. Luckily, Banks was never so pissed that he forgot the rules of barroom brawling. Get in first and get in nasty. While the boyfriend was still building up steam verbally, Banks punched him in the stomach and brought up his knee to connect with his nose. Blood, snot, and vomit spattered his trousers. Everyone went quiet, and no one tried to stop him leaving. Banks had always had a violent streak. He knew that, even when he used to talk about love and peace with Jem. That was himself to the 60s scene in the first place, only hang around the fringes. The music was fine, the pot was okay, the girls were willing, but a turn-the-other-cheek philosophy sucked. Today he felt like indulging himself at the Queen's Arms. Cyril the landlord welcomed him back like a long-lost friend, not remarking on his absence, and Glenys, Cyril's wife, gave him her usual shy smile. He bought a pint and ordered a Yorkie filled with roast beef and onion gravy. The pub was busy with its usual lunchtime mix of tourists, local office workers and shopkeepers on their lunch breaks, but Banks managed to snag a small copper-topped table in the far corner, between the fireplace and the diamond-shaped amber and green window panes. He'd brought with him the folder D.S. Hatchley had just dropped on his desk.
Information gleaned from the central registry of births, marriages and deaths. A number of his questions. Already that morning he'd phoned Army Records and asked about Matthew Shackleton's service history. They said they would verify his identity and call him back. He knew from experience that the military didn't like people snooping into their affairs, even the police, but he didn't expect much trouble with this one. After all, Matthew Shackleton was long dead. Hatchley's notes confirmed that Gloria was born on September 17th, 1921, as she had correctly noted on the St. Bartholomew's register. Instead of simply giving London as her place of birth, the official record listed London Hospital, Mile End. Christ, Banks thought, that was in the thick of the East End, all right, and a real villain's thoroughfare these days. It would certainly have made her a Cockney, an accent she'd worked hard to lose, if Elizabeth Goodall was to be believed. Her father was Jack's signature appeared in the Signature, Residence and Description of Informant column, along with the Mile End address. Her mother's name was Patricia McPhee. The father's rank or profession was listed as dock worker. There was no column on the form to record the mother's. Next, Hatchley had checked to see if Gloria's parents had indeed been killed in the Blitz, and had pulled death certificates for the two of them, dated September 15th, 1940, listing the same Mile End address and injuries sustained during bombing as the cause of death. A series of black and white images passed through Banks's mind. Vast stretches of rubble and craters, acrid smoke drifting through the night air, children's screams, flames licking soot-blackened walls, the screeching of the bombs before the shattering explosions, houses inside the rooms, the pathetic sticks of furniture, framed photographs askew on the walls, peeling wallpaper, families huddled together under blankets in underground stations, a few valued possessions with them. The images came mostly from films and documentaries he'd seen on the Blitz. His parents had actually lived through it, moving to Peterborough from Hammersmith only after the war. They never spoke about it much, as most people who had been through it didn't, but his mother had told him a comical story or two about the war days. Some of the images of the war's devastation came from Banks's own experience when he was a child, even that long after the war. As he'd told Annie, wastelands of rubble and half-destroyed buildings remained in some areas for years. He remembered visiting London as a child and being surprised when his father told him that the acres of flattened streets in the East End were there. He'd been unable to find a death certificate for Gloria Kathleen Shackleton, but he did find one for Matthew, and the information on it caused Banks almost to choke on his beer. According to the death certificate, Matthew Shackleton died at Leeds General Infirmary on March 15th, 1950, by his own hand. Cause of death was given as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. At the time, he was 31 years of age, of no occupation, living at an address in Bramley, Leeds. The informant of his death was listed as Gwyneth Vivian Shackleton, of the same address. Banks checked again, but Hatchley had made no mistake. He lit a cigarette and thought for a moment. Matthew Shackleton was supposed to have died in Burma, but obviously he hadn't. Of the three survivors of the old Hobbs End days that Banks and Annie had talked to over the past few days, one before Gloria's arrival there, the second had gone in May 1944, and the third at Christmas 1944. Neither Elizabeth Goodall nor Alice Poole had mentioned Matthew Shackleton's returning, so he must have come back after they had left, which made him a definite suspect in his wife's murder. Again, what had he come home to? And why had he killed himself 5 years later? Banks flipped the sheet and carried on reading. A marriage certificate existed for Gwyneth Vivian Shackleton and Ronald Morris Bingham. They were married at Christchurch, Hampstead, on August 21st, 1954. The groom's profession was listed as civil servant. Ronald died of liver cancer at home on July 18th, 1967. There was no death certificate for Gwyneth. Hatchley had dug even deeper, and he'd also discovered that there was a Kathleen Stringer at her parents' home address in Mile End, London, on November 5th, 1937, shortly after her 16th birthday. November 5th, Guy Fawkes night. Banks imagined Gloria struggling to give birth, as Catherine wheels spun and jumping crackers and bangers exploded outside in the street, as volcanoes erupted dark red fire, changing to green, then white, and rockets burst into showers of bright colours in the darkness beyond the bedroom windows. Did she look out on the scene from her pane? Did the noise and colours take her mind off what she was going through? The boy was christened Francis Paul Henderson, taking his father's surname. George Henderson, like Jack Shackleton, was listed as dock worker. There was no trace of a wedding certificate. So Gloria had given birth over 3 years before. What had become of the child and its father? Had she turned over the boy's care completely to George Henderson? It looked that way. She'd certainly indicated to none of her new friends that she had a son. Was George Henderson the man with the boy who'd turned up at Bridge Cottage during the war? The one Gloria had argued with? Glenys brought over Banks's Yorkie. He tucked into the huge stuffed Yorkshire pudding and washed each mouthful down with a sip of Thaxton's. According to Hatchley's final search, George Henderson had died of a heart attack just 5 months ago. There was no death or marriage certificate for his son Francis. That made 3 of them unaccounted for by death certificates. Gloria, in all likelihood, had been buried under the outbuilding, but that still left Gwyneth Shackleton and Francis Henderson. Why hadn't they come forward? One possibility was that they might both be dead, though Gwyneth was only pushing 60, hardly old in this day and age. Another possibility was that neither of them knew what was going on, which was too much of a coincidence for Banks to swallow. There again, maybe they had something to hide. But what? Francis wouldn't be able to tell Banks much. Everything that happened in Hobbs End happened before he turned 8, so he was hardly a suspect in the murder of Gloria Shackleton. He would have been about 16 when the village was flooded to make Thornfield Reservoir, and Banks doubted that the event would have meant anything to him. Nonetheless, it would be interesting to know what had become of him. If nothing else, Francis Henderson's DNA could help determine beyond a shadow of a doubt whether the skeleton really was Gloria Shackleton's. There was another issue, too. Someone had to lay Gloria's body to rest, bury her properly, in a churchyard this time. 2 people who had been still alive, her sister-in-law Gwyneth Bingham and her son Francis Henderson. They should be the ones to do it, to bury their dead. Banks sighed, put the files back in his briefcase, and walked through the crowds across Market Street. He found a message waiting at the front desk from Army personnel, informing him that Matthew Shackleton had been listed as missing, presumed dead in 1943, and that was all they had on him. Curiouser and curiouser. Back in his office, Banks picked up the phone and called Detective Inspector Ken Blackstone at Millgarth Station in Leeds. "Alan," said Blackstone, "long time no see." There was a coolness and distance in his voice. They hadn't been in touch often over the past year or so, and Banks realised he'd probably alienated Ken along with just about everyone else who had tried to be his friend during the dark days. Ken had left a number of messages on his answering machine but Banks had responded to none of them. He didn't feel like explaining how he just hadn't been able to handle people offering help and encouragement, feeling sorry for him, how he was managing to feel quite sorry enough for himself, thank you very much, and how he'd preferred to seek anonymity among the crowds instead. "You know how it is," he said. "Sure, what can I do for you? Don't tell me this is just a social call." "Not exactly. I thought not." There was a slight pause. Then Blackstone's tone softened a little. "Any new developments between you and Sandra?" "Nothing, except I've heard she's seen someone." I'm sorry, Alan. These things happen. Tell me about it. I've been there. Then you should understand. I do. Want to get rat-arsed and talk about it sometime? Banks laughed. It'll be a pleasure. Good. So, what can I do for you? Well, we might have that piss-up quicker than you think. I'm looking for the details of a suicide. Leeds, Bramley. Gunshot wound. Name's Matthew Shackleton. Died the 15th of March, 1950. The local cop shop should have some sort of record, especially as there was a firearm involved. Is there an explanation in here somewhere? Long story, Ken. By the way, have you ever heard anything on the grapevine about a DS called Cabot? Annie Cabot? Can't say as I have. But then, I've not exactly been around the grapevine much for the past while. Why do you want to know? All right, I know, don't bother. Another long story, right? Look, about this suicide, it could take a while. You mean you're talking minutes instead of seconds? Blackstone laughed. Hours instead of minutes, more like. I'll get D.C. Collins to make some phone calls, if I can drag him away from his paper. I'll call you back later. Newspaper in the background. Thanks, Ken, he said. Appreciate it. You're better. You owe me a curry. You're on. And Alan? Yes? I know some of what you've been going through. But don't be a stranger. I know. I tell you, you're on. Curry and piss up, and talk about girls. Just like a couple of teenagers. Soon as you get the info. Blackstone chuckled. OK. Talk to you later. Billy Joe and Gloria soon became a couple. Billy Joe was seen going alone to Bridge Cottage, and that got the village tongues wagging, especially when PX was seen coming and going there the next day. He too seemed to have taken a shy sort of shine to Gloria, happy to be a slave and get for her whatever her heart desired. I suggested Gloria tell them to use the back door where they couldn't be seen from the high street, but she just laughed and shrugged it off. It was no real. She told me she wanted sex and she'd chosen Billy Joe to supply it. She said he was good at it. I still didn't understand what it was all about. When I asked her if I had to be in love before I let men take liberties with me, she lapsed into one of her mysterious silences, then said, "There's love, Gwen, and then there's sex. They don't have to be the same, especially not these days, not while there's a war on. Just try not to get them mixed up." Then she smiled. But it's always nice to be a little bit in love. After this, I was more confused than ever, but I let the subject drop. Gloria also needed her luckies, nylons, lipstick, rouge, and scented soap. She drank too much, so she needed a source for whiskey too, and she also took to chewing gum, which she insisted on chewing in church, just to annoy Betty Goodall. And PX, of course, would get her all these things at the... He ever granted him any favours in exchange, I can't say for certain, but I doubt it. Whatever she was, Gloria was never a whore, and I couldn't imagine PX actually being with the woman in that way. He looked even younger and seemed even shyer and more awkward than me. There was some health reason that prevented him from serving in a more active branch of the forces. After all, he looked young and strong enough for combat, but he never told anyone exactly what it was. PX did little favours for us all, for me, Cynthia, Alice, even Mother, especially when it came to nylons and make-up. One thing I soon started to wonder about was why the American forces, undoubtedly male as they were for the most part, had storage rooms full of women's underwear and cosmetics. It was either intended to endear them to the local women, or they had certain private proclivities that they managed to hide from the rest. Lucky for us, PX seemed willing and able to get hold of just about anything we needed. If we bemoaned the lack of decent meat, for example, he would mysteriously produce bacon, and on occasion even a piece of beef. Once he even, miracle of miracles, came up with some oranges. I hadn't seen an orange in years. I don't think his empire was limited to the contents of the Rowan Woods PX either. Sometimes, when he got a weekend pass, he would disappear for the entire time. He never said where he went or why.
but I suspected he had a few dealings with the Leeds black market. I think I rather liked him, even though he seemed so young, and I might have gone out with him if he'd asked me, but he never did, and I was too shy to ask him. We were only together in a group. Besides, I know he preferred Gloria. Billy Joe had other uses, too. He was essentially an air-to-fix anything on wheels. That came in useful when our little Morris van gave up the ghost. Billy Joe came down in the evening, with PX and a couple of others tagging along, fixed it in a jiffy. Then the whole gang of us picked up Gloria and went to the Shoulder of Mutton for a drink. A curious incident occurred that night that coloured my view of Billy Joe for some time to come. They were the only Americans in the pub, and we were the only women. In addition to getting us plenty of suspicious and disapproving glances, even from people I'd known for years and served in the shop, this also drew a few loud and pointed comments. Most of the men there were either too old to go to war or were excused because of health reasons. Some were in reserved occupations. "Just think about it, Bert," said one local as we bought our first drinks. "Our lads are over there fighting the Nazis, and them damn Yanks like tomcats in heat." We ignored them, took a table in a quiet corner, and kept to ourselves. The next time we were ready for drinks, Billy Joe went to the bar. He was drinking pints of watery beer, and I told him to hold on to his glass, because there was a shortage. A lot of locals took their own, and some even used jam jars, but if you got one early in the evening, you had to hold on to it for the night. As he was on his way back, one of the local strapping farm lads, who hadn't been called up, something to do with an allergy to tinned food, I think, called out after him, "Hey, Yank, dost take my glass?" Billy Joe tried to ignore him, but the man, Seth his name was, had drunk enough to make him feel brave. He lumbered over from the bar and stood right behind Billy Joe back at the table. The place went quiet. I said, "That's my glass that's got the beer in, Yank." Billy Joe put at the pint glass and shrugged. "Same one I've had all evening, sir," he said in that lazy southern drawl. "Same one I've had all evening, sir." Seth tried to mock him, but it didn't come out right. "Well, it's mine, silly." Billy Joe picked up his glass of beer, turned to face Seth slowly, and shook his head. "I don't think so, sir." Seth thrust his chin forward. "Well, I bloody do. Give me it back." "You sure, sir?" "Aye, Yank." Billy Joe nodded in that slow way of his. Then he poured the beer all over Seth's feet and held out the glass to him. "You can take the glass," he said, "but the beer was mine. I paid for it, and by the way, sir, I'm not a Yankee." Even Seth's friends had started to laugh by now. It was that sort of fulcrum moment when so much hangs in the balance. Just the lightest touch the wrong way sends it all beating hard and fast. Seth made the wrong move. He stepped back and raised his fist, but he was slow. Billy Joe might have had that exaggerated sort of lazy grace, but his speed amazed me. Before anyone knew what had happened, there was the sound of breaking glass, and Seth was on his knees, screaming, hands over his face, blood gushing out between his fingers. "I'm not a Yankee, sir," Billy Joe repeated, then turned his back and sat down. The mood had soured. Nobody wanted anything more to drink, and we all left shortly afterward. Vivian Elmsley got up at about 1 o'clock, turned on the bedside light, and took a sleeping pill. She didn't like them, didn't like the way they made her feel woolly-minded the next morning, but this was getting ridiculous. They said old people didn't need as much sleep, but lying tossing and turning all night at the window or tapping at the door was exhausting. It was probably the wind, she told herself as she turned off the light and settled back on the pillows. But there was no wind. Slowly, the chemical Morpheus insinuated its way into her system. She felt sluggish, her blood heavy as lead, pushing her down into the mattress. Soon she hovered on the threshold between sleep and waking, where thoughts take on the aspect of dreams,
and an image you conjure up consciously is suddenly snatched away for unconscious improvisations, like variations on a musical theme. At first, she pictured Gloria's tilted head as she'd appeared on the TV screen, the detail from Stanhope's painting, looking like a cartoon Gloria. Then the cartoon Gloria started talking about a night in Rio de Janeiro, when Vivian had had too much to drink and to sexual advances at a cocktail party in a big hotel, remembered a whispered room number, waited until Ronald was fast asleep, and slipped out into the corridor. The cartoon Gloria's monologue was cut with images of the night, which flicked past jerkily, like the series of cards in an old What the Butler Saw machine. Vivian had always wondered what it would be like. They only did it once. Her lover was a gentle and sensitive woman from the French embassy, conscious it was Vivian's first time, but ultimately frustrated at her lack of ability to respond. It wasn't for want of trying, Vivian thought. She couldn't lose herself in sex with a man, so she'd hoped she could abandon herself to the caresses of another woman, enjoy the bliss that writers wrote about and people risked everything for. But she couldn't. It wouldn't happen. Finally, she put on her robe and hurried out to her own room. Ronald was still snoring away. She lay on her own bed and stared at the dark ceiling, tears welling in her eyes, a dull ache in her loins. As the cartoon Gloria retold the story of Vivian's failed attempt at sex and infidelity, it was as if the TV camera started to move away from her, and the rest of Gloria came into view, showing more of her figure, and before long Vivian realized that Gloria wasn't wearing a red dress. She was covered in blood, which oozed from cuts deep into the gristle of her flesh. Yet she was still talking about something that happened years after her death. Vivian tried to stop it, but she felt as if she were being held down by the weight of her own blood, an anchor hooked deep into the darkness and the horror, too heavy. She struggled to wake, and as she did, the telephone rang. Her bonds were suddenly cut air, as if she'd been drowning. Without thinking, she picked up the receiver. A lifeline. After a short pause, the monotone voice whispered, "Gwen? Gwen Shackleton?" "Go away," she mumbled, her tongue thick and furred. The voice laughed. "Soon, Gwen," the man said. "Soon." Chapter 11. Banks and Annie drove out to the estate from Millgarth Police Headquarters. When Annie asked Banks why he always wanted to do the driving himself, he didn't really know the answer. Being driven was one of the perks of his rank that he'd never really capitalized on. Partly, he would always rather use his own car than sign one out, because he didn't want to have to put up with other coppers' cigarette butts in the ashtray, chocolate wrappers, used tissues, and God knows what else all over the floor, not to mention the lingering germs and odours. Mostly, though, his feet on the pedals, his hands on the steering wheel. He also liked to control the music. It had always angered Sandra, the way he put on whatever CD he wanted to listen to, or turned on the television to a programme he wanted to watch. She claimed he was selfish. He said he always knew what he wanted to listen to or watch, and she didn't. Besides, why should he listen to music or watch films he didn't like? Another standoff. Banks parked in front of a strip of shops set back from the main road near Bramley Town End, and he and Annie strolled down the hill toward the street where Gwen and Matthew Shackleton had lived. Both were dressed casually. Neither looked like a police officer. Sometimes feelings against all forms of authority ran high on these estates. People spotted strangers quickly enough as it was, and they were naturally suspicious of anyone in a suit, which was hardly surprising. If you saw someone you knew wearing a suit, you assumed he had a court appearance coming up, and if you saw a stranger wearing one, it was either the cops or the social. Banks had grown up on a similar estate in Peterborough, more modern than this one, but basically the same mix of grim and grimy terrace houses alongside the newer red brick maisonettes and tower blocks, all covered in graffiti. When he was a kid, the street was cobbled, and they would have bonfires there every Guy Fawkes night. The whole estate would come out and share their fireworks and food, potatoes baked in foil at the edges of the fire, and people passed around trays of homemade parkin and treacle toffee. Neighbours would seize the opportunity to chuck their old furniture on the fire, a practice Banks's mother said she thought was showing off. If Mrs. Green at number 16 threw her battered armchair on the bonfire, it was a new one. Eventually the council tarmacked the street and put an end to the celebrations. Afterwards they had to have their bonfire on a large field half a mile away. Strangers from other estates started muscling in, looking for trouble, and the older people began to stay home and lock their doors. "How are we going to approach this?" Annie asked. "We'll play it by ear. I just want to get a look at the lie of the land." It was another hot day. People sat out on their doorsteps or had dragged striped deck chairs onto postage-stamped lawns where the grass was parched pale brown for lack of rain. Banks couldn't help but be aware of the suspicious eyes following their progress. From one garden, a couple of semi-naked teenage boys whistled at Annie and flexed the tattoos on their arms. Banks looked at her and saw her stick her hand behind her back and give them 2 fingers, neither of whom looked older than 15. Each was pushing a pram with one hand and holding a cigarette with the other. One of them had short pink and white dyed hair, green nail varnish, black lipstick, and a nose stud. The other had jet-black hair, a large butterfly tattoo on her shoulder, and a red dot in the centre of her forehead. Both wore high-heeled sandals, tight shorts, and midriff-revealing tops. The one with the red dot also had a ring in her navel. "Get her!" one of them sneered as Banks and Annie walked by. "Little Miss Hoity-Toity!" "I'm beginning to think this wasn't such a good idea after all," Annie said when the girls had passed. "Why not? What's wrong?" "Easy for you to ask. Nobody's insulted you yet." "They're only jealous." "What of? My good looks?" "No, your designer jeans." "Ah, here it is." Of the narrower side streets. Most of the doors had scratched and weathered paintwork, and the whole street looked run down. All the windows of the old Shackleton house were open, and loud music blasted from inside. Next door, 2 men with huge beer bellies sat smoking and drinking Carlsberg special brew. An enormous woman sat on a tiny chair at an angle to them, hips and thighs flowing over the edge. She looked as if she might be their mother. Both men were stripped to the waist, skin white as lard, despite the sun. The woman wore a bikini top and garish pink shorts. All 3 of them followed Banks and Annie with their narrowed, piggy eyes, but nobody said anything. Banks knocked on the door. A dog growled inside the house. The people next door laughed. Finally, the door jerked open, and a young skinhead in a red T-shirt, holding the barking dog by its studded collar. It looked like a Rottweiler to Banks. Banks swallowed and stepped back a couple of paces. He wasn't normally scared of dogs, but this one had wicked-looking teeth. Maybe Annie was right. What could they find out anyway, nearly 50 years after the fact? "Who the fuck are you? What do you want?" the skinhead asked. The cords stood out on his neck. He couldn't have been older than 18 or 19. Banks thought he could hear a baby crying somewhere beyond the music in the depths of the house. "Your mum and dad in?" Banks asked. He laughed. "I should think so," he said. "They never go anywhere. Trouble is, you'll have a bloody long journey. They live in Nottingham." "So you live here?" "Course I fucking do. Look, I haven't got all day." The dog was still straining at its collar, drool dripping from its jowls, but it had turned quiet, just growling rather than barking and snapping. "I'd like some information," said Banks. "About what?" "Look, can we come in?" "You must be fucking joking, mate. One step over this threshold and Gazza here'll have you singing soprano in the church choir before you know it." Banks looked at Gazza. He could believe it. He considered his options. Call Animal Control, the RSPCA? Fine, he said. Then maybe you can tell us what we want to know out here. Depends. It's the house I'm interested in. The kid looked Annie up and down, then looked back at Banks. House hunting, are you, then? I'd have thought you two would be after something a bit more upmarket than this fucking slum. Not exactly house hunting, no. Who is it, Kev? Came a woman's voice from inside. Kev turned around and yelled back, Mind your own fucking business, you stupid cunt, or you'll be... Banks sensed Annie stiffen beside him. He touched her gently on the forearm. The trio next door howled with laughter. The kid stuck his head farther round the door so they could see him, and grinned at them, pleased with himself. He gave them the thumbs-up sign. How long have you lived here? Banks asked. 2 years. What's it to you? I'm interested in something that happened here 50 years ago. A suicide. Suicide? 50 years ago? What, fucking haunted, is it? He stuck his head around the door again to talk to the people next door. Hear that, lads? This is a fucking haunted house, this is. Maybe we could start charging an entry fee like those fucking stately homes. They all laughed, including Banks. The kid seemed so thrilled with his audience response that he repeated the comment. He then let go of the dog, which glanced uninterestedly at Banks and Annie, and no doubt toward a bowl of food. Maybe it wasn't a Rottweiler after all. Banks was about as good on dogs as he was on wildflowers, constellations, and trees. Most of nature, come to think of it, but he would get better now he had the cottage by the edge of the woods. He'd already learned to identify some of the birds, nuthatches, dunnocks, and blue tits, and he'd often heard a woodpecker knocking away at an ash trunk. "Do you know who lived here before you?" he asked. "Haven't a clue, mate, but you can ask the Wrinkleys over the road. They've been here since the fucking Ice Age." He pointed to the middle terrace house directly opposite. Mirror image. Banks could already see a figure peeking from behind moth-eaten curtains. "Thanks," he said. Annie followed him across the street. "I smell pork," said one of the doorstep trio as they went. The others laughed. Someone made a hawking. After Banks and Annie had held their warrant cards up to the letterbox for inspection, the deadbolt and the chain came off, and a hunched man, probably somewhere in his early 70s, opened the door. He had a hollow chest, deep-set eyes, a thin, lined face, and sparse black and grey hair larded back with lashings of Brill-cream, that glint of self-pitying malice peculiar to those who have been knocked on their arses too many times by life, had not been entirely extinguished from his rheumy eyes. A few watts of indignant outrage at least remained. Making sure he'd locked up behind him, he led them into the house. The windows were all shut tight, and most of the curtains were closed. The living-room had the atmosphere of a hot and stuffy funeral parlour. It smelled of cigarette smoke and dirty socks. "What's it all about, then?" The old man flopped down settee. "The past," said Banks. A woman walked through from the kitchen, about the same age as the man. She seemed a little better preserved. She certainly had a bit more flesh on her bones. The old man reached for his cigarettes and lighter, balanced on the threadbare arm of the settee, and he coughed when he lit up. What the future holds in store for us smokers if we don't stop, Banks thought glumly, deciding against joining him just at the moment. "Police, Elsie?" the man said. "Come to do something about those hooligans?" she asked. "No," said the man, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. "They say it's about the past." "Aye, well, there's plenty of that about for everyone," she said. "Like a cuppa?" "Please," said Banks. Annie nodded. "Sit yourselves down, then. I'm Mrs. Patterson, by the way. You can call me Elsie. And this is my Stanley." Offered his hand. "Call me Stan," he said with a wink. Elsie went to make the tea. "I see you met that lot over the street," Stan said with a jerk of his head. "We did," said Banks. He threatened to beat his wife, Annie said. Have you ever seen any evidence of that, Mr. Patterson? Any cuts or bruises?
Nay, lass, said Stan. He's all wind and piss, is yon Kev. Colleen'd kill him like as not if he ever laid a finger on her. And she's not his wife, neither. Not that it seems to matter these days. It's not even his kid.
He took a drag on his cigarette, which Banks noticed was untipped, and launched into a coughing fit. When he recovered, his face was red and his chest was heaving. "Sorry," he said, thumping his chest. "All them years grafting in that filthy factory. Ought to bloody sue, I did."
"How long have you lived here?"
"Oh, so it seems," Stan said.
"It were always a rough estate, even back then. But it weren't really such a bad place when we first moved in. Lucky to get it, we were."
He smoked and coughed again. Elsie came back with the tea. A cold drink would probably have made more sense, Banks thought, but you take what you're offered.
"Stan was just saying you've lived here a long time,"
Banks said to her. She poured the tea into heavy white mugs.
"Since we got married," she said. "Well, we lived with Stan's mum and dad in Pontefract for a few months, didn't we, love? But this was our first home together."
She sat beside her husband.
"And our last, way things turned out," Stan said. "Well, whose fault were that?" "Weren't mine, woman." "You knew I wanted to move to that new Rainville estate when they built it, didn't you?" "Aye," said Stan. "When were that? In 90 now. They've had to knock the bloody place down now. Things got so bad. There were other places we could have moved. Poplars, Withers." "Withers? Withers is worse than this."
"What year was it?" Banks butted in.
"When you first came to live here?"
The Pattersons glared at one another for a moment. Then Elsie stirred her tea. She sat up straight, knees pressed together, hands around the mug on her lap. In the distance, Banks could hear the music from the skinhead's house. Tortured guitars, heavy bass, a testosterone-pumped voice, snarling lust and hatred. Christ, he hoped Brian's band was better than that.
"In 1949, Elsie said. October 1949. I remember because I were 3 months gone with Derek at the time. He was our first, remember, Stan?" she said. "You'd just got that job at Blakey's Castings." Banks. "I were just 20 years old, and Elsie here were 18.
Banks hadn't even been born then. The war had been over 4 years, and the country was going through a lot of changes, setting up the welfare state in the wake of the Beveridge report, setting up the whole system that had given Banks far more opportunities and chances of self-improvement than previous generations had. And to his parents' dismay, he'd become a copper instead of a business executive or managing director, the sort of position his father had always looked up to. Now, though, having felt very much like a business executive this past year, he was pleased to discover that he still thought he had made the right choice. Banks tried to imagine the Pattersons as a young couple with hope in their hearts and a promising future before them, crossing the threshold of their first home together. The image came in black and white, with the fact— "You remember anything about your neighbours across the street?" Annie asked. "Directly opposite, where Kev and his family live now." Elsie spoke first.
"Weren't that those, you know, those, what's the names? Lived Stanley. A bit stuck up. There was some trouble."
Suicide," Banks prompted her.
"Aye, that's right. Don't you remember Stanley? Shot himself. That tall, skinny young fellow. Used to walk with a stick. Never said a word to anyone. What were his name?"
"Matthew Shackleton."
"That's right. We had police all over the place. They even came over and talked to us. By gum, that takes me back a bit. Matthew Shackleton? Don't you remember, Stanley?"
"Aye," said Stanley hesitantly. "I think so." He lit another cigarette and coughed. Then he glanced at his watch. Opening time. "Did you know the
"Not really," Elsie said. "Acted like they'd gone down in the world, fallen on hard times, like. From the country somewhere, though I found out she were nowt better than a shopkeeper's daughter. Not that there's ought wrong with that, mind you. I'm no snob. I tried to be friendly, you know, like you do, seeing as we were the newcomers and all that. But nobody bothered with them. The time or two I did talk to her, she didn't say aught about where they came from, except to mention that things had been different back in the village, like. Well, la-di-da, I thought.
Well, Banks thought, from Hobbs End to this Leeds council estate would have been quite a frightening journey into purgatory for Gwen and Matthew, unless they were in a purgatory of their own making already. How many of them lived there?
Just the two, Elsie said. I remember her saying her mother used to live with them and all, but she died a year or so.
Aye, Stan chirped in. I remember them now. Just the two of them, weren't there? Him and his wife, tall, gangly lass herself.
Nay, said Elsie, she were never his wife. He weren't right in his head. Who were she, then? I don't know, but she weren't his wife.
How do you know? Banks asked Elsie.
They didn't act like man and wife, I could tell. Don't be so bloody daft, woman, Stan said.
Then he looked at Banks and rolled his eyes.
She were his wife, take it from me.
What was her name? Banks asked.
It's on the tip of me tongue, Elsie said. Blodwyn, said Stan. Summat Welsh, any road. No, it weren't. Gwyneth. That were it. Gwyneth Shackleton.
What did she look like?
Ordinary, really, apart from them beautiful eyes of hers, said Elsie. Like Stanley said, she were a bit clumsy, you know, the way some big people are. She were nearly as tall as Matthew.
How old, would you say?
She can't have been that old, but she had a hard, done-by look about her. I don't know how to say it, really. Old before her time. Tired, like. Must have been from looking after her husband. He were an invalid. Battle, fatigue, war wound. He weren't her husband. Stan turned to face her. Did you ever see her stepping out with a young man? Come to think of it, no, I don't recall as I did. There you are, then. Goes to show. Show what? You'd have thought if she weren't married, she'd have had a boyfriend or two, girl like that, wouldn't you? I'll grant you she were no oil painting, but she were well enough shaped where it counts, and she were bonny enough.
Did they ever have many visitors? Banks asked.
Not as I noticed. One of your nose-at-the-window types, you know.
How about an attractive young woman with blonde hair? Annie said, turning to Stanley. Might have looked like this. She handed him the copy of Alice Poole's photograph and pointed to Gloria.
No, said Stan. Never seen anyone looked like her, and I think I'd remember. He winked at Annie. I'm not that old a nose, but the other one's Gwyneth, all right.
He pointed to the woman Alice had identified as Gwen Shackleton.
I can't recall as they ever had any visitors, come to think of it. Aye, you're right there, Stanley, she said. They kept to themselves.
What happened after the suicide? Banks asked.
She went away.
Do you know where?
No, she never even said goodbye. One day she were there, the next she were gone. I'll tell you what, though.
What? Asked Banks, a wicked smile.
Know who she is.
What do you mean?
That Gwyneth Shackleton. That's not her name now, of course, but it's her right enough. Done right well for herself, she has.
Who is she?
I've seen her on telly. Seen her picture in Woman's Own. You balmy woman, Stan piped up. I'm telling you, Stanley, it's her. Those eyes, the height, the voice. I don't forget things like that. I'm surprised you can't see it for yourself.
Banks was trying hard to remain patient and beginning to think he was fighting a losing battle. Mrs. Patterson, Elsie, he said finally, do you think you could tell me who you think Gwen Shackleton is?
It's that woman writes those books, isn't it? Always being interviewed on telly. And she did that documentary about that little church in London, you know, like Alan Bennett did on Westminster Abbey. Used to live just down the butcher. Any road, You could see it were her, how tall she were, and those eyes."
"What books?"
Banks asked. "Them detective books, always on telly, with that good-looking what's-his-name playing the inspector. Good they are, too. I've had her books out of the library. I must go through 10 books a week. It's her, I'm telling you. She's thinking of that Vivian Elmsley woman," sighed Stan. "Swore the first time she saw her interviewed by that bloke who talks through his nose. Melvyn Bragg? Aye, him. Swore blind it were Gwen Shackleton."
"You don't agree?" Annie asked.
"Nay, I don't know, lass. I'm not good at faces, not the way our Elsie is. She's always telling me someone's baby looks like his mum or dad, but I'm buggered if I can see it. They all look like Winston Churchill to me. Or there's a resemblance, but—" he shook his head. "It's so long ago, people change. And things like that don't happen to people like us, do they? People from places like this. Someone across the street gets famous and writes books that get done on telly and all. I mean, life's not like that, is it? Not here. Not for the likes of us. What about Alan Bennett?" Elsie argued. "And she were well read. You could tell that about her." In the brief silence that followed, Banks heard more music and laughter from across the street. "You hear what it's like," Stan said. "Never a moment's peace. Day and night, night and day, bloody racket. We keep our windows shut and curtains closed. You never know what's going to happen next. We had a murder last week. Bloke down the street playing cards with some bloody jippos. They worry about us. They'd like us to go live in sheltered housing. We might just do it and all. Right now, I'd settle for 3 squares a day and a bit of peace and quiet."
"Back to this woman," said Banks, turning to Elsie. "Gwen Shackleton."
"Aye?"
"How long did she stay on the estate after the suicide?"
"Oh, not long. I'd say as long as it took to get him buried and get everything sorted out with the authorities."
"Were the police suspicious about what happened?"
"Police are always suspicious, aren't they?" said Stan. "It's the job." He laughed and coughed. "Nay, lad, you ought to know that."
Banks smiled. "Was Gwen in the house at the time of the suicide?" he asked. Elsie paused and lowered her head.
"That's what they asked us back then," she said. "I've thought and thought about it to this day, and I still don't know. I thought that was where she'd been shopping uptown street, before I heard the bang." She frowned. "But, you see, I was so close to having our Derek, and I weren't always seeing things right. I could have been wrong."
"Did you tell the police this?"
"Yes, but now came of it. Or they'd have put her in jail, wouldn't they?"
Now Banks definitely wanted to have a look at the Matthew Shackleton file. "We might as well be off," he said to Annie, then turned to Stan and Elsie. "Thanks very much. You've been a great help."
"Tell me summat," said Stan. "I know getting information out of you lot's like prizing a penny from a Scotsman's arse, but I'm curious. This Gwen, where's she his wife?"
Banks smiled. "His sister, we think." Elsie nudged her husband hard in the ribs. He started coughing.
"See, Stanley, I told you so, you great lummox."
Banks insisted they could find Annie walk gratefully in the fresh air. The people across the street were still enjoying their party, joined now by Kev and his dog, which was running wild across the tiny lawns, scratching on doors and ripping up what weeds had survived summer so far. Another woman, whom Banks assumed to be Colleen, was also there, holding her baby. She was a skinny girl, about 17, smiling, no bruises, but with a hard, defeated look about her. As Banks and Annie neared the end of the street, an empty beer can skittered across the tarmac behind them. "What do you think about this Vivian Elmsley business?" Annie asked. "I don't know. I'm surprised that neither Elizabeth nor Alice mentioned it. Maybe they don't know. Alice said she'd got very poor eyesight, and Elizabeth Goodall didn't even know why you were visiting her. She pays so little attention to current affairs." "True," said Banks, "and Ruby Kettering, when Gwen was only about 15, definitely worth looking into."
"So," said Annie, back in the car,
"What next?" "The local Nick. I want to see Matthew Shackleton's file."
"I thought so. And then?"
"Back to Millgarth."
"Have we time for a drink and a bite to eat later?"
"Sorry, I've got a date."
She thumped him playfully.
"Seriously?" "Seriously, with a detective inspector, a male detective inspector called Ken Blackstone. You met him briefly. He gave us the address."
"I remember him. The snappy dresser. Cute?"
If Annie was disappointed, she didn't show it. Banks explained his tenuous friendship with Ken, and how he was in a mood for building bridges. Things seemed to be coming together for him. The cottage, an active investigation, Annie, and he realized that he'd been neglecting his friends for too long.
"I see," Annie said.
"I suppose so," she laughed.
"I wouldn't mind being a fly on the wall at that one. Billy Joe was confined to base for a few weeks. They said his punishment would have been far more severe hadn't all the witnesses, even Seth's friends, attested that he didn't start the fight. Seth was fine, too. At first I thought Billy Joe had broken the glass in his face, but it had simply fallen off the edge of the table when he'd tried to put it back there, before preparing to defend himself. All Billy Joe had done was punch Seth in the nose, and everyone agreed it was well-deserved. Gloria never said as much, but I think the incident put her off Billy Joe. She hated violence. Some girls like being fought over. I'll never forget the primal bloodlust in Cynthia Garman's eyes when two soldiers fought over her favours at one of the Harkside dances. She didn't care who was hitting whom, as long as flowing. But Gloria wasn't like that. Violence upset her. It was while Billy Joe was confined to base that we first met Brad and Charlie. We were walking out of the Lyceum. It was a miserable February night in 1944. Not snowing, but freezing cold, with icicles hanging from the cinema's eaves. We hadn't been out for a few days, and Gloria was getting depressed with the cold and the hard working conditions at the farm. She needed cheering up. We'd been to see Betty Davis and Paul Henreid in Now Voyager, and we were both humming the theme song as we put our coats back on in the foyer before going out into the bitter cold evening. Before Gloria could dig out her own cigarettes, a young man in a fleece-lined leather jacket walked over, put 2 cigarettes in his mouth, lit them, then handed one to her. It was the same thing they'd done in the film. "Brad," said the young man, "Brad Zikorsky, and this is my pal, Charlie Markelson." Gloria did a little mock curtsy. "Charmed to meet you, I'm sure. We're with the 448th, over at Rome Woods." Though they were statements, they sounded like questions. I'd noticed this before with both Americans and Canadians. "I don't mean to be forward," said Brad, "but would you ladies care to honour us by joining us for a drink?" We exchanged glances. I could tell Gloria wanted to go. Brad was tall and handsome, with a twinkle in his eye and a little Clark Gable moustache. I looked at Charlie, who was probably destined to be my companion for the evening, and I had to admit I quite liked what I saw. About the same age as Brad, he had intelligent eyes, if a little puppy dog, and a rather pale, thin face. His nose was too big, and it had a bump in to ride home about either. He also seemed reserved and serious. All in all, he'd do, at least for a drink. We walked across to the Black Swan. The village green was deserted, and the ice crackled under our feet. Icicles hung from the branches and twigs of the chestnut trees, and frost covered the bark. If it hadn't been so cold, I could have imagined they were blossoms in May. Behind us, the illuminated sign over the Lyceum went off. Even in the blackout, cinemas, shops, and a few other establishments were allowed a small measure of light, unless the air raid siren went off. Ahead, St. Jude's was partially lit,
and close by stood the Black Swan, with its familiar timber and whitewash facade and sagging roof. We could hear the sounds of talking and laughter from inside, but heavy blackout curtains covered the mullioned windows. The pub was crowded. Brad went to the bar for drinks, while we took our coats off. A meagre fire burned in the hearth, but with all the warm bodies in there, it was enough. Also, in the Black Swan, Brad and Charlie weren't the only Americans. It seemed to be a popular place among the Rowan Woods crowd, and there were even some GIs from the army base near Othley. They were loud, and they used hand gestures a lot. They also seemed to push and shove one another a lot, in a friendly way, as children do. Brad came back bearing a tray of 6 drinks. We wondered who was going to join us. Gloria and I were both drinking gin, and when Brad and Charlie picked up their beer glasses, then poured the small measures of whisky into them, our unspoken question was answered. Nobody. Just another American peculiarity. We toasted one another and drank. Then Brad did the thing with the cigarettes again, and Charlie did it for me. Asked. "I'm a pilot," said Brad, "and Charlie here's my navigator." "A pilot? How exciting! Where are you from?" "California." Gloria clapped her hands together. "Hollywood?" "Well, not exactly. A little place called Pasadena. You probably haven't heard of it." "But you must know Hollywood." Brad smiled, revealing straight white teeth. They must have wonderful dentists over in America, I thought, and people must have enough money to be able to afford them. "As a matter of fact, yeah, I do," he said. "I did a little stunt flying there in the movies before I came over here." "You mean you've actually been in pictures?" "Well, you can't really see it's me, but, I mean, yeah, I guess so." He named a couple of titles. We hadn't heard of either of them. "That's what I want to do when all this is over," he went on. "Get back there and get in the movie business. My father join him. I know there's plenty of money there, but that's not what I want. I want a shot at being a stuntman." If Gloria was disappointed that Brad didn't want to be an oil millionaire or a movie star, she didn't show it. As they chatted away excitedly about films and Hollywood, Charlie and I started our own hesitant conversation. The beer and whisky must have melted a little of his reserve, because he opened by asking me what I did. He regarded me seriously as I told him, his expression unchanging, nodding his head every now and then. Then he told me his father was a professor at Harvard, that he had completed his university degree in English just before the war, and when he went back, he wanted to go to Harvard, too, to study law. He liked flying, he said, but he didn't see it as a career. The more we talked, the more we found we had in common. Jane Austen and Thomas poetry of T.S. Eliot, and Robert Frost and Edward Thomas. He hadn't heard of many of our younger poets, so I offered to lend him some issues of Penguin New Writing, with poems by Macniece, Auden and Day-Lewis, and he said he would lend me Tate and Bishop's American Harvest Anthology, if I took special care with it. I told him that I would no more damage a book than I would a living human being, and that made him smile for the first time. "Have you got a husband?" I overheard Brad ask Gloria. "I mean, I don't mean to, you know." "It's all right. I did have, but he's dead, killed in Burma. At least, I hope to God he was." I turned from Charlie. It was true that we'd tried to convince ourselves of Matthew's death, but there was still a lingering hope, at least in my mind, and I thought that was a terrible thing to say. I told her so. She turned on me. "You should know better than anyone that I'm right, Gwen. You're the one who reads the newspapers and listens to the news, aren't you?" "Yes." "Look, I'm really sorry," Brad cut in, but Gloria ignored him, kept staring at me. "So you must know what they're saying about the Japanese, about the way they treat their prisoners," she went on. I had to admit that I had read one or two rather grim stories alleging that the Japanese beat and starved prisoners to death, and according to Anthony Eden, torture and decapitation were favourite pastimes in their POW camps. The Daily Mail called them monkey men,
claimed that they were subhuman and should be outlawed after they'd been beaten back to their savage land. I didn't know what to believe. If the stories were true, then I should probably agree with Gloria and hope to God Matthew was dead. "I've got friends fighting in the Pacific," said Charlie. "I hear it's pretty is a true." "Well, he's dead anyway," said Gloria, "so nothing can hurt him now. Look, this is too depressing. Can we have another round of drinkies, please?" Brad and Charlie drove us home in their jeep. Charlie seemed a little embarrassed when Brad and Gloria started kissing passionately by the fairy bridge, but he managed to pluck up the courage to put his arm around me. We kissed dutifully and arranged to meet again soon to swap books. Brad told Charlie to drive on, that he'd walk back to the base alone later, and he followed Gloria into Bridge Cottage. The Indian restaurant Ken Blackstone had chosen was a hole-in-the-wall on Burley Road, with red tablecloths and a bead curtain in front of the kitchen. Every time the waiter walked through, the beads rattled. Sitar music droned from speakers high on the walls, and the aromas of cumin and coriander filled the air. "Didn't reports?" Blackstone asked as they shared poppadoms, samosas and pakoras. "I wasn't after anything in particular," Banks said. "Elsie Patterson was unsure as to whether she saw Gwen Shackleton enter the house with her shopping before or after she heard the shot. She even thought the shot might have been a car backfiring, and she was the only witness. Nobody else saw Gwen or Matthew that day. The other neighbours were at work, the local kids at school." "What did Gwen Shackleton say in a statement?" Banks swallowed a mouthful of samosa. So far, the food was excellent, as Ken had promised. It was neither too greasy nor too needlessly hot, the way many Indian restaurants made it, mistaking chili peppers and cayenne for creative spicing. Banks thought he might like to try his hand at Indian cooking, have Annie over for a vegetarian curry. "She just said she found Matthew dead from shopping. Was there any real doubt? Was she ever a suspect? I didn't get that impression. Matthew Shackleton had a history of mental illness since the war. He was also an alcoholic. Functioning, more or less, but an alcoholic. According to the report, he had tried to kill himself once before, head in the gas oven that time. A neighbour smelled gas and saved him. The hospital suggested a period of psychiatric observation, which they carried out. Then they sent him home again. Why didn't he use the gun that time? No idea. But it was just a matter of time. Seems that way. You disagree?" "No, though I suppose there's always the possibility that he was helped on his way, that he had become an intolerable burden to his sister. Remember, Gwen had been taking care of both her mother and her brother. It's not much of a life for a young woman, is it? Anyway, if Elsie Patterson really did see Gwen the shot was fired, it's possible Gwen might have stood by and let him get on with it." "Still a crime." "Yes, but it happened over 40 years ago, Ken, and we'd never prove it. Not unless Gwen Shackleton confessed. Why should she do that? Years of accumulated guilt? The need to get it off her chest before her final confrontation with the Almighty? I don't know. Who knows why people confess? They do, though." Their main courses arrived. Aloo gobi, Rogan Josh, and king prawn with pilau rice, lime chutney and chapatis. They ordered more lager. Banks looked at Blackstone. "Cute," Annie had said. Cute was the last thing that came to Banks's mind. Elegant, yes. Dunnish, even. But cute. No matter where Blackstone was, student hangout, backstreet pub, five-star restaurant, cop shop, he was always immaculately dressed in his herringbone, monogrammed silk handkerchief poised over the edge of his top pocket, folds so aesthetic and delicate they might have been set by a Japanese flower arranger, crisp white shirt, neat Windsor knot in his subdued tie, thinning sandy hair curled around his ears, and his wire-rimmed glasses balanced on the bridge of his straight nose. "What about forensics?" Blackstone asked. "Single shot in the mouth, splattered his brains over the wall like blancmange. No evidence of a struggle. Empty whiskey bottle by the chair. The angle of the wound was also consistent with the suicide theory. Note? Yes, the genuine article, according to forensics. So what's bothering you? Banks ate some curry and washed it down before answering. Already a pleasant glow was spreading from his mouth and stomach through the rest of his body. The curry was just hot enough to produce a mild buzz off. Nothing really, outside of normal curiosity. I'm not really interested in whether Gwen Shackleton helped a brother commit suicide or not, but I would like to know if he murdered Gloria Shackleton. Perhaps he couldn't live with the guilt. My first thought. But now? Oh, it's still the most likely explanation. The only person who can tell us is Gwen Shackleton. What happened to her? Is she still alive? That's another interesting thing. Elsie Patterson swears she's Vivian Elmsley. Blackstone whistled and raised his thin, arched eyebrows. The writer? That's the one. What do you think? I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. The Pattersons said they could tell Gwen was well-read, and everyone who remembers her said she always had her head stuck in a book. Annie's going to ask around, but there's only one way to find out for certain, isn't there? We'll have to talk to her. Like Gloria's son, if he's still alive. She certainly had calls out all over the country for information. It's hard to imagine that many people don't know the story, which may mean that, if it is her, she has a reason for not wanting to be found. Exactly. A guilty secret. Wasn't that the title of one of her books? Banks laughed. Was it? I can't say as I've read any. I have, said Blackstone. Seen them on telly, too. She's actually a very talented writer. Hasn't a clue about how we really operate, of course, but then none of them do. It'd make for some pretty boring books if they did. True enough. Blackstone ordered a couple more pints of lager. He looked at his watch. How about heading into town after this one? He asked. OK. How are the kids? Fine, I suppose. Well, at least Tracy is. Brian? Silly bugger's just cocked up his finals and come out with a third. Blackstone, who had a degree in art history, frowned. You don't blame yourself, do you? The break-up? Stress? Banks shook his head. Nah, not really. I think he just sort of lost interest in the subject and found something he felt more passionate about. The music? Uh-huh. He's in a band. They're trying to make a go of it. Good for him, said Blackstone. I would have thought you'd approve. That's the bloody problem, Ken. I do. Only when he first told me, I said some things I regret. Now I can't get in touch with him to explain. They're out on the road somewhere. Keep trying. That's about all you can do. I sounded just like my own parents. It brought back a lot of stuff. Things I hadn't really thought much about in years, like why I made some of the choices I did. Any answers? Banks smiled. On a postcard, please. Any great change in your circumstances tends to make you introspective. It's one of the stages you go through. Been reading? Blackstone smiled. Fruits of experience, mate. This DS you were asking me about on the phone, the one who was with you at Milgarth, what's her name again? Annie. Annie Cabot. Good-looking woman? I suppose so. You involved with her? Banks paused. If he told Ken Blackstone the truth, that would be one person too many who knew about them. But why keep it a secret? Why lie? Ken was a mate? He nodded briefly. Is it serious? For crying out loud, Ken, I've only known her a week. Blackstone held his hands up. OK. Is she the first one since Sandra? Yes. Well, apart from a mistake one night. Yes. Why? Just be careful, that's all. Come again? Blackstone leaned back in his chair. You're still vulnerable, that's what I'm talking about. It takes a long time to get over a relationship as long-lasting and as deep as yours, and it went, Ken. I'm beginning to think I believed what I wanted to believe. Missed the signposts to the real world. Whatever. All I'm saying is that when someone goes through what you're going through, he either ends up angry at women for a long time, or he misses what he had. Or both. If he's angry, then he probably just shags them and leaves them. But if he misses the relationship, then he looks for another one to replace it, and his judgment is not necessarily in the best of nick. If he's both, then he gets into another relationship and fucks it up royally all around and wonders why everyone ends up in tears. Banks pushed his chair back and stood up. Well, thanks for the amateur psychology, Ken, but if I'd wanted Claire fucking Rayner— Blackstone grabbed onto Banks's sleeve. Alan, sit down, please. I'm not suggesting you do anything except be aware of the pitfalls. He smiled. Besides, your blood situation, I know that. All I'm saying is, think about what you want and why you want it. Be aware of what's going on. That's all the wisdom I have to offer. You've always struck me as a bit of a romantic underneath it all. Banks hesitated, still half ready to leave and half ready to punch Blackstone. What do you mean? The kind of detective who cares just a bit too much about every victim. The kind of bloke who falls a little bit in love with every woman he sleeps with. Banks glanced at Blackstone through narrowed eyes. I haven't slept with that many women, he said. And as for— Sit down, Alan, please. Banks paused for a moment. When he felt the anger sluice away, he sat. What does she feel about it all? Banks reached for a cigarette. He felt uncomfortable, as if he were in the dentist's chair and Blackstone were probing a particularly sensitive nerve. He'd never been good at talking about his feelings. He was a psychologist. It was something he had in common with most of his male friends, and it gave him a special solidarity with Yorkshiremen. He should have remembered that Ken Blackstone was a bit artsy, read Freud and that sort of thing. I don't know, he said. I haven't asked her. We haven't really talked about it. Blackstone paused. Banks lit his cigarette. On a night like this one was shaping up to be, he might go over his allowance. Alan, Blackstone went on, 10 months ago, you thought you had a stable marriage of more than 20 years standing, house, kids, the full Monty. Then, all of a sudden, the carpet's pulled out from under you, and you find you've got nothing of the kind. The emotional fallout from that sort of upset doesn't go away overnight, mate, I can tell you. And believe me, I speak from experience. It takes years to get it out of your system. Enjoy yourself. You're not ready to deal with that yet. Don't confuse sex and love. He slapped the table. Shit, now I am starting to sound like Claire Rayner. I didn't really want to get into this. Why did you start it then? Blackstone laughed. God knows. Because I've been there, maybe. Bit of personal therapy. Like anything, it's probably more about me than you. Maybe I'm just jealous. Maybe I wouldn't mind sleeping with an attractive young DS myself. Lord knows, it's been a bloody long time. Ignore me. Banks finished his pint and put the glass down slowly. Look, I take your point, Ken. Really I do. But to be honest, it's the first time I've felt comfortable with a woman since Sandra left. Not comfortable so much. That's not the right word. Annie's not a woman you necessarily feel comfortable with. She's a little weird, bit of a free spirit. Very first time I've really felt free enough to jump into something and say, damn the consequences. Blackstone laughed and shook his head slowly. Sounds like you've got it bad. He looked at his watch. What say we hit the flesh pots of Leeds and get irredeemably pissed? Banks smiled. Most sensible thing you've said all night. Let's do it. And I've got a fine malt tucked away at home for afters. Even better. Lead on. Winter finally gave way to a slow spring, with its snowdrops and rowan woods, then the bluebells, crocuses and daffodils. Brad and Charlie became our regular beau, and we saw far less of Billy Joe, who became very sulky after he found he'd lost Gloria to a pilot. The Americans always seem more casual about rank, unlike the English. I suppose it's because our class system instilled it in us from birth, while Americans were all created. It must be nice for them. It would probably be confusing for us. But it's one thing for officers and enlisted men to eat, drink and billet together, and quite another for a second lieutenant to steal a mere sergeant's girl. I was worried that Billy Joe would start a fight, given his violent streak, but he soon found another girl, and even started talking to us again when we met at dances and in pubs. He pestered Gloria on occasion to go back with him, or at least just to sleep with him again, but she was able to keep him at bay, even when she'd been drinking. PX, of course, remained absolutely essential, so we made sure we still cultivated him. As none of us had actually gone out with him anyway, we had no reason to think our new relationship with Brad and Charlie would have any effect on the friendship, and it didn't seem to. I won't say that my affair with Charlie was a grand passion, but we became as time went on, and he did become the first man I ever slept with. He was gentle, patient and sensitive, which was exactly what I needed, and I came to look forward to those times we spent in bed together at Bridge Cottage, courtesy of Gloria. Our relationship remained more of an intellectual one. We passed books back and forth with abandon. Forster, Proust, Dostoevsky. Charlie wasn't dull and dry, though. He loved to dance and was a great Humphrey Bogart fan. He took me to see Casablanca and The Maltese Falcon, even though he'd seen them both before. He was also far more passionate about classical music than I was, and we sometimes went to concerts. Once, I remember, we went all the way to Huddersfield to see Benjamin Britten conduct his own Hymn to St. Cecilia. In all the excitement, we were probably guilty of neglecting the peace days after Matthew's disappearance, especially Michael Stanhope. We redeemed ourselves with him a little when he had an exhibition in Leeds. Charlie and I made a weekend of it, and we went to stay at the Metropole Hotel. Charlie, who knew a lot more about painting than I did, praised the exhibition to the skies, and I think Mr. Stanhope was rather taken with him. Even Gloria went to see Mr. Stanhope at his studio that summer and autumn far more often than she had before. I tried not to dwell on the dangers inherent in Charlie's job, and for his part he never seemed to want to talk about them. The war receded into the distance during those hours we spent together, reading or making love, though it was difficult to ignore the rest of the time. The Americans were carrying out precision daylight bombing raids over Germany, often without fighter cover, and their casualties were appalling. Planes taking off after dark. I now heard them in the mornings. The flying fortresses were much louder than the RAF planes that had been there before. They would warm up the engines at about 5 o'clock, which was the time I usually awoke anyway, and I would lie there stealing an extra few minutes of warmth and imagine Charlie checking his maps and preparing himself for another raid. Charlie told me that up around 20,000 feet they were flying at temperatures of between -30 and -50 degrees Fahrenheit. I couldn't imagine anything that cold. He had to wear long woolen underwear and electrically heated flying suits under his fleece-lined leather jacket. I had to laugh when he said it would take him half an hour to get undressed and into bed with me. And so life went on. Books, bed, pictures, dances, concerts, talk. Double summertime began giving us the long spring evenings to go for walks to pick wildflowers in Rowan Woods, or idle down by the river. In May, when it was warmer, we would often sit on the banks of Hawksmere and read Coleridge and Wordsworth out loud to one another. We had picnics of spam and potted shrimp sandwiches on the terraces just off the edge. Mother liked Charlie, I could tell, though she didn't say much. She never did. Matthew's disappearance had taken most of the wind out of her sails. But Charlie brought her lifesavers and Hershey bars, and she thanked him and ate them all. After the excitement of the Normandy landing, we soon got back to reality, the summer of the Doodlebugs. We only experienced one V-1 rocket in Hobbs End, one which had badly lost its way. I was standing on the Fairy Bridge, chatting with Cynthia Garman. It was a typical July, leaden clouds and the threat of storm. We were talking about the Japanese defeat at Impel, wishing Matthew could have been there to experience it. when we heard the awful sound in the sky, like a motorcycle without a silencer. All of a sudden it spluttered to a stop. Then there was a dreadful silence. We could see it by then, a dark, pointed shape beginning the silent arc of its descent. Fortunately, it fell in one of the fields between Hobbs End and Harkside without exploding, and by the time we'd rushed down to see what was going on, the local ARP people already had the area cordoned off and were waiting for the UXB team to arrive. The advance continued, and slowly things began to improve. The blackout was replaced by the dim-out in September, but most of us left the curtains up anyway and didn't get around to taking them down until the following year. Feeling flush with the possibility of victory, we had little idea of the grim winter to come. By 10 o'clock that night, Annie was feeling so restless that even a large glass of wine didn't help settle her down. She knew what part of the problem was: Banks. When he told her he was going out boozing with a mate instead of going to dinner with her, she did feel pissed off with him. She felt disappointed that he would rather go drinking with someone else than be with her, especially at such an early and delicate stage in their relationship. True, it was she who had suggested they limit their time together to weekends, but it was also she who had broken the rule the other night. Why couldn't he do the same tonight? But at least she hadn't wasted her time that evening. The long trail that had started on Wednesday over the telephone was beginning to bear fruit. At first, she'd come to the conclusion that it was easier finding a fully dressed woman in the out of the American embassy. People were polite, insufferably so, but she was shunted from one minion to another for the best part of an hour, and came out with nothing but an earache and a growing distaste for condescending and suspicious American men who called her Ma'am. By the end of the day, she'd managed to discover that the personnel at Rowan Woods in late 1943 would have been members of the United States 8th Air Force, and it was very unlikely that there would be any local records of who they were. One of the more helpful employees suggested that she try contacting the USAFE base in Rammstein, and gave her the number. When she got back from the Leeds Council estate, even though it was early evening, she phoned Rammstein, where she discovered that all Air Force personnel records were kept at the National Personnel Record Center in St. Louis, and found that St. Louis was 6 hours behind Harkside, which meant it would be afternoon there. After a little more shunting around and a few abrupt requests to please hold, she was put through to a woman called Mattie, who just adored her accent. They chatted about the differences in weather — it was raining hard in St. Louis — and about other things for a short while. Then Annie plucked up the courage to ask for what she wanted. Expecting some sort of military smokescreen, she was pleasantly surprised when Mattie told her that there was no problem. The records were generally available to the public, and she would see what she could do. When Annie mentioned the initials PX, Mattie laughed and said that was the man who looked after the store. She also warned Annie that some of their records had been burned in a fire a few years ago, but if she still had Rowan Woods, she'd set the fax to send it out during the night. Annie thanked her profusely and went home feeling absurdly pleased with herself. But it didn't last. Sometimes when she felt irritable and restless like this, she would go for a drive, and that was exactly what she did. Without making a conscious decision, she took the road west out of Harkside, and when she reached the turn-off for Thornfield Reservoir, she turned right. By then, she'd realized that Banks wasn't the problem. She was. She was pissed off at herself for letting him get to her. She was behaving like some sort of silly, love-struck schoolgirl. Vulnerable, hurt. Let's face it, Annie, she told herself. Life has been pretty simple, pretty much regimented for some time now. No real highs, no real lows. Only herself to think of. Manageable, but diminished. She'd been hiding from life in a remote corner of Yorkshire, hush world she'd experienced out there, Sometimes when you open yourself up to that life again, it can be confusing and painful, like when you open your eyes to bright light. Your emotions are tender and raw, more than usually sensitive to all its nuances, its little hurts and humiliations. So that was what was happening. Well, at least she knew that much. So much for cool Annie, so much for detachment. A misshapen harvest moon hung low in the western sky, bloated and flattened into a red sausage shape by the gathering haze. Otherwise the road was unlit, surrounded on both sides by tall, dark trees. Her headlights caught dozens of rabbits. She pulled into the car park and turned off the engine. Silence. As she got out and stood in the warm night air, she started to feel at peace. Her problems seemed to slip away, knew they would sort themselves out. Annie loved being alone deep in the countryside at night, where you might hear only the very distant progress of a car, the rustles of small animals, see only the dark shapes of the trees and hills, perhaps a few pinpricks of light from farmhouses on distant hillsides. She loved the sea at night even more, the relentless rhythm of the waves, the hiss and suck, and the way the reflected moonlight sways and bends with the water's swell and catches the crests of the waves. But the sea was 50 miles away. She would have to make do with the woods for now. The appeal was still to the deep, primitive part of her. She took the narrow footpath towards Hobbs End, walking carefully because of the gnarled tree roots that crossed it in places, and the stones that thrust up out of the dirt. Hardly any moonlight penetrated the tree cover, but here and there she caught a slat or two of these. She could smell the loamy, earthy smell of trees and shrubs. The slightest breeze butterfly-kissed the upper leaves. When Annie reached the slope, she paused and looked down on the ruins of Hobbs End. It was easy to make out the dark skeletal shape, the spine and ribs, but somehow tonight, with the slight curve of the high street and the dry riverbed, the ruins looked more like the decayed stubs of teeth in a sneering mouth. Annie skipped down the slope and walked toward the Fairy Bridge. From there she looked along the river and saw the blood-red moonlight reflected in the few little puddles of water that remained on its muddy bed. She walked on past the outbuilding where Gloria's skeleton had been found, and the ruins of Bridge Cottage next to it. The ground around had all been dug up and was now taped off for safety. The Sockos from headquarters had brought their own crime scene tape. High Street. As she went, Annie tried to visualize the scene from Michael Stanhope's painting. Children laughing and splashing in the river shallows, knots of local women gossiping outside a shop, the butcher's boy in his blood-stained apron riding like the wind, the tall young woman arranging newspapers in a rack. Gwyneth Shackleton. That was who it was. Why hadn't she realized it before? Somehow the revelation that Stanhope had also painted Gwen Shackleton into his scene thrilled her. She looked at the ruins to her right, and saw where once was a detached cottage with a little garden, once a row of terrace houses, opening directly onto the pavement. This was where the Ginnell led off to the tanner's yard. Here was the Shackletons' newsagent shop. Here the butcher's. And a little farther down stood the shoulder of mutton, with the wind. So real did it all seem as she walked toward the flax mill, that she began to fancy she could even hear long silent voices whispering secrets. She passed the street that led to the old church, and stood at the western end of the village, on that stretch of empty ground where the houses ended, and the land rose toward the mill. As she stood and breathed in the air deeply, she realized how much she wanted to know what had happened here, every bit as much as Banks did. Without her wishing for it, or asking for it, Hobbs End and its history had imposed themselves on her, thrust themselves into her consciousness, and become part of her life. It had happened at the same time that Banks had become part of her life too. She knew that, whatever became of them, the two events would be united in her mind forever. When she'd challenged him on his obsession with it the other night. It wasn't because of the war, but because she identified with Gloria. This was a woman who had struggled and dared to be a little different in a time that didn't tolerate such behaviour. She'd lost her parents, then had either abandoned or been cast out by the father of her child, had come to a remote place, taken on a hard job, and fallen in love. Then she'd lost her husband in the war, or so she must have believed. If Gloria had been still alive when Matthew came back, then she would have had to face a stranger, most likely. Whatever else happened, someone strangled her, stabbed her nearly 20 times and buried her under an outbuilding, and nobody had tried to find out what happened to her. Suddenly Annie noticed a movement and saw a figure scuttle across the Fairy Bridge toward the car parks. Her blood froze. At that moment she became a little girl frightened of the dark, and hobgoblins haunted Hobbs End. She was the whole length of the village away, so what she saw was nothing more than a fleeting silhouette. Finding her voice, she called out. No answer came. The figure disappeared up the slope into the woods. Annie set off in pursuit. With every stride, the policewoman in her started to overcome the scared, superstitious girl. Just when she'd got back up the slope and was heading for the woods, she heard a car start ahead of her. There were 2 small car parks, separated by a high hedge, and whoever this was must have been parked in the other one, or Annie would have seen the car earlier. She put on an extra burst of speed, but could only get to the road in time to see the tail lights disappearing. Even in the moonlight, all she could tell was that the car was dark in colour. She stood there leaning forward, hands resting on her knees, getting her breath back, and wondering who the hell escaped discovery. Chapter 12. He asked me to marry him? Gloria repeated. I still don't believe you, I said. Well, you can ask him yourself. It's true. It was early in the new year, 1945, and I'd dropped by Bridge Cottage one evening to see how Gloria was coping. She had had a terrible cold over Christmas, had even missed Alice Poole's farewell party, and the doctor said she had almost caught pneumonia. Though she was weak and pale and had lost some weight, she seemed to be on the mend. You should have seen my nose when he asked me. It was red raw. I laughed. It was good to laugh at something. Christmas that year had been a miserable affair, not only because it was the coldest one I could remember, but because the advance that had seemed to be going so well earlier had bogged down in the Ardennes. It was all right for Alice. Her Eric had been wounded there and shipped. Bloody war going to drag on. Couldn't everyone see we'd all had enough? Sometimes I felt that I'd never even known life during peacetime. What did you say? I asked. I told him I'd think about it, but he'd have to wait until the war was over, until we could find out for certain about Matt. Do you love him? In a way. Not... Oh, I mean, I don't really think I could ever love anyone like I loved Matt. But Brad and I get on well enough, in and out of bed. I like his company, and he's good to me. When the war's over, he wants to take me back to Hollywood with him. It'll be a new lease on life, I suppose. Yes, and I'll have someone I can visit out there. You will. But, what do you mean? I still sense a but. You only told him you'd think about it. Oh, I don't know, Gwen. You know, I can't even consider getting married again. But I will think about it. Oh, look what PX brought me when I was ill. Isn't he sweet? It was a box of chocolates. A bloody box of chocolates. I hadn't even seen a single chocolate in years. Gloria held out the box. Please take one. Take them all, in fact. They'll only make me fat. What about me? I asked, picking out the caramel. You could do with a bit of meat on your bones. I threw the screwed-up wrapper at her. Cheeky. Well, you could. What about Charlie? Oh, he's still depressed about Glenn Miller disappearing. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Has he asked you yet? I'm sure I blushed. No, I said, we haven't talked about marriage. Books, that's all you two ever talk about. It's not, she smiled. I'm teasing, Gwen. I'm glad you're happy, honest I am. We still haven't talked about Hurry, I suppose, but you could do a lot worse. A lawyer? He'll be rich, just you wait and see. Money isn't everything. It certainly helps. Anyway, you can go to America too, and be a rich lawyer's wife. We can see each other all the time, have lunch together. Gloria, Boston is miles away from Los Angeles. Is it? Well, at least we'll be in the same country. And so we chatted on about love and marriage and what the future might offer us. Gloria soon recovered her health, and the round of dances, films, and pub nights started all over again. February brought the prospect of victory closer, and I actually began to believe that we were entering the last spring of the war. Everything changed one grey afternoon in March, when a tall, gaunt stranger walked down the high street toward me, struggling against the wind. Banks really must, pursing her lips and tapping her pen against the side of her thigh. It was after 9, and he wasn't in his office yet. Was he still in Leeds? Had he and his friend picked up some women? She fought back the acid burn of jealousy that curdled in her stomach. Jealousy and suspicion had ruined relationships for her before. Just before Rob got killed, she'd suspected he was seeing someone else, and had consequently treated him badly. She thought she'd conquered her feelings by now, thought she'd learned detachment. But perhaps she'd only put her insecurity on mothballs, along with everything else, since she'd transferred to North Yorkshire. It was a frightening thought. Until she'd met Banks, she'd imagined she was in control, doing just fine. Annie remembered she was supposed to check on the Gwen Shackleton-Vivian Elmsley link. First she phoned Ruby Kettering, who said, as expected, that it was so long it looked or sounded like. Besides, Gwen would have only been 15 then. Elizabeth Goodall told Annie that she had no idea who Vivian Elmsley was, and Alice Poole said that, with her poor eyesight, she couldn't be relied upon to tell Queen Elizabeth from Prince Charles. Next, Annie phoned Milgarth and asked to speak to D.I. Blackstone. He told her Banks was on his way back to Eastvale. She could have sworn he was suppressing laughter as he said it. They had probably been talking about her. Images of Banks telling all the steamy details to his pal after a few pints made her face burn and her throat constrict. All of a sudden, her pleasure in wanting to tell him about her success with USAFE evaporated. Men, Annie thought. Never anything but bloody big kids when you got right down to it, and that was the most charitable view. The fax machine hummed into action the information from Matty in St. Louis. It was a personnel breakdown of the 448th Bomber Group at Rowan Woods AAF base between December 19th, 1943 and May 17th, 1945, when they'd left. There were a lot of names. Too many. As she glanced over the list, Annie thought again about the Hobbs End incident last night. It had rattled her more than she realized at first, and she had had a difficult time getting to sleep. She didn't know why it should have affected her that way, apart from the misshapen red moon, the eerie atmosphere, and the way the ruins had seduced her into believing in ghosts and goblins, and things that go bump in the night. But ghosts and goblins don't run away and drive off in cars. Now, in the light of day, what bothered her most of all was why someone should hide from her in the first place, and then why take off like a bat? There might be a simple explanation, of course. Whoever it was may have been more afraid of her than she was of him. A mischievous kid, perhaps. Given everything else they had discovered since Adam Kelly found the Hobbs End skeleton, however, Annie felt inclined to be more suspicious. The answer still eluded her. There was nothing left at the site. The Sockos had been over it thoroughly. Perhaps someone might think there was something there, though. Even so, how could anything buried there incriminate anyone living now? From what Annie had seen briefly of the figure last night, whoever it was hadn't been old enough to have murdered Gloria Shackleton over 50 years ago. People in their 70s or 80s don't usually move that fast. So it remained a mystery. She wanted to talk to Banks about it, but he'd been off behaving like a silly kid, getting pissed with his mates and telling tales about her sexual appetite and his ability to satisfy over the size of China. Debussy's chamber music for harp and wind instruments got Banks back to Gratley safe and sane via the slow back roads. He thought of stopping in at Harkside on his way to see how Annie was doing, but decided against it. He didn't want her to see him until he'd at least managed a change of clothes. The ones he was wearing still stank of smoke and stale beer. His head ached, despite the paracetamol he'd downed at Ken's flat that morning, and his mouth tasted like the bottom of a birdcage. When he'd awoken and looked around Ken's living room, he had groaned at the detritus of a wild and foolish night. An empty bottle of Glenmorangie on the coffee table, alongside an empty bottle of claret and an overflowing ashtray. He didn't think the whisky bottle had been full when they got into it, but even a 15-year-old would have had more sense than to mix beer, wine, and whiskey. He'd enjoyed what he remembered of their rambling talk about women, marriage, divorce, sex, and loneliness. And there was wonderful music. Ken was an aficionado of female jazz singers, a vinyl freak too, and the LP sleeves scattered over the floor attested to this. Ella Fitzgerald, June Christie, Dinah Washington, Helen Forrest, Anita O'Day, Keely Smith, Peggy Lee. The last thing Banks remembered was drifting off to late-period Billie Holiday singing Ill Wind, her smoked honey voice beautifully mingling with Ben Webster's tenor sax. Then came oblivion. He groaned and rubbed his stubbly face. All the hangover clichés ran through his mind, one after another. You're getting too old for this sort of thing. Time you grew up. And I'll never touch another drop as long as I live. It was August. Last night would have to remain a one-off, a brief lapse, a necessary sacrifice to friendship. As Banks emptied his pockets before dropping his jeans in the laundry basket, noticing how full it was getting, he found a slip of paper. On it was the name Maria, followed by a Leeds telephone number. He racked his brains, but he couldn't remember which one of the two girls they'd talked to in the Adelphi was Maria. Was it the petite blonde, or the slender redhead with the freckles and the wide gap between her front teeth? He thought the blonde had been more interested in Ken, and he vaguely remembered them talking about the pre-Raphaelites. If Maria was the redhead, she had a sort of pre-Raphaelite look about her. Maybe that was how the subject had come up. No good, he couldn't remember. It had been that kind of night. He screwed up the slip of paper, aimed it at the waste bin, then stuck it in the top drawer of his bedside table. You'd never know. After a shave, a shower, and a change of clothes, Banks drove to Eastvale and arrived at his office just after 10 o'clock. He hardly had time to turn on his computer when his door opened and in strode Chief Constable Jeremiah Jimmy Riddle himself, making one of his rare forays to Eastvale. Banks muttered a silent curse, just what he needed in his fragile state. Banks looked up. "Sir? Banks, you look bloody awful," said Riddle. "What have you been doing, man? Drinking yourself silly? Touch your flu, sir." "Flu, my arse. Anyway, that's your problem. You want to go on poisoning your liver. What can I do for you, sir?" "It's that skeleton case I gave you. Been all over the news lately, attracting a lot of publicity. I hope you're on top of things." "Definitely, sir." "Good. I want you to bring me up to date. I've got to go to London today to tape together a special segment on the investigation of old cases, how DNA makes a difference, that sort of thing." He brushed some imaginary fluff from the front of his uniform and glanced at his watch. "I need an angle, and you'd better make it quick. My train leaves in an hour and a half." Well, be thankful for small mercies, Banks told himself. "Where do you want me to begin, sir?" he asked. "At the bloody beginning, man. Where do you think?" Banks told him what he and Annie had discovered so far from the Sockos, from talking to Elizabeth Goodall and Alice Poole,
and from the visit to Leeds. When he'd finished, Riddle ran his hand over his shiny bald scalp and said, "It's not much to go on, is it? Memory of a couple of old biddies." "We're not likely to get much better," said Banks. "Not at this point. Too much time's gone by. I suppose you could make a point about how unreliable people's memories become over the years?" Riddle nodded. "There's a lot we're still waiting on. We've got a report on Dr. Williams's physical examination of the bones, but we're still waiting the results of further tests both from him and our forensic odontologist. These things take time. And cost money. It had better be worth it, Banks. Don't think I'm not keeping my eye on the bottom line on this one." "We also found a button, possibly military, close to the body. She may have been holding it when she was killed. There's still a lot we don't know yet." Riddle rubbed his chin. "Still," he said, "there's a good angle in what you've already told me. Nude paintings, village scandals, women playing around with Yanks. Yes, that's good stuff. That'll play. And give me a copy of the forensic anthropologist's report to read on my way. I want to sound as if I know what I'm talking about." "You've been trying to do that for years without much success," Banks wanted to say, but he held his tongue and phoned the Riddle could pick it up on his way out, seeing as he was in such a hurry. "You mentioned DNA, sir," he said. "You might mention that we think her son is still alive, and it would be a great help if he could get in touch with us. That way we could verify the identity of the remains once and for all." Riddle stood up. "If I've got time, Banks, if I've got time." He paused with his hand on the doorknob and half-turned. "By the way," he said, "D.S. Cabot, how's she working out?" She? So he did know. "Fine," said Banks. "She's a good detective. Wasted in a place like Harkside." A malicious smile flitted across Riddle's face. "Ah, yes. Pity, really. I understand there was some trouble in her previous posting. Nice-looking girl, though, by all accounts." "Trouble, sir? You should know all about that, Banks. Insubordination, failure to respect senior ranks, but not always the person who fills it." Riddle stiffened. "Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself for your sake, Banks, because this is about as good as it's going to get for you around here." With that he walked out and slammed the door. Banks thought about what he'd just heard. So Jimmy Riddle knew who Annie Cabot was, and had assigned him to work with her anyway. Why? Riddle already thought Banks was a rampant coxman, making trysts with exotic Asians in Leeds during police time, and basically shagging everything in a skirt. Riddle had also mentioned some trouble. What could all that be about? Most of all, though, why would Riddle think that working with Annie Cabot would be hell on earth for Banks? Because, if one thing was certain, hell on earth was all Riddle had in store for him. On his way to the coffee machine, Banks bumped into D.S. Hatchley and asked him to find out what he could about Francis Henderson. Gloried it was probably a pointless exercise, but it was a loose end that nagged him. Banks was still getting the hang of the station's new voicemail system, and was more often than not likely to forget about it or delete everything waiting for him. But that morning he got Annie's message loud and clear. The ice in her tone was enough to freeze his eardrum. There was also a message from a Major Gargrave in military. Banks phoned him first, building up the courage to call Annie later. "It's about that query you made the other day," said Major Gargrave. "Matthew Shackleton." "Yes? Well, it's all a bit embarrassing, really. He came back, didn't he? We found a death certificate dated 1950. I was going to ask you about it." "Yes, well, these things happen sometimes, you know. When my assistant was returning the file, he found some papers wedged down between two folders. It was because of the irregularity of it all, you see. And a filing error." "Yes." "When did he return?" Banks asked. "It was his sister who reported his return, actually. March 1945, place called Hobbs End. Does that make any sense?" "Yes," said Banks. "Go on." "I'm afraid there's not much more to tell, really.
Sergeant Shackleton simply discharged himself from a London hospital and went liberated from a Japanese POW camp in the Philippines and shipped home in pretty bad shape. No identification. And that's all? Yes, it would seem so. Very odd. OK, said Banks. Thanks very much for calling, Major. No problem. After he hung up, Banks opened the window and let the sunshine in. He thought of lighting a cigarette, but realised he didn't really feel like one. Too many last night. His throat and lungs still felt raw. There was something that didn't make sense in what the Major had just told him. It was on the tip of his consciousness, but he couldn't quite force it out. Too many dead brain cells in the way. Back at his desk, Banks steeled himself and picked up the phone. He was as ready as he ever would be for Annie now. She answered on the third ring. "You're back then?" was all she said. "Yes." "Have a good time?" "Pretty good, thanks." "Good. I'm glad. You probably deserved it." "Probably." "I've got the info on the Rowan Woods personnel." "Wonderful. It's a long list, though. It'll take a bit of whittling down. There was more than one person working in the PX for a start." Banks sensed that her tone was softening a little. Should he tell her he had missed her last night? Or ask her what was wrong? Better hold off a while. He ventured a tentative. "Is there anything else?" Annie told him about what happened at Hobbs End. "What were you doing out there?" he asked. "What does it matter? Maybe I just wanted to see what it looked like in the dark." "And? It looked spooky. It was probably just a kid." "I thought about that. It didn't look like a kid. And it drove away." "I've known 10-year-olds do that. Still, I take your point. There's not much we can do about it now, though, is there?" "I just thought I'd let you know, for the record. It was interesting, that's all." "Sounds like it. Anything blank on trying to confirm Vivian Elmsley's identity through Ruby, Betty and Alice?" "We better track her down anyway," Banks said. "I've already done that." "Now I'm really impressed." "So you should be. While you've been recovering from your self-inflicted damage, I've been on the phone." Was there a hint of forgiveness there, perhaps? Depended how he played it. He needed to strike the right balance of remorse and praise, guilt and compliments. "And?" "Well, in her case it was easy. She's in the London telephone directory." "You didn't phone her, did you?" "Please, give me some credit. I'm not gormless. But I've got her address. What do you want to do about it?" "We should talk to her as soon as possible. If she really is the one we're looking for, she's holding something back. She might also know the names we want. There was another thing nagging at me a few minutes ago, and I've just realised over." "Yes." "All right. What was it?" Banks explained to her about the call from Major Gargrave. "It's to do with a gun," he said. "What gun?" "The one Matthew Shackleton's supposed to have shot himself with." "What about it? Handguns must have been common enough just after the war. You just had hundreds and thousands of men running around, armed to the teeth, killing one another, remember?" "Yes, but why would Matthew have a gun? I don't—" "Wait a minute. I think I do see what you mean. If he was a released POW, he'd hardly have his service revolver. I should imagine the Japanese confiscated the weapons off the people they captured, wouldn't you? Unless his liberators gave him one. I suppose that's remotely possible, especially if they were Americans. Americans feel naked without guns." "But you don't think so?" "I think it's highly unlikely," said Banks. "Why should they? And why would he still have Biddle? Anyway, it's a minor point. Probably doesn't mean a thing." "If he did have a gun, though, why didn't he use that on Gloria instead of strangling her and stabbing her?" "If it was Matthew who killed her." "Have you considered Gwen as a serious suspect?" Annie asked. "Certainly. According to everything we've heard, she was very close to her brother. If Gloria was hurting him, running around with other men, Gwen might just have fought back on his behalf. At the very least, she should be able to tell us more about Matthew's relationship with Gloria after he came back, assuming Gloria was still alive at the time. Fancy a trip to London tomorrow?" "Who's driving?" "We'll take the train. It's faster, and the London traffic's murder. If my memory serves me well, there's a train leaves York around 9:15 that'll have us at King's Cross by 20 to 11. Can you manage that? No problem. In the meantime, I'll see if I can get any more information on the air. Banks walked over to the window and looked out over the square, with its ancient market cross and square-towered church, grey gold in the sunlight. He thought about Vivian Elmsley. Could she really be Gwen Shackleton? It seemed a preposterous idea, but stranger things had happened. He decided it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a go at one or two of Vivian Elmsley's books before he set off to interview her. Her writing might give him some insight into her character. He tried dialing Brian's Wimbledon number again. Still nothing. Ken Blackstone was right, though. All he could do for the moment was keep on trying. If he was going to London tomorrow, he hoped he might be able to see Brian, have a talk, get things sorted. He didn't want Brian to keep on thinking his father was disappointed in him for what he was doing, the way Banks's own father always made clear his dismay at Banks's choice of career. Banks went back to his desk. For about the third time since the case began, he spread out the objects found with Gloria Shackleton's body before him. Not much for the remnants of a life, or the detritus of a death. A locket whose original heart-shape had been squashed and bent, a corroded wedding ring, clips from a brassiere, or suspenders, a pair of tiny, deformed leather shoes, which reminded him of the ones he'd seen at the Bronte parsonage once, a few scraps of blackout cloth, and the button from Adam Kelly, greenish-blue with verdigris. Superintendent Gristhorpe might be able to tell him a bit about the button, he thought. Gristhorpe was a bit of an expert on military history, especially the Second World War. Banks grabbed his jacket and was just about to leave the office when the phone rang. "Hello, Alan?" A woman's voice. "Yes? It's me, Jenny. Jenny Fuller. Jenny, it's been a long time. Where are you?" "Home. Just got back yesterday. Look." "A bit early, aren't you?" "It's a long story. I'm glad you called. I need some advice. If it's personal, I'm the last person to ask, believe me." "Professional?" "I might be able to manage that. The reason I was phoning is, I know I shouldn't bother you at work and all, but I'm in town and I wondered if you got time for lunch." Banks had intended to drive out to Lingarth to see Gristhorpe, who was taking his annual holidays at home, but that could wait until after. "Queen's Arms? 12:30? "Wonderful. I'll see you there." Banks smiled as he put down the receiver. He hadn't seen Jenny Fuller in almost a year, not since she decided to take a leave of absence from the University of York to teach in California. That was around the time he and Sandra had split up. He'd received a couple of postcards asking how he was doing, but that was all his colleagues expected him to sleep with after Sandra left. Perhaps he would have slept with her, if she'd been around. But timing is everything. Jenny was spending most of her time in California these days, and there was a man at the bottom of that. The other friend, Pamela Jeffries, feeling restless and hemmed in, had taken off to play in an orchestra in Australia, of all places, and he hadn't seen her for months. Again, he got the occasional postcard from such exotic locales as Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide and Perth. It made him want to travel more, too. Now he and Jenny were having lunch in about an hour's time. Just enough time, in fact, to prepare his questions on Matthew Shackleton and nip over to Waterstones for a couple of Vivian Elmsley's novels. For some reason I was standing out in the street to check the window display, which was pretty meagre, when I glanced to my left and saw him coming across the Fairy Bridge, and that he'd come from the station. The wind howled around the chimneys, and clouds as black as a Nazi's heart besmirched the sky like grease stains. There was nobody else about. That was why I noticed him. That and the fact that he was wearing only an over-large baggy brown suit and carrying no luggage. He was tall but stooped, as if suffering some affliction of the spine, and he walked with a sturdy stick. He moved slowly, almost like a figure in a dream, as if he knew where he was going, but felt no hurry to get there. His frame was thin to the point of emaciation. As he came closer, I realised that he wasn't as old as I'd first thought, though his lank, lifeless hair was tinged here and there with grey or white. The wind tugged at my hair and clothes and chilled me to the marrow, but something about him compelled me to stand and watch, as if in a trance. When he got within a few feet of the shop, hollow, haunted eyes turned completely inward, as if he was subjecting himself to a most intense and unflinching scrutiny. He saw me, though, and he stopped. I don't know when the truth dawned on me. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes, but I started to shake like a leaf, and it had nothing to do with the cold. I ran to him and threw my arms around him, but his body felt stiff and unyielding as a tree. I caressed his cheek with my palm, noticing the puckered white scar that curved up from the side of his mouth in an ugly parody of a grin. Tears were pouring down my cheeks. "Matthew!" I cried. "Oh, my God, Matthew!" And I took his arm and led him inside to Mother. Banks walked into the Queen's Arms a couple of minutes before 12:30, carrying 2 of Vivian Elmsley's paperback mysteries in his Waterstones bag. He bought a pint and sat. Jenny was always late, he remembered, opening the bag and looking at the books. One was a suspense novel called Guilty Secrets, certainly an interesting title from Banks's point of view, which bore review quotes from the Sunday Times, Scotland on Sunday, the Yorkshire Post, and the Manchester Evening News, all to the general effect that it was an amazing and disturbing achievement by one of our best mystery writers, a true equal of P.D. James and Ruth Rendell. The other was called The Shadow of Death, and featured her regular series character, Detective Inspector Niven. In this one, he was called on to investigate the murder of an upmarket Shepherd's Bush restaurateur. Banks didn't even know that such a creature existed. As far as he could remember, there weren't any upmarket restaurants in Shepherd's Bush. Still, it was a long time since he'd been there, so he gave her the benefit of it. Was praised for its compassionate realism in the portrayal of ordinary people, and its believable depictions of policemen's lives and police procedures. Banks smiled. He'd see about that. On the cover was a picture of the handsome, craggy-faced young actor who, so the blurb informed Banks, played D.I. Niven on the television series, and got paid far more than a real copper did. He was on page 10 when Jenny dashed in, out of breath, tousled red hair flaming around her face as she looked this way and that. When she saw him, she waved, patted her chest, and hurried over. She bent and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "Sorry I'm late. My God, you look awful." Banks smiled and raised his glass. "Hair of the dog?" Jenny picked up the paperback he'd set down on the table and turned up her nose. "I didn't think this sort of thing was up your alley." "Work." The California tan looked good on her, Banks thought. The sun hadn't burned her, the way it did with most redheads, only darkened the natural creams and reds of her complexion and brought out her freckles, especially across her nose. Her figure looked as good as ever, in tight black jeans and a loose jade silk top. "So," Banks said when Jenny had settled herself down and deposited her oversized shoulder bag on the floor beside her, "can I get you a drink?" "Campari and soda, please." "Food?" "Scampi and chips. I've been craving scampi and chips for about a month now." "Scampi and chips it is." Banks made his way to the bar, got them each a drink and ordered the food. There were a few more exotic dishes finding their way onto the menu these days, like fajitas and pad thai noodles, but Banks finally settled for plaice and chips. It wasn't that he had anything against exotic food, but from experience he didn't trust the pub still taste the curry he'd eaten in Leeds last night. He carried the drinks back and found Jenny poring over The Shadow of Death, one hand holding her hair back from her eyes. When he approached, she flashed him a quick smile and closed the book. "I think I saw this on TV over there," she said, touching the cover. "On PBS. They interviewed her afterwards. Vivian Elmsley. She's very popular in the States, you know. Quite a striking woman."
Banks told her briefly about the case so far, including the possibility of Vivian Elmsley's having a role in the affair. By the time he'd finished, their food arrived. "Is it as good as you remembered?" he asked, after she'd taken a couple of bites. "Nothing ever is," Jenny said. He noticed a new sadness and weariness in her eyes. "It's good, though." "What happened over there?" "What do you mean?" She glanced at him, then looked away quickly. Too quickly. He saw fear this time he'd met her in Gristhorpe's office, shortly after he'd first arrived in Eastvale, how he'd been struck by her sharp intelligence and her quick sense of humour, as well as her natural beauty, the flaming red hair, full lips and green eyes, with their attractive laugh lines. Jenny Fuller had been 31 then. She was nearly 38 now. The lines had etched themselves a little deeper, and they weren't so easy to associate with laughter any more. His first impression had been that she was a knockout. He felt exactly the same today. They'd come close to an affair, but Banks had backed off, unwilling to commit himself to infidelity. He'd been different then, more confident, more certain of what his life was all about and where it was going. Life had been simpler for him then, or perhaps he'd approached it on more absolute terms. It had seemed simple, at least. He loved Sandra and believed she loved him. Anything to jeopardize that, no matter how tempting. They'd just moved up from London, where Banks felt he was quickly burning out, to a less hectic region, partly to save their marriage. And it had worked, up to a point. 7 years. Against all odds, Banks and Jenny had remained friends. Jenny had become friends with Sandra too, though Banks got the impression they'd drifted apart over the past 2 or 3 years. "Come on, Jenny," he said. "This sudden return wasn't on the agenda. I thought you'd become a California beach bunny for good." "Beach bunny?" Jenny laughed. "I guess I just didn't quite make the grade, did I?" "What do you mean?" She sighed, looked away, tried to form some words, sighed again, then laughed. There were tears in her eyes. She seemed a lot more twitchy than he remembered, always moving her hands. "It's all washed up, Alan. That's what I've been meaning to say. The job, Randy, my life." She cocked her head. "I never did have much luck with men, did I? I should have listened to you years ago." There was no arguing with that. Max remembered 1 or 2 of Jenny's disasters, and he had been around to mop up after. Jenny pushed her plate aside, scampi and chips unfinished, and took a long swig of Campari and soda. Her glass was almost empty. Banks still had the best part of his pint left. He didn't want any more. "Another?" he asked. "Am I becoming an alcoholic too?" "No, don't answer that. I'll get it myself." Before he could stop her, she stood up and headed for the ladies' loo. Banks finished his plate and chips, and looked at the back cover of The Shadow of Death on the table beside him. A masterpiece. Top-rate work. A must-read. The critics obviously loved Vivian Elmsley. Or were the brief quotes cunningly edited from... Whereas Dostoevsky wrote a masterpiece, Vivian Elmsley can be said to have written only a potboiler of the lowest kind. Or, had this book shown even the slightest sign of literary talent or creative imagination, I wouldn't have hesitated to declare it a must-read and a piece of top-rate work. But as it possesses neither of these qualities, I have to say it's a dud. When Jenny came back, she'd repaired what little damage the tears had caused to her makeup. She'd also picked up another Campari and soda. "You know," she said, "I've been imagining sitting here and talking this over with you like this all the way over on the plane, picturing how it would be, just you and me here in the Queen's Arms, like old times. I don't know why I found it so difficult. I think I might still be jet-lagged." "Take it easy," said Banks. "Just tell me what you want to, at your own pace." "You're sweet." She snatched a cigarette from his packet and lit up. "You don't smoke," Banks said. "I do now." Jenny blew out a long plume. "I've just about had it up to here with those Nico-Nazis out there. You can't smoke anywhere. And to think California was a real hotbed of protest and innovation in the 60s.
It's like a fucking kindergarten run by fascists now. He hadn't heard Jenny swear before. Something else new. Smoking, drinking, swearing. He noticed that she wasn't inhaling, and she stubbed the cigarette out halfway through. "As I'm sure you've gathered already," she went on, "Randy, my main man, my paramour, my significant other, my reason for staying out there as long as I did, is no longer a part of my life. The little shit." "What happened?" "Graduate students, or to put it more bluntly, blonde 20-something bimbos with the brains between." She waved a hand. "I should have seen it coming. Anyone else would have. Anyway, soon as I found out about what he was up to, there wasn't much to keep me there. After I confronted him with the evidence, my dear Randy made damn sure I wasn't going to be offered another year's visiting lectureship." "What are you going to do?" "Well, thank God they're not all like that. I'll be going back to my old lecturing job at York. Start next month. If that doesn't work out, I'll hang up my shingle next door to the cop shop and go into private practice. I'm quite the expert on deviance and criminal psychology, should you happen to have such a creature as a serial killer lurking in the general vicinity. I've even been on training courses with the FBI profilers." "I've heard that's all a load of bollocks," said Banks. "But I'm impressed. Sorry we don't have anything at the moment." "I know. Don't call us. Story of my life." "I don't think you'll have any problems staying in work." "I can do." "Thanks. You're a pal." She patted his hand. "I do want to ask your advice on something." "Go ahead. I'm finished blubbering and moaning. And I didn't even ask about you. I haven't seen you since Sandra left. How are you doing?" "I'm doing fine, thanks." "Seeing anyone?" Banks paused a moment. "Sort of." "Serious?" "What kind of a question is that?" "So it is serious. How about Sandra?"
"Do you mean is she seeing anyone?" "Yes, she is."
"Oh."
"It's okay. I'm fine, Jenny."
"If you say so. What was it you wanted to ask me?"
"It's about Matthew Shackleton, Gwen's, possibly Vivian Elmsley's brother. Apparently he was captured by the Japanese and spent a few years in one of their prison camps. By all accounts, he was pretty disturbed when he came home. Ended up committing suicide 5 years after the war. Thing is, all I can come up with in terms of such vague terms as shell shock. I thought that went out with the First World War." "Apparently not. They just changed the name to battle fatigue or combat fatigue. I was wondering what sort of diagnosis you'd come up with today."
"That's a good one, Alan." Jenny pointed her thumb at her chest. "You want me, a psychologist, to come up with a psychiatric diagnosis of a dead man's mental problems? I like that, I really do. That takes the biscuit." Banks grinned.
"Oh, don't be such a nitpicker, Jenny."
"This had better be between you and me."
"Cross my heart."
Jenny toyed with her beer mat, ripping off little pieces of damp cardboard. "Well," she said, "I'm only guessing, you understand. But if your man had indeed been a prisoner of war under such terrible conditions, then he was probably suffering from some kind of post-traumatic stress disorder." Banks took his notebook from his inside pocket and jotted a few words down. Jenny warned him. "I told you, it's strictly between you and me."
"Don't worry. You won't be called upon to testify in court. I realise this is pure speculation. Anyway, it all happened a long time ago. This condition would have been caused by his experiences in the war and the camp, right?"
"Right. Basically, PTSDs are caused by some event or series of events well beyond the normal range of human experience. Maybe we should redefine exactly what that means these days, given the state of the so-called normal world. But it generally refers to extreme experiences. Things that go way beyond marital breakdowns, broken love affairs, simple bereavements, chronic illness or bankruptcy. The things most of us suffer from on a daily basis."
"That bad?"
Jenny nodded. "Things like rape, assault, kidnapping, military combat, floods, earthquakes, bombing, torture, death camps. The list of divine and human atrocities goes on. But I'm sure you get the picture."
"I get the picture. What are the symptoms?"
"Many and varied. Recurrent nightmares about the event are common. as is the feeling that the event is recurring. Things like flashbacks and hallucinations. Anything that reminds the person of the event is painful too, such as an anniversary. Also, things that were part of it. If a man was kept in a small cage for a long period, for example, then he would be likely to experience suffocating claustrophobia whenever those conditions were approximated. Maybe in a lift, for example.
What about amnesia?
Yes, there's psychological memory loss sometimes. Believe me, most of the people who suffer from this would find the memory loss preferable to the persistent nightmares. But the problem is that strong feelings of detachment, estrangement and separation enjoy your lack of recollection of the horror. People who suffer from PTSDs often find it difficult to feel or accept love. They become alienated from society, from their families and loved ones, and they have an extremely diminished sense of the future. Add to that insomnia, difficulty in concentrating, hypervigilance, depressive or panic disorders.
Sounds like me.
Much worse. Suicide is also not uncommon. He's a suspect, I assume?
Yes. That was another thing I wanted to ask you.
Might he be likely to become violent? That's a difficult one to answer. Anyone can become violent given the right stimulus. He would certainly be prone to irritability and outbursts of anger, but I'm not sure they'd necessarily lead him to murder.
I was thinking he might have killed his wife because he found out she'd been having an affair.
I suppose it's possible he got a bee in his bonnet about it, Jenny said. That. Let me just say, I hold reservations. Don't forget the constraints you've got me working under.
I won't. Tell me about your reservations.
The outbursts of anger in PTSD are usually fairly irrational. By linking them to his wife's behaviour, you're making it all far more logical, do you see? Cause and effect.
Yes.
And the other thing is that if he did feel detached and was unable to love, then where does the hate come in? Or the jealousy?
So, could he or couldn't he?
Oh, no, you're not trapping me like that. Of course he could have committed murder. People do all the time, often for no reason whatsoever. Yes, he could have heard about his wife having it off with some other bloke, and as a result he could have, quite reasonably, come to hate her and to want rid of her. Or he could have just done it in an outburst of irrational rage for no apparent reason.
Whoever did it, probably she was unconscious,
then stabbed her about 15 or 16 times. Such rage! I don't know, Alan. From what you've told me about this man, and from what I know of PTSD, I'd say that most of his pain and anger would have been directed inward, not out at the world. While I wouldn't rule it out, I'd maybe hedge on the side of saying it's unlikely he would have killed that way for that reason. But it's hard to say anything about someone you've never met, never had the chance to talk to. Also, it's often too easy to pick on the mentally disturbed person as the most likely murderer. Most mentally ill people wouldn't harm a fly. I'm not saying all of them. There are some really sick puppies out there who manage to keep it well hidden, but most of the obvious ones are harmless, sad and pathetic, perhaps sometimes even a little scary, but rarely dangerous.
Thanks. You give me a lot to think about.
Well, somebody. They both sat in silence, nursing what was left of their drinks. Banks thought about Matthew Shackleton's suffering, and about what Jenny had said about his possible alienation, his estrangement from the world of normal human affairs. Maybe that could have made a killer out of him, and maybe not. If you couldn't feel love for someone, why would you feel hate? When Banks first found out about Sandra and Sean, he'd hated them both because he still loved Sandra. If he hadn't cared, he wouldn't have felt so passionate. Now, the feelings were receding into the distance. He wasn't sure if he loved Sandra any more. At least, he was trying to make a life without her, reinventing and discovering himself. If she came and asked him to take her back tomorrow, he honestly didn't know what he would do. I fell apart, you know, Jenny said suddenly, startling him out of his train of thought.
You did what?
She played with her hair, a number of expressions on her face, a sort of crooked grin won out. I had a breakdown. After all that with Randy, I suddenly found myself alone out there, completely cut off from everything and everyone I'd grown up with. Alone in a foreign country. It's one of the scariest feelings I've ever had. I mean, they speak sort of the same language and all, but that only makes things worse, like a parody of all you've known. I'm not making myself clear. I felt like I was on another planet, a hostile one, and I couldn't get home. I fell to pieces. She laughed. Do you know the song? I've heard it, said Banks, who tried to avoid country and western music the way he did a dose of clap. Well, I've done it. She shook her head slowly. I even went to see a shrink. Do any good? Some. One of the things I realised was that I wanted to go home. I mean, that wasn't part of being ill. The desire was real and perfectly or not having the contract renewed. I could have got a teaching job somewhere else if I'd wanted. But I missed this place too much. Can you believe it? I actually missed overcooked scampi and chips. And bloody hell, wouldn't you know it if I didn't miss winter too? It gets you down, all that sun, day in, day out. Only the occasional flood, fire or earthquake for variety. Pretty soon you begin to feel like you're living in some kind of suspended animation, like everything's on hold. Or maybe you're not really living at all. You're in limbo. You keep telling yourself, one day the snow's going to come. But it never does. Anyway, as soon as I realised what I really wanted to do, I gave myself the best therapy I could think of. I chucked my tranquilizers down the toilet and took the next flight home. Well, almost the next flight. I had a few things to do first, including, I'm almost ashamed, girlish revenge on poor dear Randy. What did you do? Jenny paused for a moment, then licked her lips and flashed him a wicked grin. I planted one of those little voice-activated tape recorders in his office and taped one of his trysts. Then I retrieved the machine and sent the tape to the dean. In his office? Yes, over the desk. Don't be such a prude, Alan. It happens all the time over there. What are offices for? Oh, you should have heard them. Give it to me, big boy. Fuck me. Go on. Oh, yeah. Stick that big hard cock in me. Go deep. Fuck me harder. Her voice had risen, and one or two tourist families looked at her uncomfortably. Oops, sorry, she said, putting a hand over her mouth. Wash your mouth out, Jenny Fuller. Anyway, there was no mistaking whose voices they were. What happened? I don't know. I left before the shit hit the fan. So if I get... I should imagine he got suspended, maybe fired. Of course, it was hardly evidence you could use at a tribunal, but they can get quite stroppy about things like that over there. Fucking your students is almost as bad as being caught smoking in a restaurant. She tossed back the rest of her drink and looked at her watch. Look, I'm sorry, I'll have to go. The university's been very good to me so far, but they won't continue to be unless I get my courses prepared. It's great seeing you again. She picked up her bag, paused, and rested it on her lap. Then she looked Banks in the eye, reached out and touched his hand softly and said, Why don't you give me a ring? We could, have dinner or something together, if that's okay. Banks swallowed. I will. That would be great. And you've got to come out and see the cottage. I'd love to. She patted his hand, blew him a kiss, and then she was gone in a whirl of red, jade and black Dior behind in the smoky air. Banks looked down at his hand. It still tingled where she'd touched him. Now that he'd found the courage and desire to start a relationship with Annie, Jenny was a complication he didn't need. But she was a friend. He couldn't turn his back. And there was no reason at all why Annie should object to his having dinner with her. Even so, he felt more confused than he had half an hour earlier as he picked up his books and left the pub. Chapter 13. It took some time, but after I'd run and fetched Gloria from the farm, I was finally able to piece together what had happened. Matthew himself wouldn't say a word. He looked at us as if he remembered knowing us once, as if some sort of deep homing instinct had brought him here, but our fussing didn't make much sense to him. Gloria and Mother comforted him while I went down to the telephone and began the long round of calls. The the Red Cross a little more forthcoming, but it was ultimately a doctor in one of the big London hospitals, for it was clear Matthew was ill and had probably discharged himself from hospital, who told me the most. At first he didn't know whom I was talking about, because they didn't know the name of the man who had walked out of the hospital yesterday. When I described Matthew, however, he was certain we were talking about the same person. Matthew had been found, along with several other British and Indian soldiers, at a Japanese POW camp near Luzon in the Philippines. All his identification was missing, and all anyone could tell about him, from the scraps of his uniform that remained, was that he was British. He hadn't spoken to any of the other prisoners, and none of them had been captured in the same place or at the same time as he had. Consequently, nobody knew where he'd come from, or who he was, speak, and why he also refused, when offered pen and paper, to write anything down. He paused. Then he said, "He's probably suffering from some sort of combat fatigue. That's why he won't communicate. There may be other problems, but I'm afraid I can't be any more specific than that. Is that why he refuses to talk?" He paused again, longer this time, then went on slowly. "I'm sorry to say, but when we gave him a thorough physical examination, one of the things we found was that his tongue had been cut out." I could think of nothing to say. I stood there, head spinning, clinging to the telephone as if it were all that was holding me to earth. "Miss Shackleton? Miss Shackleton, are you there?" "Yes, I'm sorry, please go on." "I'm the one who should be sorry. I must have sounded so abrupt and callous to you. I didn't know how else to tell you. If you only knew some of the lads we've got eyes." "That's all right, Doctor. So Matthew is physically incapable of talking?" "Yes, but he could write if he wanted. There's no reason why not. There's some damage to the fingers of his left hand, as if they'd been broken and badly reset, but his right hand is fine, and as far as I can tell, he seems to be right-handed. Am I correct?" "Yes, Matthew's right-handed. All I can assume, then, is that he simply chooses not to communicate." "What should we do?" "What do you mean?" "Well, he ran away, didn't he? Should we send him back?" "I can't see much point in doing that," said the doctor. "And quite frankly, we need all the beds we can get. No, physically there's nothing more we can do for him. There's some deformity of the spine, probably due to being forced into a cramped environment, like a box or a cage for long periods of time, a pronounced limp in the left leg, caused by an improperly set fracture, abdomen. The wounds are healed now, though by the looks of the scars the surgery was of a poor quality." I swallowed, trying not to think of all the suffering poor Matthew must have gone through. "And mentally? As I said, we don't really know what's wrong. He refuses to communicate. It's a good sign that he came home, though. He knew his way, and he negotiated the journey with what little money he took." "Took? Yes. Please don't worry about it. We hadn't supplied him with any clothes or money. He took another patient's suit before he left." "Will there—" "Don't worry. The other patient is most understanding. He knows something of what your brother has been through. Please don't worry about it any further." "But the money?" "There wasn't much. Enough for his train fare and perhaps a bite to eat. He doesn't look as though he's eaten in months. Is there any treatment? Will he get better?" "It's impossible to say. There are treatments. Synthesis is the most common." "And that is?" "A drug-induced reenactment of the traumatic episode, or episodes. It's used to assist the ego to accept what happened." "But if you don't know what the traumatic episode was, there are ways of getting at that. But I don't want to get your hopes up. The problem is, of course, that Matthew can't express himself vocally, and that could mean a severe limitation in the value of narcosynthesis." "What do you suggest?" "I suggest you tell me where you live, and I'll do my best to put you in touch with a doctor who knows about these things." I told him where I lived and where it was. "It may mean visits to Leeds," he said. "That'll be no problem. I promise I'll get working on it. In the meantime, just take good care of him. I don't think I need to tell you that he's suffered appallingly." "No, thank you, Doctor. I put down the receiver and went back upstairs. Matthew was sitting staring toward the window, and Mother and Gloria seemed at their wits' end. "I've tried to talk to him, Gwen," Gloria said, voice quivering. "I don't think he even knows me. I don't think he even knows where he is." I told her some of what the doctor had said. "He came back here, didn't he?" I said to comfort her. "He made his way here by himself. It was the only place he knew to come. Home. Don't worry. He'll be fine now he's back with the people who love him." Gloria nodded, but she didn't seem convinced. I couldn't blame her. I wasn't convinced either. It was a long time since Banks had driven up the rotted driveway in front of Detective Superintendent Gristhorpe's squat stone house on the dale side above Lingarth. As expected, he found Gristhorpe out back working on his dry stone wall. Walling was a hobby the superintendent had taken up years ago. It was the ideal, pointless activity. His wall went no. He said he found it relaxing, like some form of meditation. You could just empty your mind and get in harmony with the natural world. So he said. Maybe the super and Annie would have a lot in common. Gristhorpe was wearing a baggy pair of brown corduroy trousers, held up by frayed red braces, and a checked shirt that might once have had a white background. He was holding a triangular lump of limestone in his hand and squinting at the wall. When Banks approached, he turned. His pockmarked face was redder than usual after the sun and exertion. He was also sweating, and his unruly mop of thatched hair lay plastered to his skull. Was it a trick of the light, Banks wondered, or was Gristhorpe suddenly looking old? "Alan," he said. It wasn't a greeting or a question, just a statement. Hard to tell anything much from the flat tone. "Sir," Gristhorpe pointed toward the wall. "Decide once he's picked it up," he said, then looked at the rock in his hand. "I wish I could figure out where to put this bugger." He paused for a moment, then he tossed the stone back on the pile, slapped his hands on his trousers to get rid of the dust, and walked over. "You'll have a glass of something? Anything cold? Coke, then. I've got some in the fridge. We'll sit out here." Gristhorpe pointed to two fold-up chairs in the shade by the back wall of the old farmhouse. Banks sat down. He thought he could see some tiny figures making their way along the limestone escarpment that ran along the top of Fremlington Hill. Gristhorpe came out with 2 glasses of Coke, handed one to Banks, and sat down beside him. At first, neither of them spoke. Finally, Gristhorpe broke the silence. "I hear Jimmy Riddle's given you a real case to work on." "Sort of. I'm sure he thinks of it as more of a dead end." Gristhorpe raised his bushy eyebrows. Banks told Gristhorpe what he and Addie Cabot had discovered so far, and handed him the button Adam Kelly had taken from the skeleton's hand. "It's impossible to say," he went on, "but it might have been in the victim's hand. It was certainly buried with her, and it didn't walk there. She could have ripped it from her attacker's uniform when she was being strangled." Gristhorpe examined the button and took a sip of Coke. "It looks like an American Army Air Force button," he said. "I could be wrong. It's so old and corroded it's hard to tell. But that design looks like the American Eagle. It's not what the husband would have been wearing, even if he had been in uniform. Not from what you've told me. And it's very unlikely that he would have been in uniform if he'd been liberated from a Japanese POW camp and repatriated." "So you think it's American?" Gristhorpe weighed the metal in his palm. "I wouldn't swear to it in court," he said. "The American compared to our lot. Most of the time they wore Ike jackets with hidden front buttons, but this could have come from the collar. Usually it was worn on the right side. Officers wore them left or right, with the branch of service below. GIs not assigned to any specific service wore the eagle on both sides." "If she was being strangled," said Banks, "then it's quite likely she'd reach out to try to scratch her attacker's face and grab at his collar. Gloria and her friends went around with a group of American airmen from Rowan Woods." Gristhorpe handed back the button. "It sounds like a reasonable theory to me. There's another thing that puzzles me. Matthew Shackleton committed suicide in 1950, shot himself. I'm wondering where he got the gun. Anyone can get a gun if he wants one badly enough, even today. He was in no state to go out and buy one on the black market, even if he knew where to look. So you're assuming he already had it? One in the prison camp, would he? He could have got it from someone on his way home. Long journey, lots of opportunities. I suppose so. All we know is that he went missing, presumed dead, in Burma in 1943, turned up at Hobbs End again in March 1945, then committed suicide in Leeds in 1950. It's a long gap. What kind of gun was it? A Colt 45 automatic. Really? Yes, why? That was the gun the American military issued their servicemen. It raises interesting possibilities, doesn't it? American button in the wife's hand, American gun in the husband's mouth. Banks nodded. Though what the possibilities were, he hadn't a clue. The two events were separated by 5 years, more or less, and happened in different places. He sipped some more coke. "Oh, Sandra?" Gristhorpe asked. "Fine, as far as I know. I'm sorry about what happened, Alan." "Me too." Space somewhere above Fremlington Edge. "This Annie Cabot," he said. "What's she like?" Banks felt himself blush. "She's good," he said. "Too good for a godforsaken outpost like Hawksmere?" "I think so." "Then what's she doing there?" "I don't know." Banks glanced sideways at Gristhorpe. "Maybe she pissed somebody off, like I did." Gristhorpe narrowed his eyes. "Alan," he said, "I don't approve of what you did last year, taking off like that without so much as a by your leave. You dropped me right in it. I can see why you did it. I might even have done it myself in your place, but I can't condone it. And while it pulled your chestnuts out of the fire in one sense, it's probably dropped them in it in another way." "What do you mean?" "Jimmy Riddle already hated you. He also hates being proved wrong, especially after he's done his crowing to the press. Your maverick actions helped solve the case, but now he's thing for you. You must be aware your grasp at Eastvale is pretty tenuous, to say the least." Banks stood up. "I'm not asking for any favours." "Sit down, Alan. Hear me out." Banks sat and fumbled for a cigarette. "I'd probably have looked for a transfer before now," he said, "but I've had a few other things on my mind." I know, and I know you'd not ask for any favours either. That's not your way. I might have a bit of good news for you, though, if you can promise to keep it to yourself." "Good news? That makes a change." "Between you and me and the stone wall, Jimmy Riddle might not be around much longer." Banks could hardly believe his ears. "What? Riddle's retiring at his age?" "A little bird tells me that the crooked finger of politics beckons. As you know, he can't enter into that as a copper. So you tell me what the logical solution is." "Politics?" "Aye. His local Conservative. Not that anyone would notice something like that much in the House. High-echelon rumour has it that Riddle has already had several interviews with the Selections Committee, and they're pleased with him. Like I said, Alan, this is just between you and me." "Of course. There's no guarantee he'll go, or get elected, for that matter. Though the Conservative seat around here is so secure, they could put Saddam Hussein up, and he'd probably win it. Even if Riddle does go, he'll leave a bad smell around and swear it's yours. So I'm not saying there's no damage done. For a start, a lot depends on whether we get a CC who can tell the smell of shit from perfume." Banks began to feel a sort of warm glow deep inside. An interesting case. Annie Cabot. Now this. Maybe there was a God after all. Maybe his dry season really was coming to an end. "Do you know," he said, "it might even be worth voting Conservative. Seat. Charlie was killed on the 19th of March during a big raid over Berlin. Their flying fortress got badly shot up by a Messerschmitt. Brad managed to fly the burning airplane back across the Channel and land in an airfield in Sussex, only to find Charlie and 2 other members of his crew dead. Brad himself escaped with cuts and bruises, and after a couple of days' observation in hospital, he returned to Rowan Woods. Coming right after Matthew's return, this news was almost impossible for me to bear. Poor, gentle Charlie, with his poetry and his puppy-dog eyes, gone, When Brad got back from Sussex, he came over to the shop with a bottle of bourbon and told me the news in person. Though he'd only known Charlie a couple of years, during that time they'd become close friends. He tried to explain the kind of bond that's forged between pilot and navigator. I could tell. He blamed himself and felt guilty about his own survival. Gloria was busy taking care of Matthew, and she'd told Brad she couldn't see him again, that it would only upset her and would do them no good. Brad was angry and upset about her rejection, but there was nothing he could do except come to me and pour his heart out. We sat in the small room above the shop after Mother had gone to bed, drank bourbon and smoked Luckies. We had the home service on the wireless, and Vivien Leigh was reading poetry by Christina Rossetti and Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Neither of us said very much. There was nothing really to say. Charlie was gone, and there was an end to it. Poetry filled our periods of silence. Not far down the high street, Gloria, who adored Vivien Leigh, I remembered from our very first meeting, was devoting her time to caring for a man who couldn't speak, wouldn't communicate who she was. She was spoon-feeding him, bathing him for all I knew, with no end in sight. That was what our lives had been reduced to by the war, the essence of misery and hopelessness. Her bottle lay empty. My head spun. The room reeked of cigarette smoke. "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways," read Vivien Leigh. How Charlie hated such maudlin poetry. I let my head rest on Brad's shoulder and cried. Banks went home early on Thursday evening. He didn't need to be in his office to prepare a list of questions for Vivian Elmsley, and he was far more comfortable at the pine table in his kitchen, a mug of strong tea beside him, Arvo Part's Stabat Mater on the stereo, and the early evening light, gold as autumn leaves, flooding through the window behind him. When he'd made a list of the essential things he wanted to know, he went number yet again. On the fifth ring, someone answered. "Yeah? Brian? Andy? Who's calling?" "His father." Pause. "Just a sec." Banks heard muffled voices. Then a few moments later, Brian came on the phone. "Dad? Where have you been? I've been trying to get in touch with you all week. Playing holiday resorts in South Wales. We were doing some gigs with the Dancing Pigs. Look, Dad, I told you, we've got gigs coming out of our ears. We're busy. You weren't interested." Banks paused. He didn't want to blow it this time, but he was damned if he was going to grovel to his own son. "That's not the point," he said. "I don't think it's out of line for a father to express some concern at his son's sudden change of plans, do you? You know I'm into the band. You've always known I've loved music. Dad, it was you who bought me that guitar for my 16th birthday, don't you remember? Of course that you have to give it a little time to sink in. It's a shock, that's all. We were all expecting you to come out with a good degree and start working at a good firm somewhere. Music's a great hobby, but a risky living." "So you keep saying. We're doing all right. Anyway, did you always do what your parents wanted you to?" Low blow, Banks thought. Almost never would have been the truth, but he wasn't ready to admit to that. "Not always," he said. "Look, I'm not saying you aren't old enough to make your own decisions. Just think about it, that's all." "I have thought about it. This is what I want to do." "Have you spoken to your mother?" Banks swore he could almost hear the guilt in Brian's pause. "She's always out when I call," he said at last. Bollocks, Banks thought. "Well, keep trying." "I still think it would come better from you." "Brian, if it's your decision, you can take responsibility. It won't come any better from me." Yeah, fine. All right, I'll try her again." "You do that. Anyway, the main reason I'm calling is that I'll be down in your neck of the woods tomorrow, so I wondered if we could get together and talk about things. Let me buy you a pint." "I don't know, Dad. We're really busy right now." "You can't be busy all the time." "There's rehearsals, you know." "Half an hour." Another pause followed. Banks heard Brian say something to Andrew, but couldn't catch what it was. Then Brian came back on again. "Look," he said, Tomorrow and Saturday we're playing at a pub in Bethnal Green. If you want to come and listen, we can have that pint during the break." Banks got the name of the pub and the time, and said he'd do his best. "It's all right," said Brian. "I'll understand if something else comes up and you can't make it. Wouldn't be the first time. One of the joys of being a copper's son." "I'll be there," said Banks. "Goodbye." Cigarettes and small whisky, and went outside to sit on the wall. A few remaining streaks of crimson and purple shot the sky to the west, and the waning moon shone like polished bone over the valley. The promise of a storm had dissipated, and the air was clear and dry again. Well, Banks thought, at least he'd talked to Brian, and would get to see him soon. He looked forward to hearing the band. He'd heard Brian practising his guitar when he lived at home, of course, and had been impressed by the way he'd picked it up so easily, unlike Banks. Way back in the Beatles days, when every kid tried to learn guitar, he'd managed about 3 badly fingered chords before packing it in. He envied Brian his talent, perhaps in the same way he envied him his freedom. There had been a time when Banks had also contemplated the bohemian life. What he would actually have done, he didn't know. After all, he'd no facility for music, or ran a hanger-on, perhaps, a roadie, or just a real cool guy. It didn't seem to matter back then. But Jem's death soured the dream for him, and he ended up joining the police. He was living with Sandra too by then, wildly in love, and thinking seriously, for the first time in his life, of a real future together with someone. Kids, mortgage, the lot. Besides, deep down, he knew he needed a career with some sort of disciplined structure, or God knew what would happen to him. He didn't really fancy the armed forces, and with images of the never-to-be-found Graham Marshall in his mind, that left the police. Mysteries to solve, bullies to send down. Maybe he should have followed his original impulse and dropped out, he thought, looking back and considering. But no, he wasn't going to fall into that trap. It would be far too easy. He had chosen the life and the job he'd wanted, had 2 great kids and a slightly shop-soiled career to show for it, and he couldn't imagine himself doing anything else. Nobody had ever promised him it was going to be a breeze. The dark moods, depressions that settled upon him like a flock of crows would disappear eventually. The sense of futility, the feeling that the dark pit of his despair actually had no bottom, would also dissipate over time. As Brian had said when Banks had first told him about the separation from Sandra, he just had to hang in there and make the best of what he had. The cottage, Annie, a challenging case. An agitated curlew screeched and shrieked way up the dale side, some animal threatening its nest, perhaps. Banks heard his phone ring again. Quickly, "Sorry to disturb you at this time of night, sir," said D.S. Hatchley, "but I know you're off to London in the morning. What is it?" Banks looked at his watch. 9:30. "It's not like you to be working so late, Jim." I wasn't. I was just over at the Queen's Arms with a couple of mates from the rugby club, so I thought I'd pop in the station, like, to see if I'd got any answers to my inquiries." "And?" "Francis Henderson. Like I said, I know you're off down there tomorrow, so that's why I'm calling. I've got an address." "He lives in London?" "Dulwich." Hatchley read the address. "What's interesting, why it came back so quick, is he's got form." Banks's ears pricked up. "Go on." "According to criminal intelligence, Francis Henderson started working for one of the East End gangs in the 60s. Not the craze, exactly, well, that sort of thing. Mostly he dug up information for them, found people they had watched. He developed a drug habit and started dealing to support it in the 70s. They say he's been retired and clean for years now, at least as far as they know." "Sure it's our Francis Henderson?" "Yes, sir." "OK. Thanks a lot for calling, Jim. Get yourself home now." "Don't worry, I will." "And give another push on that Nationwide tomorrow if you can find time." "Will do. Bon voyage." Chapter 14. Annie was waiting on the platform at York Station, looking very businesslike, in a navy mid-length skirt and silver-buttoned blazer over a white blouse. She'd tied her hair back so tightly it made a V on her forehead and arched her dark eyebrows. For once, though, Banks didn't feel underdressed. He wore a lightweight cotton summer suit, and with it a red and grey tie, top shirt button undone. "Good Lord," she said, smiling. "I kenned." Banks laughed. "If you play your cards right." The station smelled of diesel oil and ancient soot from the days of steam. Gouts of compressed air rushed out from under the trains with a deafening hiss, and pigeons flapped around the high ceiling. Announcements about late arrivals and departures echoed from the public address system. The London train pulled out of the station only 11 minutes after the advertised departure time. Banks and Annie chatted for a while, lulled by the rattling and rocking rhythm, and Banks ascertained that whatever had been bothering Annie on the phone yesterday was no longer a problem. He had been forgiven. Annie started reading The Guardian she'd bought at the station newsstand, and Banks went back to Guilty Secrets. In bed the previous evening, he'd given up on The Shadow of Death, when the erstwhile D.I. Niven arrested his first suspect, saying, "You have the right to remain silent. One will be provided for you." So much for the realistic depiction of police procedures. Allowing that it was one of her early D.I. Niven books, and feeling that she deserved a second chance, he started Guilty Secrets, her most recent non-series book, and had trouble putting it down to get to sleep. The basic plot device was the kind of thing everyone had seen a dozen times on television. A man on holiday in a foreign country becomes involved in an altercation with another man in a crowded bar. He tries to calm the situation and eventually leaves, but the man pursues him outside and attacks him. Someone else, a stranger, comes to his aid, and together they get carried away and beat the attacker to death. They hide the body, then go their separate ways, and nothing more is heard of the incident. Back in England, the first man becomes very successful in business and is poised at the edge of what promises to be in politics, until the inevitable blackmailer turns up. What does he do? Pay up or kill again. Despite the thinness of the plot, Guilty Secrets turned out to be a fascinating exploration of conscience and character. Because of the situation he finds himself in, the central character is forced to re-examine his entire life in relation to the crime he got away with, while at the same time agonizing over what to do to secure his future. To complicate matters, killing doesn't come easy to this man. He's human, with a firm, if understated, belief in Christianity. At one point he considers letting it all come out, so that he can pay the consequences he feels he should have paid years ago. But he also likes his life, the way it is. Not without a streak of self-interest. He's ambitious, enjoys power, and feels he can do the country some genuine good if he gets in the right position to consider. Family and employees who rely or depend on him for their livelihoods. Chapter after chapter, with merciless compassion, Vivian Elmsley strips the man to his soul, lays bare his moral and spiritual dilemmas, and tightens the net around him. In his time, Banks had arrested a number of men who had killed to protect their ill-gotten fame or fortune, or both, but rarely had he come across a character as complex as the one Vivian Elmsley had created here. Perhaps he just hadn't looked deeply enough into them. A police interview room was not the best place to get to know someone, and Banks had been far more concerned with obtaining a confession than with striking up a relationship. That was where real life and fiction parted ways, he thought. One is messy and incomplete, the other ordered and finished. Banks finished the book just before Peterborough. Annie had closed her eyes by then and was out. He gazed out of the window at the uninspiring landscape of his childhood. A brick factory, a red brick school, stretches of waste ground littered with weeds and rubbish. Even the spire of the beautiful Norman cathedral behind the shopping centre failed to inspire him. The train squealed to a halt. Of course, it hadn't been so uninspiring back then. His imagination had imbued every miserable inch of the place with magical significance. The waste grounds were battlefields where the local lads reenacted the great battles of 2 world wars, using tree branches or sticks of wood for rifles, bayoneting opponents with great relish. Even when Banks was playing alone or fishing in the River Nene, it was easy enough for him to believe he was an Arthurian knight on a quest. Adam Kelly had been doing the same thing in Hobbs End, when the world of his imagination had suddenly become real. As the train left his parents, not more than a mile away, he looked at his watch. About now, he guessed, his mother would be drinking milky instant coffee and reading her latest women's magazine, and his father would be having his morning nap, snoring gently, feet up on the green velour pouf, newspaper spread over his lap. Unchanging routine. It had been the same since his father was made redundant from his job as a steelworker in 1982, and his mother grew too old and tired to clean other people's houses any more. Banks thought of the disappointment and bitterness that had twisted their lives, problems that he had certainly contributed to, as well as Margaret Thatcher. But their disappointments had been visited on him too, in turn. No matter how well he did, it was never good enough. Even though Banks had bettered himself, he had a secure job with a steady source of income, and good parents didn't approve of his joining the police. His father never tired of pointing out the traditional opposition between the working classes and the police force. When the riot police on overtime taunted striking miners by waving rolls of £5 notes at them in the '84 strike, he accused Banks of being the enemy and tried to persuade him to resign. It didn't matter that Banks was working the drugs squad on the Met at the time and had nothing to do with the troubles up north. As far as his father was concerned, the police were merely Maggie's bully boys, the enforcers of unpopular government policies, oppressors of the working man. Banks's mother, for her part, took a more domestic view, and relayed tales of police divorces she heard about over the grapevine. Being a policeman wasn't a good career choice for a family man, she never ceased to tell him. Never mind that it was over 20 years late, most of that time relatively successful, as modern marriages go. His mother took great satisfaction that she had finally been vindicated. And there lay the main problem, Banks thought, as he watched the city disappear behind him. He'd never been able to do anything right. When bad things happened to other kids, parents usually took their side. But when bad things happened to Banks, it was his own fault. It had always been that way, ever since he started getting cuts and bruises in schoolyard fights. Always him who must have started it, whether he did or not. As far as his parents were concerned, Banks thought, if he got killed on the job, that would probably be his own fault too. When it came to blame, they offered no quarter for family. Still, he thought, in a way, that was what made him good at his job. When he'd been junior in rank, he'd never blamed his bosses when things went wrong, and now he was DCI team, whether it consisted of Hatchley and Susan Gay, or just Annie Cabot. If the team failed, it was his failure. A burden, yes, but also a strength. King's Cross was the usual madness. Banks and Annie negotiated their way through the crowds and the maze of tiled, echoing tunnels to the Northern Line, and managed to cram into the first Edgware-bound train that came along. A few minutes later, they came out of Belsize Park tube station, walked up Roslyn Hill, and turned into the side street where Vivian Elmsley lived. Banks knew the area vaguely from his years in London, though after Notting Hill he and Sandra had mostly lived south of the river, in Kennington. Keats used to live near here, Banks remembered. It was in one of these streets that the poor sod fell in love with his next-door neighbour, Fanny Brawn. A woman's voice answered the intercom. There was a long pause after Banks. Then a more resigned voice said, "You'd better come up." The lock buzzed, and Banks pushed open the front door. They walked up 3 flights of thickly carpeted stairs to the second-floor landing. That this was a well-maintained building was clear from the fresh lemon scent
the gleaming woodwork and freshly painted walls, decorated here and there with a still life print or a seascape. Probably cost an arm and a leg, but then Vivian Elmsley could no doubt afford an arm and a leg. The woman who opened the door was tall and slim, standing ramrod straight, her grey hair fastened in a bun. She had high cheekbones, a straight, slightly hooked nose, and a small, thin mouth. Crow's feet spread around her remarkable deep blue eyes, slanted at an almost oriental angle. Banks could see what Elsie Patterson meant. If you were at all observant, there was no like a jogger in baggy black exercise trousers and a white sweatshirt. Still, he supposed, it didn't matter what you wore if all you had to do was sit around and write all day. Some people have all the luck. She looked tired. Bags puffed under her eyes and broken blood vessels crisscrossed the whites. She also looked strained and edgy, as if she were running on reserves. The flat was Spartan and modern in its furnishings, chrome and glass giving the small living-room a generous sense of space. A framed print of one of Georgia O'Keeffe's huge yellow flowers hung on the wall over the mantelpiece. "Please sit down." She gestured Banks and Annie toward two matching chrome and black leather chairs, then sat down herself, clasping her hands on her lap. They looked older than her face, skeletal and liver-spotted. They were also unusually large for a woman's hands. "I must admit to the police," she said, "but usually I'm the one questioning them. How can I help you?" Banks remembered the police procedure in The Shadow of Death and bit his tongue. Maybe she hadn't known any police officers when she wrote that book. "First of all," he asked, "are you Gwyneth Shackleton?" "I was, though most people called me Gwen. Vivian is my middle name. Elmsley is a pseudonym. Actually, it's my mother's maiden name. It's all perfectly legal." "I'm sure it is. You grew up in Hobbs End?" "Yes." "Did you kill Gloria Shackleton?" Her hand went to her chest. "Kill Gloria? Me? What a suggestion! I most certainly did not." "Could Matthew, your brother, have killed her?" "No. Matthew loved her. She looked after him. He needed her. I'm afraid this is all rather overwhelming, Chief Inspector." "No doubt." Banks glanced at Annie, who were in her lap. "May I ask you why you haven't come forward in response to our request for information?" he asked. Vivian Elmsley paused before answering, as if composing her thoughts carefully, the way she might revise a page of manuscript. "Chief Inspector," she said, "I admit that I have been following developments both in the newspapers and on television, but I honestly don't believe I can tell you anything of any value. I have also found it all very distressing. That's why I haven't come forward." "Oh, come off it," said Banks. "Not only did you live in Hobbs End throughout the war, and not only did you know the victim well, you were also her sister-in-law. You can't expect me to believe that you know nothing at all about what happened to her." "Believe what you will." "Were the two of you close?" "I wouldn't say we were close, no." "Did you like her?" "I can't honestly say I knew her very well." "Things in common besides your brother?" "She was older than I. It does make a difference when you're young. I wouldn't say we had much in common. I was always a bookish sort of girl, whereas Gloria was the more flamboyant type. As with many extroverts, she was also a secretive person, very difficult to get to know." "Did you see a lot of her?" "Quite a bit. We were in and out of one another's houses. Bridge Cottage wasn't far from the shop." "Yet you claim you didn't know her well." "I didn't. You probably have cousins or in-laws you hardly know at all, Chief Inspector." "Didn't you ever do things together?" "Like what?" "I don't know. Girl things." Annie shot him a glance that he felt even before he noticed it out of the corner of his eye. The hell with it, he thought. They were girls back then. He'd been a boy once too. He did boy things, and he didn't object to anyone saying so. Vivian pursed her lips, then shrugged. "We did the same sort of things other people did during the war. We went to the pictures, to dances." "Dances with American airmen?" "Sometimes, yes." "Was there anyone in particular?"
I suppose we were quite friendly with several of them over the last year of the war. Do you remember the names? I think so. Why? What about Brad? Ring a bell? Brad? Yes, I think he was one of them. What was his second name? Sikorsky. Brad Sikorsky.
Banks checked the list of Rowan Wood's personnel he had brought with him. Bradford J. Sikorsky, Jr. That had to be the one.
And PX, Billy Joe, Edgar Koenig and Billy Joe Farrell.
They were on the list too.
What about Charlie?
Vivian Elmsley turned pale. A muscle by the side of her jaw began to twitch.
Markelson,
she whispered. Charlie Markelson.
Charles Christopher Markelson. That the one?
Charlie. He was always called Charlie.
Whatever.
How did you find out their names? I haven't heard them in so long.
It doesn't matter how we found out. We also discovered that Gloria was having an affair with Brad Sikorsky. Was she still seeing him when Matthew came back? Is that what happened?
Not that I knew of. I don't know what you're getting at. You've been misinformed, Chief Inspector. Gloria was married to Matthew, whether he was there or not. Yes, we went to the pictures with those boys on occasion, perhaps to dances, but that's all there was to it. There was no question of romantic involvement.
Are you sure?
Of course I am.
How did Gloria behave during her husband's absence?
What do you mean?
When she thought he was dead. Obviously things would be different then, wouldn't they? It wasn't as if she were waiting for him any more. As far as she was concerned, after a reasonable period of mourning, she could enter back into the spirit of the times, couldn't she? Surely an attractive woman like her must have had boyfriends.
Vivian paused again.
Gloria had a very gregarious side to her nature. She liked parties, group excursions, that sort of thing. She liked to keep things superficial, at a distance. Besides, we never gave Matthew up for dead completely. You must understand that, Chief Inspector. We never gave up hope. There was always hope. Hope that he would return. And it proved well-founded. You haven't answered my question. Did Gloria have a romantic affair with Brad Sikorsky, or with anyone else?
She looked away.
Not that I knew about. So she lived like a nun, even though she believed her husband was dead? I didn't say that. I didn't spy on her. Whatever she got up to behind locked doors was none of my get up to something. I told you I didn't spy on her. You're twisting my words. How did Brad take it when Matthew came back alive? How should I know? Why would it matter to him? It might have. If he fell in love with Gloria, and if she rejected him in favour of her husband, he might have been angry. Are you suggesting that Brad killed Gloria?
Vivian sniffed.
You're really clutching at straws now.
Banks leaned forward.
Somebody did, Miss Elmsley, and the most immediate suspects that come to mind are Matthew, one of the Americans, Michael Stanhope, or you. Ridiculous. It must have been a stranger. We got plenty of them in the village, you know. What about Michael Stanhope? It's been years since I've heard his name. They were friends, that's all. Would it surprise you to hear that Gloria posed nude for a painting by Stanhope in 1944? Yes, it would. Very much fastidious about her body, as some would have wished her to be, but I never saw any evidence of anything like that.
Next time you're in Leeds, Banks said, drop by the art gallery and have a look. You sure she never told you?
I would have remembered. Was Gloria having an affair with Michael Stanhope? I shouldn't think so. He was too old for her.
And homosexual?
I wouldn't know about that. As I said, I was very young. It certainly wasn't something people went around boasting about back then. Did she ever tell you about her family in London? About her son, Francis? She did mention him to me once, yes, but she said she'd cut off all relations with him and his father. Even so, they could have come to drag her back. Maybe they fought, and he killed her.
Vivian shook her head.
I'm sure I would have known. Was Matthew ever violent toward her? Never. Matthew had always been a gentle person, didn't change that.
Her voice had taken on a strained, wavering quality.
Banks paused and softened his tone. "There is one thing that really puzzles me," he said, "and that's what you did think had happened to Gloria. Surely you can't have thought she'd simply disappeared from the face of the earth? It wasn't a mystery at the time, not really. She left. That's what I had always thought until you found the remains. You are certain it's Gloria, aren't you?" Banks felt a twinge of doubt, but he tried not to let it show. They still had no definite proof of the skeleton's identity. For that, they would need Francis Henderson so they could run DNA checks. "We're sure," he said. "Why would she leave?" "Because she couldn't stand it any more, taking care of Matthew the way he was. After all, it wouldn't have been the first time she'd done that. She had clearly broken off all contact with whatever life she had. I don't think Gloria was particularly strong when it came to emotional fortitude." True enough, Banks thought. If a person had bid one life goodbye, then it probably wouldn't be too difficult to do it again. But Gloria Shackleton hadn't bid Hobbs End goodbye, he reminded himself. She'd been killed and buried there. "When did she disappear?" he asked. "Shortly after VE Day, a week or so. You must see how the discovery casts suspicion on your brother most of all. Gloria was buried in an outbuilding adjoining Bridge Cottage. Matthew was living with her there at the time. But he was never violent. I had never known him be violent. Never. War can change a man." "Even so. Did he go out much?" "What do you mean?" "After his return. Did he go out much? Was Gloria often alone in the house?" "He went to the pub on an evening. The Shoulder of Mutton times." "Did Gloria ever say anything to you about leaving?" "She hinted at it once or twice, but I didn't take her seriously." "Why not?" "Her manner. It was as if she was joking. You know, some day my prince will come. I'm going to leave all this behind and run off to untold wealth and riches. Gloria was a dreamer, Chief Inspector. I, on the other hand, have always been a realist." "I suppose that's debatable," Banks said, "given what you do for a living." "Perhaps my dreams are very realistic." "Perhaps. Even though she hinted, you didn't believe Gloria would actually go?" "No." "What were the circumstances surrounding her departure?" Banks asked. "Did you see her go?" "No. It happened on one of the days when I accompanied Matthew to his doctor in Leeds. When we got back that evening, she was gone." "You accompanied him? Why not Gloria? She was still my brother. Anyway, she asked me to, on occasion. Was the only respite she got. She looked after him the rest of the time. I thought it only fair she get some time to herself once in a while." "Did she take anything with her when she left?" "A few clothes, personal items. She didn't have much." "But she took her clothes?" "Yes, a few." "That's interesting. What did she carry them in?" "An old cardboard suitcase, the same one she arrived with." "Did she leave a note?" "Not that I saw. If Matthew found one, he never indicated it to me." "Would he have?" "Possibly not. He wasn't very communicative. In his condition, it's impossible to predict what he would have done." "Murder?" "No, not Matthew. I've already told you. He had a gentle nature. Even his dreadful war experiences and his illness didn't change that about him, though they changed everything else. But Gloria's belongings, and you and Matthew were in Leeds during the time she made her exit." "Yes." "So she never even said goodbye?" "Sometimes it's easier that way." "So it is." Banks remembered that Sandra, once she had made her mind up, had given him little time for protracted goodbyes. He paused for a moment. "Miss Elmsley," he asked, "knowing what you know now, why do you think her clothes and suitcase were missing? Where do you think they got to?" "I have no idea. I'm only telling you what I witnessed at the time, what I thought must have happened. Perhaps someone stole them. Perhaps she interrupted a burglar and he killed her." "Were they particularly fine clothes? Minks, a few diamond necklaces, perhaps, a tiara or two?" "Don't be absurd." "It's not me who's being absurd. You see, it's not often people get murdered for their clothes, especially if they're ordinary clothes." "Perhaps they were to make it look as if she had gone away.
Ah, now that would be clever, wouldn't it?
Who do you think would feel the need to risk taking time burying her body under the outbuilding floor? I don't know.
Not a casual burglar, I don't think.
As I suggested, perhaps someone wanted to make it appear as if she'd gone away.
But who would want to do that?
And perhaps more important,
why?
To avoid suspicion.
Exactly. Which brings us back very close to home, doesn't it? Why try to avoid suspicion, unless you've some reason to believe suspicion will fall on you?
Your rhetoric is too much for me, Chief Inspector.
But you write detective novels. I've read one of them. Don't play the fool with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm very flattered that you have read my books, Chief Inspector, but I'm afraid you attribute to me a far more logical mind than I actually possess.
Take pains to make it look as if Gloria had run away. I'd say that someone wasn't likely to be a stranger just passing through, or a burglar. It had to be someone who felt suspicion was likely to fall on him, or her. Matthew, Brad Sikorsky, or you.
Well, it wasn't me, and I told you Matthew never raised a finger to her.
Which leaves Brad Sikorsky.
Perhaps, though I doubt it. It doesn't matter anyway.
Why not?
She allowed him a thin smile. Because Brad Sikorsky was killed in a flying stunt in the desert outside Los Angeles in 1952. Ironic, isn't it? During the war, Brad flew on bombing raids over Europe and survived, only to be killed in a stunt for a war film 7 or 8 years later.
What about Charles Markelson?
Charlie? He would have had no reason at all to harm Gloria. Besides, he was killed.
Billy Joe Farrell?
I don't know what happened to them, Chief Inspector. It's all so long ago. I only know about Brad because it was in the newspapers at the time. I suppose you'll have to ask them yourself, won't you? That is, if you can find them.
Oh, I'll find them, if they're still alive. Had either of them reason to kill Gloria?
Not that I know of. They were simply part of a group we went around with. Though Billy Joe, I remember, did have a violent temper, and PX was rather smitten with Gloria.
Did she go out with him?
Not to my knowledge. You couldn't. He wasn't. I mean, he just seemed so young and so shy.
Did you notice any blood in Bridge Cottage after Gloria's disappearance?
No, obviously, if I had done, I would have been suspicious and called the police. But then I can't say I was actually looking for blood.
Not one little spot? Nothing that might, in retrospect, have been blood?
Think she was killed in Bridge Cottage.
It's a logical assumption.
She could have been killed outside, in the backyard, or even in the outbuilding where you found her remains.
Possibly, Max allowed. Even so, whoever did it was very thorough.
What happened next? Nothing. We just carried on. Actually, we only stayed on in the village a few weeks longer, then we got a council house in Leeds.
I know. I've seen it.
I can't imagine why you'd want to do that.
So you're saying you have absolutely no idea what happened to Gloria?
None at all. As I said, I simply thought she couldn't face life with Matthew any more, in his condition, so she ran off and started up elsewhere.
Did you think she might have run off with Brad Sikorsky, arranged to meet him over in America or something? After all, the 448th Bomber Group moved out around the same time, didn't they?
I suppose it crossed my mind. It was always possible.
Didn't it surprise you that she never got in touch?
It did, but there was nothing I could do about it if she wanted to disappear, sever all ties. As I said, she'd done it before.
Did you ever try to find her?
No.
Did anyone?
Not that I know of.
What about Matthew?
What about him?
Did you kill him?
I did not. He committed suicide.
Why?
It wasn't related to Gloria's disappearance. He was ill, confused, depressed, in pain. I did my best for him, but it was ultimately no use.
He shot himself, didn't he?
Yes.
With a Colt .45 automatic?
Was it? I'm afraid I know nothing about guns.
Where did he get the gun?
The gun? I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Simple question, Miss Elmsley. Where did Matthew get the gun he shot himself with?
He always had it. Always? Since when? I don't know. Since he came back from the war, I saw it. From the Japanese POW camp? Yes. Banks got to his feet, shaking his head. What's wrong, Chief Inspector? Vivian asked, hand plucking at the turkey flap at the base of her throat. Everything, said Banks. None of it makes any sense. Think over what you've just told us, will you? You're telling us you believe that Gloria simply upped sticks and left without leaving a note, taking her clothes and a few personal belongings with her in a cardboard suitcase. If you're telling the truth, then whoever killed Gloria must have packed the suitcase and either taken it away with him or buried it somewhere to make it look as if she'd run off. Then 5 years later, your brother Matthew shot himself with an American service revolver he just happened to bring back from a Japanese POW camp. You write detective novels? Ask yourself if your Inspector Niven would believe it. Ask yourself if your readers would believe it, Card. I want you to think seriously about our little talk. We'll be back. Soon. Don't bother yourself. We'll see ourselves out. Once they were out in the hot street again, Annie turned to Banks, whistled and said, What was all that about? Or what? She was lying, couldn't you tell? Of course she was. Banks looked at his watch. Want to grab a bite to eat? Yes, I'm starving. They found a small cafe and sat outside. Annie had a Greek salad, and Banks went for the prosciutto, provolone and sliced red onion sandwich. But why was she lying? Annie asked, when they'd sat down with their food. I don't get it. Banks swatted a fly away from his sandwich. She's protecting herself, or someone else. After seeing her, Annie said, I'd say she was probably big and strong enough to kill and bury Gloria. 50 years ago, anyway. Did you notice her hands? Yes. And Gloria shackled. What do we do now? Nothing, said Banks. We'll leave her to stew overnight, and then have another go at her tomorrow. I get the impression she has a lot on her conscience. There was a definite struggle going on inside her. If I'm right, she's near the end of her tether on this. It's amazing how guilt has a way of gnawing away at you through the small hours. She wants to tell the truth, but she still has a few things to weigh up, to settle with herself. She doesn't quite know how to go about it yet. It's like that character in her book. The one you were reading on the train. Guilty Secrets, yeah. And what did he do? Banks smiled and put his finger to his lips. That will be telling. I wouldn't want to spoil the ending for you. And he thumped his arm. Bastard. And in the meantime, Vivian Elmsley's not going to do a runner. She's too old and too tired to run. She also has nowhere to go. First, we'll go see if we can find Francis Henderson. I'd like to head out to Bethnal Green and see my son. His band's playing there. We've got a few things to talk over. Of course. I understand. Maybe I'll go to the pictures. What about later? Remember that naughty weekend you mentioned? Annie nodded. I don't know if you're still interested, but there's this discreet little hotel out Bloomsbury way, and it is Friday. Even CID get to work regular hours sometimes. We'll let Vivian Elmsley sleep on it, if she can. Annie blushed. But I didn't bring my toothbrush. Banks laughed. I'll buy you one. Last of the big spenders. She turned to him, the corner of her mouth twitching in a smile. I didn't bring my nightie either. Don't worry, said Banks. You won't need your nightie. Chapter 15. Over the next couple of weeks, as I continued to mourn Charlie, I noticed no improvement in Matthew's condition. He remained at bridge. I really think it mattered to him at that point where he was, if indeed he even knew, as long as his basic creature comforts were taken care of. There wasn't a day went by when I didn't spend time sitting with him, talking to him, though he never responded and hardly even acknowledged that he heard. He just stared off into space with that intense inward gaze of his, as if looking on horrors and agonies we could never even imagine in our wildest nightmares. The London doctor was as good as his word, and we soon got Matthew fixed up with Dr. Jennings, a psychiatrist attached to the staff of the University of Leeds. He had his office in one of those big old houses in the streets behind the campus,
houses where large families with servants used to live before the First War. Once a week, either I or Gloria would take him to his appointment, spend an hour or so looking around the shops, then collect him and take him home privately on the third visit, that he was having little success with straightforward methods, and that he was considering narcosynthesis, despite the problems. Matthew wasn't any trouble. He just wasn't there. He did, however, get into the habit of going to the Shoulder of Mutton every night, and sitting alone in a corner, drinking until closing time. Friends and neighbours who knew him would approach at first, and ask how he was doing, but soon even those who remembered him most fondly left him alone. Once in a while he would have an angry outburst and smash a glass or kick a chair, but these were infrequent and soon passed over. Gloria gave me a key, so I was able to pop in and out of Bridge Cottage whenever I could. She took as much time off from the farm as possible, of course, but she needed the income, and I don't think she could have borne the pain and the heartbreak of being with him 24 hours a day. It was over after all this time, even though you could smell victory in the air. The Americans had crossed the Rhine, and so had Monty's men. The Russians had Berlin surrounded. In April and May we started hearing the first rumours about concentration camps and human atrocities on a scale that had only been hinted at in the reports about Lublin the previous year. All the newspapers seemed at a loss as to how to describe what the liberating armies had found at places such as Belsen and Buchenwald. In addition to reading about Japanese cannibalism and the appalling tortures inflicted on prisoners like Matthew, I also read about the German camps, where hundreds of thousands of people, or so we thought at the time, were shot, starved, beaten, or made the subject of medical experiments. Along with all our personal losses, Matthew's ruined health, it was impossible to take it all in. I don't think we even tried. We'd suffered 5 years of fear and hardship, and we were damned if we were going to be cheated out of the big party when it was all over. Banks walked into their cavernous Victorian pub, all smoked and etched glass, brass fittings and mirrors. Somehow it had survived the Blitz, as much of East London hadn't. Years of cigarette smoke had turned the high ceiling and the walls brown. It wasn't far from Mile End, where Gloria Shackleton had been born. She may have even been here, Banks fancied, though he doubted it. People tended to stick very close to home, hardly venturing more than a street or two away, except on emergencies or special occasions. He and Annie had just been to Dulwich to see Francis Henderson, only to find him out. A neighbour told them she thought he'd most likely newspapers and milk. Banks slipped his card with a note through the letterbox and left it at that. What more could he do? As far as he was concerned, Francis Henderson wasn't guilty of any crime, or if he was, it was nothing to do with the Gloria Shackleton case. He wanted to meet Francis, mostly out of curiosity, to see what he was like and find out what he knew, if anything, but he could hardly justify the expense of a manhunt. The DNA would be helpful, but not essential. It was 5:30, and the band was due to start at 6, to draw in the after-work crowd. Not that anyone Banks could see in the audience looked as if they had been at work, unless they were all students or bicycle couriers. Brian stood on the low wooden stage along with the others, setting their equipment up. Maybe they were making money, but they clearly couldn't afford a crew of roadies yet. The mountain of speakers made Banks a little nervous. He loved music fitted from being played loud, but he feared deafness, perhaps even more than blindness. Back in his Notting Hill days, he had been to see just about all the major bands live: The Who, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Jimi Hendrix, The Doors, and more than once he'd woken up the next day with ringing ears. Brian waved him over. He looked a little nervous, but that was only to be expected. After all, he was with his mates, and here was his old man coming to a gig. They would no doubt tease him about that. He introduced Banks to Andy, the keyboard player Jamis, the bassist, who was from Mozambique, and the percussionist Ali. Banks didn't know if Brian had told them he was a detective. Probably not, he guessed. There might be a bit of pot around, and Brian wouldn't want to alienate himself from his friends. "I've just got to tune up," said Brian. "Then I'll come over, OK?" "Sure." Banks bought a couple of pints at the bar and found an empty table about halfway down the room. Occasionally, feedback screeched from the amps. Ali hit a snare drum, or Jamis plucked at a bass string. It was 6:15 when Brian, apparently satisfied with the sound, detached himself from the others and came over. Banks hadn't realised until now how much his son had changed. Brian wore threadbare jeans, trainers, and a plain red T-shirt. His dark hair was long and straight, and he had a 3 or 4 days' growth around his chin. He was tall, maybe a couple of inches more than Banks's 5'9", and, being skinny, he looked even taller. He sat down and scratched his cheek, avoiding Banks's eyes. Banks didn't want to launch right into the midst of things. The last thing he wanted was another row. "I'm looking forward to this," he said, nodding towards you used to practice at home. Brian looked surprised. "That was a long time ago, Dad. I hope I've got better since then." "Me too," Banks smiled. "Cheers." They clinked glasses. Then Banks lit a cigarette. "Still got that filthy habit, then?" said Brian. Banks nodded. "Afraid so. I've cut down a lot, though." "What kind of music do you play?" "You'll have to wait and hear it for yourself. I can't describe it." "Blues?" "Not straight blues, no. That was the band I was with a couple of years ago. We broke up. Ego problems. Lead singer thought he was Robert Plant." "Robert Plant? I wouldn't have thought you'd have heard of him." "Why wouldn't I have? You were always playing Stairway to Heaven when you weren't playing bloody operas, the long version." He smiled. "I don't remember doing that," Banks complained. "Anyway, who writes the songs?" "All of us, really. I do most of the music. Andy can read music, so he arranges and stuff. We do some cover versions, too." "Anything an old fogey like me would recognise?" Brian grinned. "You might be surprised." "Got to go now. Will you be round after? How long's the set?" 45 minutes, give or take." Banks looked at his watch. 6. Plenty of time. He was a short walk from the Central line, and it wouldn't take him more than an hour to get to Leicester Square. "I don't have to leave until about 8, he said. "Great." Brian walked back up to the stage where the others looked ready to begin. The pub was filling up quickly now, and Banks was joined at his table by a young couple. The girl had jet-black hair, pale makeup, and a stud in her upper lip. Was she a goth, he wondered? But her boyfriend looked like a beatnik, with his beret and goatee, and Brian's band didn't play goth music. Matching the fashions with the music used to be easy. The Who and the Kinks, Brill Cream, leather and motorbikes with Eddie Cochran and Elvis, mop-tops and black polo necks with the Beatles, and later tie-dye and long hair with Pink Floyd and the Nice, skinheads, braces and bother boots with the Specials, torn clothes and spiky hair with the Sex Pistols and the Clash. These days, though, all the fashions seemed to coexist. Banks had seen kids with tie-dye and skinhead haircuts, leather jackets and long hair. He was definitely overdressed in his suit, even though he'd put his tie in his pocket long ago. But he hadn't bought a change of clothes. Maybe he was just getting old. The next thing he knew, the band had started. Brian was right. They played a blend of music difficult to pin down. There was blues underlying it, definitely, variations on the 12-bar structure with a jazzy keyboards floated around it all, and Brian's guitar cut through the rhythms clear as a bell. When he soloed, which he did very well, his sound reminded Banks of a cross between early Jerry Garcia and Eric Clapton. Not that he was as technically accomplished as either, but the echoes were present in his tone and phrasing, and he got the same sweet, tortured sounds out of his guitar. In each number, he did something a little different. The rhythm section was great. They kept the beat, of course, but both Jamis and Ali were creative musicians who played off one another and liked to spring surprises. There was an improvisational, jazzy element to the music, but it was accessible, popular. For a few songs they were joined by a soprano saxophone player. Banks thought his tone was a bit too harsh and his style too staccato, but bringing the instrument in they could find a better player. They paused between songs and Brian leaned into the microphone. "This one's for an old geezer I know sitting in the audience," he said, looking directly at Banks. The girl with the stud in her lip frowned at him, and he felt himself blush. After all, he was the only old geezer in the place. It took a few moments for Banks to recognise what the song was. So drastically had the group altered its rhythm and tempo, and so different was Brian's plaintive, reedy voice from the original. But what emerged from Banks's initial confusion was a cover version of one of his favourite Dylan songs, Love Minus Zero, No Limit. This time it swung and swayed with interlaced Afro rhythms and a hint of reggae. Andy's organ imbued the whole piece, and Brian's guitar solo was subdued and lyrical, spinning little riffs. And Dylan's cryptic lyrics didn't really mesh with Brian's own songs, mostly straightforward numbers about teenage angst, lust, alienation, and the evils of society, but they resonated in Banks the same way they did the first time he heard them on the radio at home all those years ago. Before the song was over, Banks got a lump in his throat, and he felt his eyes prick with tears. He lit another cigarette, his fourth of the day. He wasn't feeling emotional only because his son was up there on the stage, giving something back, but the song also brought back memories of Jem. After Jem's death, no one came to the bedsit to claim his belongings. The landlord, whose musical taste ran more towards skiffle than 60s rock, let Banks take the small box of LPs. Being more into Harold Robbins than Baba Ram Das, he also let Banks listen to Bringing It All Back Home a lot, and the first time he took it out to play in Jem's memory, he found a letter stuffed inside the sleeve. It was addressed to Jeremy Hilton, at an address in Cambridgeshire. At first he wasn't going to read it, respecting Jem's privacy, but as it usually did, his curiosity got the better of him. According to the postmark, the letter was dated 5 years earlier. He'd known Jem was older than him, but not by how much. The letter was very short. Dear Jeremy, I'm writing to your parents' address because I know you're going home for Whitsuntide, and I won't be here when you get back. I'm sorry. I've been trying to tell you that it just isn't working between us, but you won't listen to me. I know this is the coward's way out, and I know it's hurtful to you, but I don't want the baby, and it's my body, my lifelong burden, so you needn't worry about me. I've got the money too, so I don't need anything from you. After that, I'm going a long way away, so don't even try to look for me. I'm sorry, Jeremy, really I am, but things were going badly between us before the pregnancy. You must know that. I don't know how you could think that having a baby would bring us closer together. I'm sorry. Clara. Banks remembered being puzzled and upset by what he read. Jem had never mentioned anyone named Clara, nor had he ever mentioned where his family lived, or what they did. He looked at the address again. Croft Wynd. It sounded posh. He hadn't a clue what Jem's background was. His accent was neutral, really, and he never spoke about the world he'd grown up in. He was clearly educated, well-read, and he introduced Banks to a whole world of writing, from Kerouac and Ginsberg to Hesse, and having been to university. Still, everyone was reading that kind of stuff then. You didn't need a university course to read On the Road or Howl. When Banks had finished thinking about what he'd just read in the letter, he made a note of the address. He decided to drive out to see Jem's parents. The least he could do was offer his condolences. His time in London had been lonely, and would have been a lot more so if not for the shared conversations, music and warmth of Jem's tiny bed-sit. The song finished, and the audience's applause brought Banks out of his reverie. "That was weird," the kid next to him said. The black-haired girl nodded and gave Banks a mystified glance. "I don't think they wrote it themselves." Banks smiled at her. "Bob Dylan," he said. "Oh, yeah, right. I knew that." After that, the band launched into one of Brian's songs, an upbeat rocker, and the first set was over. The band acknowledged the applause, then Brian came over. Banks bought them both another pint. The couple at the table asked Banks if he would please save their seats. Then they wandered off to talk with some friends across the room. "That was great," Banks said. "I didn't know you liked Dylan." "I don't really. I prefer the Wallflowers. It used to drive me crazy when I was a kid and you played him all the time. That whiny voice of his and the bloody awful harmonica. It's just a nice structure, that song, easy to deconstruct." Banks felt disappointed, but he didn't let it show. "I like the ones you wrote, too," he said. Brian glanced away. "Thanks." There was no point putting it off any longer, Banks thought, taking a deep breath. Soon the band would be starting again, and he didn't know when he would get another chance to talk to his son. "Look," he said, "about what we said on the phone the other day, but it's your life. If you think you can really make a go of this, I'm certainly not going to stand in your way." Brian met Banks's gaze, and Banks thought he could see relief in his son's eyes. So his approval did matter, after all. He felt curiously light-headed. "You mean it?" Banks nodded. "It was just so boring, Dad. You're right. I screwed it up, and I'm sorry if I caused you any grief, but it was only partly because of the band. I didn't do enough work last year because I was bored by the whole subject. I was lucky to get a third." Banks had felt exactly the same way about his business studies course. Bored, so he could hardly get on his moral high horse. Well, he could, but he managed to put a rein on his parents' voices this time. "Have you told your mother yet?" Brian looked away and shook his head. "You'll have to tell her, you know." "I left a message on a machine. She's always letting you go over and pay her a visit. She's not far away." Brian said nothing for a while. He swirled the beer in his glass, pushed back his hair. The place was noisy and crowded around them. Banks managed to focus and cut out the laughter and shouted conversations. Just the two of them on a floodlit island, the rest of the world abuzz in the distance. "Brian, is there something wrong?" Not really." "Come on." Brian sipped some beer and shrugged. "It's nothing. It's just Sean, that's all." Banks felt a tingling at the back of his neck. "What about him?" "He's a creep. He treats me like a kid. Whenever I go over there, he can't wait to get rid of me. He can't keep his hands off Mum, either. Dad, why can't you two get back together? Why can't things be the way they were?" He looked at Banks, brow furrowed, tears of anger and pain in his eyes. Not more, but, for a moment, the scared little kid who had lost his parents and his only safe, reliable haven in the world. Banks swallowed and reached for another cigarette. "It's not that easy," he said. "Do you think I didn't want to?" "Didn't?" "A lot's changed." "You mean you've got a new girlfriend?" If it were possible to inflect the words with more venom than Brian did, Banks couldn't imagine how. "That's not the point," he said. "Your mother has made it quite clear, over and over again, that she doesn't want to get back together. I've tried. I did have hopes at first, but what more can I do?" "Try harder." Banks shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "It takes two to do that, and I'm getting no encouragement whatsoever from her quarter. I've sort of given up on it. I'm sorry about Sean. Sorry you don't get along." "He's a plonker." "Yeah, well, look, when you get to Gratley, you can help me work on the cottage. You haven't even seen it yet. We can go for long walks together, remember, the way we used to? Semmer Water, Langstroth Dale, Arddraw Force." "I don't know," said Brian, pushing his hair back.
We're going to be really busy for the next while. Whenever. I'm not asking you to put a date on it. It's an open invitation, okay?
Brian looked up from his beer and smiled that slightly crooked smile that always reminded Banks so much of his own father.
Okay, he said. I'd like that. It's a deal. Soon as we get a few days' break, I'll be knocking on your door.
A bass note and drum roll cut through the buzz of conversation, as if to echo what Brian had said. He looked up.
Gotta go, Dad, he said. Be around later?
I don't think so, said Banks.
I've got work to do. I'll stick around for part of the set. It's been great seeing you. And don't be a stranger. Remember my offer? There's a bed there for you whenever you want, for as long as you want. Thanks, Dad. What's it they say? Home's the place where they have to take you in?
Wish I knew where mine was.
Take care.
Banks stuck out his hand and Brian shook it. Then, feeling guilty, he checked his watch. Time to hear a few more songs before slinking off to keep his date with Annie.
One day, Gloria came to me and asked if I would mind closing the shop for an hour or so and walking with her. She looked pale and hadn't taken her usual pains with her appearance. It was the beginning of May, I remember, and it was all over but the shouting. Hitler was dead, the Russians had Berlin, and all the German troops in Italy had surrendered. It could only be days from the end now. I closed the shop, as she asked, and we walked into Rowan Woods, leaving the road behind the light of the new leaves. The woodland flowers were all in bloom, clusters of bluebells here and there, wild roses, violets and primroses. Birds were singing, and the air was pungent with the smell of wild garlic. Now and then I could hear a cuckoo call in the distance. "I don't know what to do with him, Gwen," she said, wringing her hands as we walked, close to tears. "Nothing I do to try to reach him does any good." "I know," I said. "We just have to be patient. Let the doctor do his job. Time will heal him." Even as I spoke them, I felt the triteness and inadequacy of my words. "It's all right for you. He's not your husband. Gloria, he's my brother." She put her hand on my arm. "Oh, I'm sorry, Gwen. That's not the way I meant it. I'm just too distraught. But it's not the same. He's taken to sleeping in the pub. He doesn't. Not since he came back. It's not fair, Gwen. I know I'm being selfish, but this isn't the man I married. I'm living with a stranger. It's getting unbearable. Are you going to leave him? I don't know what to do. I don't think I can. Brad is still pestering me to run off back to America with him as soon as his new orders come in. He says he might have to go out to the Pacific first. The war's not over there yet, but he says he'll send for me. Just imagine it, Gwen. Hollywood, a new life in the sunshine under the palm trees in a faraway magical land. A young, healthy, handsome, vigorous man who dotes on me. Endless possibilities of riches and wealth. I could even become a movie star. Ordinary people like you and me can do that over there, you know. But—" she turned away, eyes down. "Oh, I can't go. Silly, isn't it? A few years ago I did exactly that. Walked away from a life I didn't want and ended up here. But you lost your whole family then. You had nothing to stay for. Anyone can understand you doing that. Haven't I lost Matt now? It's not the same. You're right, it's not. Anyway, I'd walked away even before I lost them." "What do you mean?" She paused and touched my arm again lightly. "There are things you don't know about me, Gwen. I haven't been a good person. I've done terrible things. I've been selfish. I've hurt people terribly. But I want you to know one thing. This is important." "What?" "Matt is the only man I've ever truly loved. Not Brad. Not Brad. Not— oh, never mind. What were you going to say?" Gloria paused and looked away from me. "I told you, I've done terrible things. Anyone else. I promise." She looked at me with those blue eyes of hers. I was shocked that I hadn't noticed the tragedy in them before. "I won't ask you to forgive me," she said. "You might not be able to do that, but at least Hear me out?" I nodded. She leaned back against a tree. "When I was 16, she began, "I had a baby. I didn't love the father, not really. Oh, I suppose I was infatuated. George was a few years older than me, good-looking, popular with all the girls. I was advanced for my age and flattered by his attentions. Well, you know all about it. We only did it once, but I didn't know anything about, then, and I got pregnant. Our families wanted us to get married. George would have done it like a shot. He said he loved me, but I knew deep down that it would be the worst mistake of my life. He loved me then, but how long would it last? He drank, like they all did down on the docks, and I really believed it was just a matter of time before he would start beating me, looking upon me as his slave. I'd seen it in my own home. My own father. I hated him. That was why I wanted so desperately to escape. I used to listen to the wireless for hours, trying to learn to speak the way I thought real people spoke. If my dad caught me, he'd either laugh at me or beat me, depending on how much he'd had to drink. So I left them all. Where did you go? To a friend's house, not far away. I didn't know anyone from outside the East End, except my Uncle Jack in South End, and he'd have just sent me right back home. And you were with this friend when your parents were killed? Yes, I was heartbroken about Joe, my little brother, but my father can rot in hell as far as I was concerned, and I suppose, but she did nothing to stop him. In a way, she was better off dead. She didn't have much of a life. I don't remember ever seeing her smile. But what about the baby? Again Gloria paused, as if struggling for words. I hated being pregnant. I was sick all the time. After I had Francis, I got very depressed, and I didn't feel what they said a normal mother should. I'm ashamed to say it, but I didn't like holding him. I felt revolted that such a thing could have come out of me. I hated my own baby, Gwen. That's why I could never be a real mother to him, or to anyone else. She sobbed and fell forward into my arms. I held her and comforted her as best I could. I didn't understand. I had no idea that a mother could not love her child. I knew nothing about postnatal depression in those days. I'm not sure that anybody did. My heart felt hot and fling, dabbing a handkerchief to her eyes. Gloria went on. Francis is alive. George's sister Ivy can't have any children of her own. They live on the canal. Her husband John's a lock-keeper. I know he's teetotal, and I've met Ivy once or twice. They're decent people, not like the others. They'd got away and bettered themselves. They said they would take care of Francis. I knew he would be better off with them. What did George say? He already knew that whatever there had been between us was over, though it never stopped him trying. But he couldn't understand it when I didn't object to giving up Francis to Ivy and John. George is a simple man, traditional. He believes in family. He believes a mother should love her baby. Simple as that. Of course, he agreed. He could hardly bring up Francis on his own. He said I would still be the boy's mother no matter what happened, that a boy needed her. Agreed without any fuss, and said I didn't mind if they kept him forever. George refused to believe me. That's what he always did when I had one of my funny turns, as he called them. Refused to believe me. He wasn't a bad man, Gwen. That's not what I'm saying. It's me who's bad. I think he loved his son more than I did. He wanted to be a father as much as he could, but he got called up, of course, like all the rest. Anyway, he always thought I would change my mind. He's stubborn, the way some men are. He's already been up to see me once with Francis. He said he still loves me, urged me to go back. I told him I was married, and we had an argument. He went off, but he'll be back, Gwen. He won't give up that easily. Are you afraid of him? I don't know. Maybe, a little. He's got a temper, like his own father, especially when he's been drinking. I didn't know what to say. Gwen, please, I couldn't bear it if you hated me. You're my only real friend. Of course I don't hate you. I just don't understand, that's all. I don't know if I do either. But don't you see, that's exactly why I can't leave, no matter what life is like with Matt, because of what I did before. Oh, I have plenty of excuses. I was too young, it was a mistake. I wasn't in love, I thought I was cut out for better things. But that's just what they are, excuses. When I came right down to it, I was selfish. I was a coward. I'm not going to be a coward again. This is my punishment, Gwen. Don't you see? Matt is my penance. I think so, I said. She smiled through her tears. Good old Gwen. I'll bet there aren't many in Hobbs End would give me that much credit, don't you think? I've heard their tongues wagging already. She'll be off, they say. Off with one of them Yanks before he's been back 10 minutes. You just mark my words. Well, I won't, Gwen. Let them talk. But I won't. Are you and Brad still, Sometimes, don't be angry. I tried to stop seeing him when Matt first got back. I really did. But when I found out that he couldn't... Brad brings me comfort from time to time, and as long as Matt doesn't know... To be honest, though, he's more trouble than he's worth right now. I just can't keep him off the subject of running away together. It's all getting to be too much of a strain. I told him if he didn't stop pushing me, I'd run off and leave the whole lot of you behind, him included. I can't say that I approved of Gloria's seeing Brad after Matthew had returned, but I said nothing. I only felt that way because I was being protective toward Matthew. I wasn't a moral busybody, like Betty times, and Gloria was an extraordinary woman. She laughed. You know, I don't know what I'd do without PX. It's funny, isn't it? But in times like this, when things are so grim, it's the little things that give you a moment's cheer. A piece of beef, a new shade of lipstick, a little whiskey, a packet of cigarettes, new stockings. He's a gem. What about Billy Joe? Have you had any more trouble from him? No, not really. I saw him the other day. I got the impression he was secretly pleased that Matt had come back and spoiled things for me and Brad. He had that look in his eye, too, as if he thought he had a chance of getting me in bed again. I don't think he gives a damn about what it's all doing to me. Well, he wouldn't, would he? I can't say I ever did really trust him. He's got a nasty, violent streak, you know. Billy Joe? Oh, I can handle him. She leaned back against the tree. But you're right, he can be violent. I don't like that in a man. She paused, averting her eyes. Look, Gwen, I don't know if I should be telling you this, but I have to talk to someone. I've been having a few problems with Michael. Michael? Good Lord, you don't mean he's, Don't be a fool, Gwen. The man's only interested in boys. The younger, the better. No, well, I suppose I'll have to tell you now. But you mustn't say a word to anyone. Promise? What a day for secrets. All right, I promise. Last summer and autumn, you might have noticed I spent quite a bit of time at his studio. Yes, guess what? He was painting you. Oh, you guessed. Well, it wasn't difficult. I mean, he is an artist. But that's wonderful, Gloria. Can I see it? Is it finished? Yes, and it's very good. So what? I swallowed. You posed in the nude for Michael Stanhope? She laughed. Why not? There certainly wasn't much chance of him trying to put his hands on me, was there? Anyway, the point is, I went over to see him yesterday and begged him not to exhibit it, or even to sell it privately, as long as Matthew is alive. I know he just seems to sit there like a zombie, between going to the pub and drinking himself to sleep, but I just don't know how it would affect him, or if it would. The thing is, I don't want to take the chance. You know what this village is like. Matthew's health is hanging by a thread already. Who knows if seeing a nude painting of his wife, done while he was suffering in a Japanese POW camp, won't send him right over the edge. That sounds reasonable, I told her. What did Michael Stanhope have to say? Oh, he agreed in the end, but he's not happy about it. Think blah blah, opens up a new direction for him. Says his career needs a boost, and this could give it one. He also argued that Matthew wouldn't be any the wiser, and that even if he did see it, he wouldn't recognise who it was. He's probably right, I'm being silly. But he did agree. He complained a lot, but, yes, he agreed in the end. He likes to play the miserable cynic, but he's pretty decent deep down. He's got a good heart. And there she finished. We walked back to Hobbs End, enjoying the sound of the breeze through the leaves and the songs of the birds in the high branches. I didn't see Gloria again until a couple of days later, on the afternoon of the 7th of May, and by then everyone knew Germany had surrendered. The war was over, and everywhere people started putting up flags and closing up shop. The last party had begun. "Enjoy the film?" cried the Leicester Square Odeon at 9 o'clock. She'd been to see the latest Mega Millions special effect extravaganza by one of those highly touted directors who used to make television adverts. "Not much," said Annie. "I suppose it had its good points." "What?" "The end, for one." Banks laughed. Leicester Square was crowded with tourists as usual. Street kids, buskers, jugglers, clowns, and sword swallowers were all working hard to prize a quid or two out of the punters' pockets, while the pickpockets took an easier route. The Hare Krishnas were back in force too. Banks hadn't seen them in years. "How were things with your son?" Annie asked. "We mended a bridge or two." "And the band?" "Pretty good, though I suppose I'm biased. We'll go see them if they ever play up north, and you can make your own mind up." "It's a date." Banks took Annie to a small bistro-style restaurant he knew just as he, but they managed to get a table for two after a short wait at the bar. "I'm starving," said Annie as she squeezed herself into the chair between the table and the wall, twisting around and setting her packages down behind her. "But I can see that eating with you is going to become a serious problem." "What do you mean?" "This kind of place hardly caters to the vegetarian eater," she whispered. "Just look at the menu." Banks looked. She was right. Lamb, beef, chicken, fish, seafood, but little in the way of interesting vegetarian dishes, other than salads. Still, as far as Banks was concerned, interesting vegetarian dish was up there with corporate ethics as far as oxymorons went. "Sorry," he said. "Do you want to try somewhere else?" She put a hand on his arm. "No, it doesn't matter. Next time, though, it's my choice." "Visions of tofu and sea eyes." "Idiot. It doesn't have to be like that. Indian restaurants do great vegetarian dishes. So do Italian ones. You didn't complain about the meal I made last week, did you?" "It was delicate timing. I didn't want to offend you just before I made a pass." Annie laughed. "Well, there's something to be said for honesty, I suppose." "I wasn't being honest. I was being facetious. It was a great meal. Dessert wasn't bad, either." "There you go again." "Anyway, you're right. Next time, it's your choice. Okay?" "Deal." "How about some wine?" They chose a relatively inexpensive claret, relatively being the key word, and Banks went for the roast leg of lamb with rosemary, while Annie, pulling a martyred expression, settled for a large green salad and some bread and cheese. The waiter, who must have been imported from France along with the decor and food style, grunted with disapproval. Arrived quicker than Banks expected, and they paused until the waiter had gone. The lamb was tender and succulent, still pink in the middle. Annie turned her nose up at it and said her salad was okay. There was a tape of romantic dinner music playing in the background, and beyond the bustling waiters, the hum of conversation, clinking of cutlery and glassware, Banks could hear strains of the Andante Cantabile from Tchaikovsky's String Quartet No. 1. After his talk with Brian, he felt as if a burden had been lifted from his mind. There were still problems, Sean for one, but Brian would just have to learn to live with the way things were. Banks had to admit that this Sean sounded like a real prick. Not for the first time, he speculated about going over there and kicking the shit out of him.
really mature way to deal with the problem, he told himself. A lot of good that would do everyone concerned was that he and his son were talking again, and from what he'd heard, the kid had talent. He might make it in the business yet. Banks tried to imagine being father to a famous rock star. When he was old and grey, would Brian buy him a mansion and a Mercedes? The candlelight brought out the slight wine flush on Annie's cheeks and filled her dark eyes with mysterious shadows and reflections. She was still wearing the same business suit she'd worn that morning, but she'd loosened her hair so that it tumbled over her shoulders in sexy waves. It would probably just brush against the tattoo over her breast. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, looking up and pushing some stray hair back behind one ear. Perhaps this was the moment, Banks thought, emboldened by his buoyant mood, to take the plunge anyway. "Annie, can I ask you a personal question?" She arched her eyebrows, and Banks sensed her nose. "Too late now." "Of course," she said, "but I can't promise to answer it." "Fair enough. What are you doing at Arkside?" "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. It's a nowhere posting. It's the kind of place they send naughty boys and girls. You're bright, you're keen, you've got a future ahead of you, if you want it, but you'll not get the job experience you need at Arkside." "I think that's rather insulting to Spectre Harmond and the others up there, don't you?" "Oh, come on, Annie. You know as well as I do that's where they want to be. It's their choice. And it's not an insult that they choose the easy life." "Well, maybe it's what I've chosen too." "Is it?" "I didn't promise to answer your question." Her mouth took on a sulky cast Banks hadn't seen before. The corners of her lips downturned, her fingers drummed on the tablecloth. "No, you didn't," Banks said, leaning towards her. "But hates my guts. He isn't in the business of putting me in the way of anything I might find even remotely pleasant. Now, given that he knows who you are, and given that what's happened between us since could never in a million years fulfill his idea of the circle of hell he thinks he's cast me into, I find myself wondering why. Or waiting for the punchline?" "What? Isn't that what you're saying? You think something's wrong? You think there's some sort of plot to get you? You think I'm part of it?" "That's not what I said," said Banks, who realized guiltily that the thought had crossed his mind. Annie turned her head away. Her profile looked stern. "Annie," he said after a few moments' silence, "I'm not saying I haven't been suspicious, but believe me, the only reason I'm asking you now is because because I'm afraid you're being used too." She glanced at him, not moving her head. "I don't know. What else can I say? Riddle had to have some reason for putting us together, something he thought would be unpleasant for me. I hope you agree that it hasn't turned out at all that way. Do you blame me for wondering what's going on?" Her expression softened a little. She tilted her head. "Perhaps this is it," she suggested. "What he expected." "In what way?" "That we'd get together somehow, break the rules and get caught. That way he could be rid of both of us." "No, that's not enough. It's too easy. What we're doing isn't... it's only the same kind of thing he thought I was doing before. He has a far more sadistic mind than that. And, to be honest, I don't think he's as clever as that either. What is it the spies call it? A honey trap. Jimmy Riddle feels no need to give me honey, only arsenic." "Jimmy Riddle didn't give you anything." "OK." He shook her head slowly, and the shadows danced through her hair. Dessert came, and she left it untouched for a while. Then she seemed to come to some kind of decision. She picked up a spoon, tasted a mouthful, then looked at Banks. "All right," she said, "I'll tell you, but only if you'll tell me something too. Yorkshire weather has a very ironic sense of occasion. On the 8th of May, 1945, it poured down all morning, despite the fact that this was VE Day. By early afternoon, the rain was tapering off, and we were left with clouds and light showers. I closed the shop at lunchtime, and Gloria came down from the farm. That afternoon, leaving Mother and Matthew together, The two of us bicycled into Harkside and went to see a matinee of Phantom of the Opera at the Lyric. All over Harkside we heard excited talk of parties and dancing streamers and putting out flags. All the church bells were ringing. We bumped into some people we knew on the village green, and they suggested we come back that evening to the celebration dance at the Mechanics' Institute, to be followed by a street party. The Americans from Rowan Woods would be there, they assured us. We said we would try to come as soon as we'd done some celebrating in Hobbs End first. After tea, the sun lanced through the raggedy black clouds, sending shafts of light into Rowan Woods. Soon all the clouds had gone, and it was as beautiful a warm May evening as you could ever ask for, the grass green and moist from the rain. Gloria gave me a pair of stockings she'd got from PX and helped me with my make-up. First, we spent an hour or so at the Hobbs End street party. People had brought little tables and put them together in a row all along the high street. There were so few people left in the village, and the whole thing felt more like a wake than a celebration. Mother sat at one of the tables with her friend, Joyce Maddingley, and she told us to behave ourselves when we slipped away to Harkside with Cynthia Garman. Matthew refused to come out of the cottage at all. He wouldn't budge. Mother said not to worry. She would look in on him from time to time and make sure he was comfortable. The three of us set off, taking the long way around on the roads so we wouldn't get our ankles and court shoes wet in the grass. Harkside was much wilder than Hobbs End. Most of the soldiers and airmen from the nearby bases had come, so there were men in uniform all over the place. From the minute we got to the village green, we were swept into a mad whirl. It didn't take Gloria long to meet up with Brad. Billy Joe was there with his new girlfriend, and PX was tagging along too. I felt a sudden, then I tried to enter into the spirit of victory. First we went to the dance. There was a big band playing Glenn Miller, Duke Ellington and Benny Goodman tunes, and people kept throwing coloured streamers across the dance floor. Out in the streets, between songs, we could hear fireworks and people whooping with joy. At one point, when I was dancing a waltz with Billy Joe and trying to explain how Matthew took up so much of our time, I noticed Gloria and Brad slip outside. It was over an hour before I saw them again, and Gloria had retouched her make-up. She couldn't hide the ladder in one of her stockings, though. I resolved to say nothing. Since our talk a few days ago, I had thought a lot about Gloria and what she was sacrificing to care for Matthew, and I decided that she deserved a little pleasures, as long as she remained discreet about them. The band was still playing when there was a huge bonfire on the village green, and people were singing, dancing, and setting off fireworks all around it, just like Guy Fawkes Night. The air was full of the acrid smell of smoke, and the sky full of exploding colours. Someone had made up an effigy of Hitler, and they were heaving it on top of the fire. Everyone was drunk. I don't know where Cynthia got to. I was with a group of people, and I could see Gloria and Brad through the flames, having an argument. At least they looked as if they were shouting at one another, but I couldn't hear for all the singing and explosions. At one point, we went to someone's house and drank some whiskey. It was a wild party. People were packed in like sardines, and I felt hands all over my body as I pushed my way through the crowd to go to the toilet. The house was full of smoke, and it stung my eyes. Gloria was dancing and fell down the stairs. At one point, I'm sure I saw a Negro dancing on the piano. PX was drunk, eyes closed almost as slits, and I saw him try to kiss a woman. She pushed him away, and his face turned red. Then he stormed off. Cynthia reappeared with a sailor in tow. I don't know where she'd managed to find him, as we were at least 50 miles from the coast. It was almost 1 o'clock, and we were back out on the street again, when I told Cynthia and Gloria it was time for us to go. The three of us were a little drunk. It was the emotion and excitement as much as the alcohol, I think. We didn't even bother trying to catch a lift, but danced and laughed our way home instead. Hobbs End was quiet as a tomb. Bridge Cottage was dark. I went in with Gloria to make sure everything was all right, and we heard Matthew snoring on the Chesterfield as soon as we opened the door. She gestured me toward the kitchen. With the door shut, she poured us both another whisky, which was probably the last thing we needed. When she put her handbag down on the countertop, it slipped off and fell on the floor. I bent over to pick it up for her, and noticed how heavy it was. Curious, I opened the clasp and nearly fainted when I saw a gun. Gloria turned with the bottle and glasses in time to see me. "You weren't supposed to see that," she said. "But, Gloria, where did you get it?" "From one of the Americans at the party. He was so drunk, he won't miss it." "Not Brad?" "No, not Brad. Nobody we know. But whoever he was, he'll get into serious trouble." "I don't think so. Anyway, I don't care. It serves him right for being so careless, doesn't it? He was trying to put his hand up my skirt at the time." "What do you want a gun for?" She shrugged. "War souvenir." "Right." She was whispering as loudly as she could, so as not to wake Matthew. "Maybe I just feel a bit more comfortable knowing it's there, that's all." "But Matthew's harmless. He wouldn't hurt you." She looked at me as if I were the biggest fool she'd ever met. "Who said anything about Matthew?" she said, not even bothering to whisper. Then she took the gun from me and put it in one of the kitchen cupboards behind the meagre supplies of tea and cocoa. "Now, will you have that drink?" Vivian Elmsley was having a difficult time. Close to midnight, she was sitting in her sparse living room, her third gin and tonic in her hand, and some dreadful rubbish on television. Sleep refused to come. Her mysterious caller hadn't rung again, but she still regarded the telephone as an object of terror, ever on the verge of destroying what little peace of mind she had left. She wondered if she should have told the police about him. She'd known the police would find out who she was and come for her eventually. She'd known that the minute she knew Gloria's body had been dug up, but she hadn't been prepared for the effect that their visit would have on her. They knew she was lying, that was obvious. Chief Inspector Banks wasn't a fool. He knew that nobody who had been as close to the people involved as Vivian had could know so little as she had professed, and she wasn't a good liar. Why hadn't she told them the truth? Fear for her own well-being? Partly. She didn't want to go to jail, not at her age. But would they really prosecute her after so long, no matter what the law books said? When they heard her full story, would they really go ahead and put her through the pain and humiliation of a trial and a jail sentence? Were there not such things as mitigating circumstances? She didn't know what they would do, and that was the problem, when it comes right down to more than anything else. On the other hand, if she didn't tell them, then they would never find out the truth about what happened that night. Nobody else knew, living or dead. If she was careful, Vivian could take her secret to the grave with her. Only one thing was certain. The police would be back. She had seen it in the Chief Inspector's eyes. Tonight she had to make her decision. "You're right about one thing," Annie began. "I'm in Harkside because I was a naughty girl." "What happened?" "Depends on your point of view. They called it an initiation rite. I called it attempted gang rape. Look, I'm not going to tell you where it was or who was involved. All I'm saying is, it happened in a big city, and it wasn't in Yorkshire, okay?" "Okay, go on." "This is hard." Annie spooned down some more chocolate mousse. "Harder than I ever thought." "No, I've come this far." The waiter drifted by, and they both ordered coffee. He didn't give an indication that he'd heard, but the coffee arrived in a matter of moments. Annie pushed aside her dessert bowl. It was empty. She played with the spoon. "It was when I made DS," she said. "Nearly 2 years ago now. I'd done my stint in uniform there, and I wasn't sure where they were going to send me next. But I didn't care. I was happy just to be back in CID again, after, well, you know what I mean. Patrols, shifts, Exactly. Anyway, there was a celebration at the local Coppers pub, the private room upstairs. I suppose I was dead chuffed with myself. I'd always wanted to be one of the boys. Naturally, we closed the place. It got down to just 4 of us left. One of them suggested we go back to his place and drink some more, and we all agreed very quietly so that no one would hear. There wasn't much chance of that. The restaurant was packed now, full of laughter and loud voices. Banks had to strain to hear her, and somehow that made what he heard so much more affecting, that it was delivered in not much more than a whisper. He sipped some black coffee. Through the occasional hush in the background noise, he could hear the lush, romantic strains of Liszt's Liebestraum. "We were already 3 sheets to the wind," Annie went on, "and I was the only female. I didn't know the others well. Things were getting pretty wild. I suppose I should have known what was coming by the way the conversation was going in the taxi. You know, flirting, sexual innuendos, casual touches, that sort of thing. Call me naive. The other 3 kept making veiled references to initiation ceremonies, and there was a lot of nudging and winking going on. But I'd been it until we'd been at the flat for a while and drunk some more. One of them grabbed my arm and suggested we go in the bedroom, said he could tell I'd been wanting it all night. I laughed and brushed him off. I thought he was joking. He got angry. Things got out of hand. The other 2 grabbed me and held me down over the back of the settee while he pulled up my skirt, tore off my underwear, and raped me. Banks noticed that Annie was gripping the spoon handle tightly in her fist. Her knuckles were white. She took a deep breath and went on. When he'd finished, they started rearranging positions, and I knew what was coming. It was like there were no individuals in the room any more. They were all caught up in this blind male lust, and I was the object of it. It overwhelmed everything. Conscience, decency. It's hard to describe. I was terrified, but I'd sobered up pretty damn quickly over the chance. I slipped free from their grip, kicked the one who'd raped me as hard as I could in the balls, and caught another on the jaw with my elbow. I'd done some martial arts training. I don't know. Maybe if I hadn't been drinking, my reflexes would have been quicker, my coordination a bit more accurate. Anyway, I managed to put 2 of them out of action long enough to make it to the door. The 3rd one caught me, and by then the one I'd hit with my elbow was up again. They were sweating, red in the face and mad as hell. One of them punched me in the stomach, and the other hit me hard in the chest. I went down. I think I was sick. I thought that was it again, that they were going to do what they'd intended, but they'd lost their bottle. It had all got too real for them. Suddenly they were individuals again, each looking out for number 1, and they knew what they'd done. It was time to close ranks. Told me to get out, and if I knew what was good for me, I wouldn't say a word. I left. "Did you report it? For crying out loud, Annie! You'd been raped!" She laughed harshly. "Isn't that so easy for a man to say? To sit in judgment over what a person in that position should or shouldn't do? To be oh so understanding about it?" She shook her head. "You know what I did? I walked the city most of the night in a complete daze. People must have thought I was crazy. I wasn't drunk any more. I was plain cold sober, but I was drained, numb. I couldn't feel anything. I remember trying to feel some sort of emotion, thinking I ought to feel anger or pain. I was really angry at myself for not feeling angry. I know it sounds impossible, but that's the only way I can describe it. There was nothing, just a deep, cold numbness. When I finally found myself bath, hours I must have lain there, just listening to the radio. News, weather, normal life. That was soothing somehow. And you know what? I understand every one of those rape victims who never comes forward to report the crime. Banks could see tears glistening at the corner of her eyes, but as she noticed him looking, she seemed to draw them back in. "What happened?" he asked. "By morning, I got a bit of nerve back.
First thing, I went to see the chief super to tell him what they did. Know what? What? 2 of the others had got there before me and queered the pitch. Preemptive strike. They told the super there'd been a spot of bother at a party last night. Just an initiation rite that got a bit out of hand. Nothing serious, like, but that I'd probably be coming to complain, making up all sorts of wild allegations. According to them, I'd got totally rat-arsed and gone I'd take them all on, and then backing down when it came to it. And he believed them? Their word against mine. Besides, they were all mates. People round the station already thought I was a bit weird. Some of them even used to call me the hippie cop behind my back. Or so they thought. You know, I did yoga and meditation, and I didn't eat meat and watch sports on the telly and talk about sex all the time. That's enough to make you seem weird for a start. I also had a reputation round the place for not being very interested in men, just because I didn't find any of the blokes I worked with particularly attractive. I'm sure they all thought I was gay. That hits a certain kind of male the wrong way. He thinks all a lesbian needs is a big, hard cock in her, and she'll soon come to her senses. And, of course, he's just the bloke to give it to her. As it happened, I did have a boyfriend at the time. Nothing separate from the job. Did you ever tell the chief super what really happened? Yes, every detail. What was his reaction? He looked very embarrassed. Didn't he initiate some sort of inquiry? Like I said, their word against mine. And apart from a pair of torn knickers, I'd pretty much destroyed the evidence, hadn't I? Even so, these days? What about these days? Annie, there are procedures to guard against these things. Procedures? Ah, tell that to the chief super. He also told me, by the way, that no one wants that sort of internal investigation going on. It hurts everyone, and it especially hurts the force. He said the officers involved would be disciplined for their excessive high spirits, but it would be best for all concerned if it went no further than his office. He told me to put the good of the force as a whole above my own selfish concerns. You agreed to that? Kicked off the force? I'm glad you agree. So all that happened was they got a slap on the wrist, and you got shipped off to the middle of nowhere? Not quite, not immediately. Annie looked down into her coffee cup. There were complications. What complications? She wrapped a strand of hair around her forefinger and stared down into her cup for a few more seconds before looking up at Banks. Remember I told you I kicked one of them in the balls? Yes. What about it? Something went wrong. They had to operate. He lost them. Both of them. The devil of it was that he was the youngest of the 3 and the most junior in rank. Just a DS himself and only married a year. Planning a family. Jesus, I can imagine you were a popular woman around the station after that. Exactly. For a while I thought of leaving the force altogether. But I'm stubborn. The chief super suggested it might be better somewhere else. He said he'd looked into some possibilities, and they came up with Harkside. Millicent Cummings was immediately sympathetic, of course, and I think our ACC used to work with Chief Constable Riddle. So Riddle knows all about what happened. He knew my chief super's side of the story, yes. Which means that, to him, you're a troublemaker, a ball-busting lesbian bitch. Annie mustered a crooked smile. Well, I've been called worse, but thanks for the compliment. No wonder he put us together. Never was much of a judge of character, though, wasn't Jimmy Riddle. I'm surprised he got as far as he did. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Annie. Sorrier than I can say. All water under the bridge. I'm also amazed you would even consider getting involved with me, a DCI. I would have thought that what happened would have been enough to put you off your fellow coppers for life, especially— Oh, come on, Alan. You do yourself a disservice. Do you really think I'm that stupid? That's insulting to both of us. I've never, not for one moment, seen any similarity whatsoever between you and the men who assaulted me. I didn't even know you were a DCI when I first saw you, and I fancied you right away. The thing is, I thought I'd faced up to it,
and got on with my life. Haven't you? You seem to be doing all right to me. I've been hiding. I shut myself away. I thought I was over it, and that I'd simply chosen a quieter life, the celibate life of reflection and contemplation. There's a laugh. I thought that was my choice, but it was really a result of what happened, of not facing up. But I'd already practiced meditation and yoga, had done for years, and I came from a small seaside town, so it seemed only natural to dig in my heels at Harkside. You aren't happy there? What's relation to unhappiness? I get by. I've my nice, safe little life at the centre of the labyrinth, as you so astutely pointed out. I have few possessions. I go to work, I do my job, and then I come home. No social life, no friends. I certainly didn't dwell on what had happened to me. I didn't have recurring nightmares about it. I suppose I was lucky that way, and I felt no guilt about what happened to that young DS. That might sound harsh, but I've probed myself deeply enough to know it's the case. He was egged on by his superiors. True, caught up in the spirit of drunken revelry. I suppose some people might excuse him by saying he was too weak to resist, or he simply lost his rag. Temporary insanity. But I was the one he raped, and I was the one who saw his face while he was doing it. He deserved all he got. The only real shame is that I didn't get the... She paused. But let's face it, I haven't even done any serious detective work in Harkside. I know I'm good at the job. I'm quick, I'm bright, and I'm hard-working. But until this case came along, it's all been break-ins, vandalism, the occasional runaway kid. And now? She shrugged. Now I don't know. You're the first person I've told since it happened. You didn't tell your father? Ray? No. He'd be sympathetic, but he wouldn't understand. He didn't want me to join the police to start with. A hippie artist? I shouldn't think he did. He'd probably have led a protest march to New Scotland Yard. She paused and played with her hair again. Now it's your turn. Remember? You promised to tell me something too? Did I? Uh-huh. What do you want to know? Did you really punch Jimmy Riddle? Banks stubbed out his cigarette and slipped his credit card on the little tray the way almost immediately. The theatres had come out now and people were queuing at the restaurant door. Yes, he said. I did. She laughed. Bloody hell, I wish I'd been there. The waiter finished with the card in no time flat. Banks signed the receipt, Annie gathered her packages, and they walked out into the busy West End evening. The streets were packed with people standing drinking outside the pubs. 4 men blocked the pavement, all talking and laughing at once into a mobile phone. Banks and Annie skirted them. Across the street, Banks saw a drunken woman in a tartan schoolgirl mini, black thigh stockings and fuck-me shoes, try to carry on an argument with her boyfriend and walk at the same time. She failed, teetering at the edge of the pavement, and went sprawling in the gutter, cursing all the way. Sirens blared in the distant city night. Don't time, you know, in the backyard, when you put your arm around me. Yes? Well, I was sort of expecting something might happen, and I didn't know if I was ready for it yet. I was going to tell you I was a lesbian, just to let you down lightly, to make you think it wasn't anything personal, you know. That it wasn't that I didn't fancy you or anything, but that I just didn't go for men. I'd got it all worked out. Why didn't you? When the time came, I didn't want to. Believe me, I was probably just as surprised as you were about what happened, just as scared. I know I invited you to my house and fed you drinks, but I really wasn't planning to seduce you. I didn't think you were. I was going to offer you the couch, and I would have accepted gracefully. But when it came to it, I wanted you. I was terrified. It was the first time since the night I've just told you about, but I wanted to do it as well. I suppose I wanted to overcome my fear. Some Charing Cross Road, past all the closed bookshops, and crossed Oxford Street. As they turned onto Great Russell Street, Annie slipped her arm through Banks's. It was only the second time they'd had any little intimate physical contact in public, and it felt good. The warmth, the gentle pressure. Annie leaned her head a little so it rested on his shoulder. Her hair tickled his cheek. Neither of them had been to the hotel yet. Banks had simply phoned earlier to book a room and said they would be arriving late. It was only a small place. He stayed there twice before while on police business in London, both times alone, and had been impressed by the general cleanliness and level of service, not to mention the reasonable rates. They passed the dark mass of the British Museum, set back behind its railings and courtyard, then crossed Russell Square. Conversation and laughter carried on the night air from a pub around the corner, arms wrapped around one another.
"Here we are," said Banks. "Did you buy a toothbrush?"
"Yup." Annie held up one of her bags. "And a new pair of jeans, new shoes, a skirt and blouse, undies."
"You really did go shopping, didn't you?"
"Hey, it's not often I get to the big city. I bought a nightie, too."
"I thought I said you wouldn't need one."
She laughed and moved closer. "Oh, don't worry. It's only a little nightie. I promise you'll like it." And they walked up the stone steps to the hotel. I couldn't stop thinking about the gun. Usually, the way the scene ran in my mind was that Gloria shot Matthew first, and then herself. The images were so vivid, I could even see the blood gush from their wounds. Finally, I determined I had to do something. As I said, I had a key to Bridge Cottage. It wasn't that Matthew locked himself in, but he sometimes... Most of the time he was in a sort of comatose state from alcohol anyway. When he wasn't at the pub, he was sipping whiskey at home. Whiskey that Gloria got from PX. So the next time it was Gloria's turn to take Matthew to see Dr. Jennings in Leeds, I let myself in. Even if someone saw me, it wouldn't seem at all strange, because I was in and out of Bridge Cottage all the time, and everyone in the village knew about Matthew's condition. I found the gun in the same place Gloria had left it, behind the cocoa and tea in the kitchen cupboard. I put it in the shopping bag I'd brought with me, put the cupboard back in order, and left. I didn't know how long it would take her to miss it, but the best I could hope for was that by the time she did, she wouldn't feel the need for it anymore and would realise what a favour I'd done her. We can be such fools for love, can't we? Chapter 16. It was about 11 o'clock on Saturday back at Vivian Elmsley's building. Before Banks could even press the buzzer, the door opened and Vivian almost bumped into them. "Going somewhere, Miss Elmsley?" asked Banks.
"You?"
She put her hand to her heart.
"I didn't think so soon. I was just...
You'd better come in." They followed her upstairs to the flat. She was carrying a large buff envelope, which she dropped on the hall table as she entered the room. Banks glanced at it, saw his name and the East Vale Station address on it. She turned to face them as they entered her living room.
"I suppose I should thank you for coming back," she said. "You've saved me the postage."
"What were you sending me?" Banks asked.
"A confession? Of sorts, yes. I suppose you could call it that. So you were lying yesterday. Fiction's my trade. Sometimes I can't help it. You should know the difference. Between what? Fiction. Leave that to the most arrogant among us. They're the ones who seem to think they know everything."
She turned, walked back to the hall, and picked up the envelope.
"Anyway," she went on, handing it to Banks, "I'm sorry for being flippant. I found this whole thing extremely difficult. I tend to hide behind language when I'm frightened. I'd like you to grant me the favour of taking this away with you and reading it. I had a copy made this morning. If you're worried about my fleeing from justice, please don't. I'm not going to run anywhere, I promise you." "Why the change of heart?" "Conscience, would you believe? I thought I could live with it, but I can't. The telephone calls didn't help either. In the early hours of the morning, I arrived at the end of a long struggle, and I decided to tell the truth. What you do with it, once you know, is up to you. I'd just rather do things this way than answer a lot of questions at the moment. I think you'll have questions eventually. I have to be in Leeds next week to do some book signings, so you'll soon have the opportunity. Will you allow me this much, at least?"
It was an unusual request, and if Banks were to go by the book, he wouldn't let a murder suspect hand him a written confession, then go away and leave her to her own devices. But it was time for a judgment call. This had been an unusual case right from the start, and he believed that Vivian Elmsley wasn't going anywhere. She was in the public eye, and he didn't think she had anywhere to run, even if she wanted to. The other possibility was suicide. It was a risk, to be certain, but he decided to take it. If Vivian Elmsley wanted to kill herself rather than suffer through a criminal trial that cost the taxpayers thousands and drew the media like blood draws leeches, who was Banks to judge her? If Jimmy Riddle found out about it, of course, Banks's career, when had he let thoughts of Jimmy Riddle get in his way? "You mentioned telephone calls," he said. "What do you mean?" "Anonymous calls. Sometimes he says things, others he just hangs up." "What kind of things does he say?" "Nothing, really. He just sounds vaguely threatening. And he calls me Gwen Shackleton." "Have you any idea who it might be?" "No. It wouldn't be too difficult for anyone to find out my real name, and my number's in the directory. But why?" "What about the accent? Is it American?" "No, but it's hard to say exactly what it is. The voice sounds muffled, as if he's speaking through a handkerchief or something." Banks thought for a moment. "We can't really do anything about it. I wouldn't worry too much, though. In most cases, people who make threatening phone calls don't confront their victims. That's why they use the phone in the first place. They're afraid of personal contact." "I don't know. He didn't sound like one of those heavy breathers or nutcases. It seemed more personal." "Perhaps your line of work attracts one or two crackpot fans," Banks suggested. "Someone who thinks he's giving you an idea for a story, or helping you know what it's like to experience fear. I honestly wouldn't worry too much, but you should get in touch with your local police station as soon as possible. They'll be able to help. Do you have any contacts there?" "Yes, there's Detective Superintendent Davidson. He helps me with my research." "Even better. Talk to him." Banks held up the envelope. "We'll do as you ask," he said. "But how do we know this is the truth and not just more fiction?" "You don't. Actually, it's a bit of both. But the parts you'll be interested in are true. You'll just have to take my word for it, won't you?" The day it happened began like any ordinary day, if any day could be deemed ordinary. I opened the shop, took in the ration coupons, apologised for shortages, made lunch and tea for Mother, and settled down to an evening's reading in the Wireless. The Americans were having a farewell party up at the base that night, as they'd heard they would be moving out in a matter of days. We'd been invited, but neither Gloria nor I had felt like going. Somehow that part of our lives seemed over. Charlie was dead, and Gloria had made it clear to Brad, after their last fling on VE Day, that she was sticking with Matthew, and it would be best if they didn't see each other any more. I'd like to say I felt some sort of premonition of disaster, some sense of foreboding, but I didn't. I was distracted and found it hard to concentrate on Trollope's The Last Chronicle of Barset, but I had a lot on my mind. Charlie's death, Matthew's illness, Mother. I wouldn't normally have gone to Bridge Cottage so late in the evening, except that Cynthia Garman had dropped off some parachute silk on her way to Harkside. I hadn't seen Gloria for 2 or 3 days, and I thought she might appreciate a small gift. She'd been very drawn and depressed since VE Day, and hadn't been taking care of herself at all. I can't say that I heard any small voice telling me to go, nor can I recollect any great feeling of apprehension, any involuntary shudder or burning of the ears. I couldn't concentrate on my book, and Gloria was on my mind. It was as simple as that. This is where my diary stops, but however much I've tried over the years to expunge the events from my memory, I haven't been able to succeed. It was just after 10 o'clock, and Mother had gone to bed. Distracted, I put my book aside and fingered the silky material. I thought the prospect of a new dress to make might, so feeling guilty over stealing the gun, I suppose, and I wanted to know whether she'd noticed it missing yet. If she had, She certainly hadn't said anything. I assumed Matthew would still be at the Shoulder of Mutton, so I thought I would call in there first and persuade him to walk home with me. Even though he didn't communicate, I believed that he knew who I was and knew that I loved him. I also think he felt comfortable being with me. As it turned out, he'd been asked to leave a little earlier because he'd had one of his little tantrums and broken a glass. I walked down the dark, deserted High Street to Bridge Cottage. Over the river I could hear music and laughter from the Duke of Wellington, where it seemed the VE Day celebrations were still going on over a week after the day itself. Moonlight silvered the flowing water and made it look like some sort of sleek, slinking animal. There was light showing between the curtains in Bridge Cottage. New curve to worry about the blackout, or even the dim-out, any more. I knocked at the door, but no one answered. I knocked again. I didn't think Gloria would be out. She rarely went out in the evening, except to the pictures with me. She certainly wouldn't go out and leave the lights on. Besides, Matthew should be there. Where else would he have gone after being ejected from the Shoulder of Mutton? I knocked again. Still nothing. I put my key in the lock, turned it and entered, calling out Gloria's name. There was no one in the living room, but I noticed a strong smell of whisky. I called out Gloria's name again, then thought I heard a movement in the kitchen. Puzzled, I walked over, and when I got to the doorway, I saw her. Gloria lay on the flagstone floor, legs and arms splayed at awkward angles like a rag doll. A sulking child had tossed aside. One of her little fists was curled tight, as if she were the little finger, which stuck out. There wasn't a lot of blood. I remember being surprised at how little blood there was. She was wearing her royal blue dress with the white lace collar, and the stains on the material looked like rust. They were all over the place. Breast, stomach, ribs, loins. Everywhere the royal blue dress was stained with blood, yet very little of it had flowed to the floor. Not far from her body lay a broken whisky bottle, the source of the smell I'd noticed earlier. Bourbon. An unopened carton of Lucky Strikes sat on the countertop. Above it, the cupboard was open, and tea and cocoa had spilled all over the counter and the floor nearby, along with knives and forks from the cutlery drawer. Beside her, holding a bloody kitchen knife, Matthew knelt in a small pool of blood. I went over to him, took the knife gently out of his hand chair. He accompanied me as meekly as a wearied, defeated soldier goes with his captors, and flopped back in the chair like a man who hasn't slept for months. "Matthew, what happened?" I asked him. "What have you done? You've got to tell me. Why did you do it?" I gave him pencil and paper, but he just drew in on himself, and I could tell I would get nothing out of him. I put my hands on his shoulders and shook him lightly, but he seemed to shrink away, blood-stained thumb in his mouth. I noticed more blood on the cuffs of his white shirt. I don't know how long I tried to get him to communicate something, but in the end I gave up and went back to the kitchen. I wasn't thinking clearly. I suppose if I assumed anything at all, it was that someone must have told him there was nasty gossip going around about what his wife got up to while he was out. I already knew that he'd had a tantrum in the Shoulder of Mutton, and I guessed that one-way explosion that had been building in him the way pressure builds in a boiler. Now Gloria was dead, and Matthew was empty of his rage. As I stared down at poor Gloria's body, still half unable to believe what had happened, I knew I had to do something. If anyone found out about this, Matthew might be hanged, or, more likely, found insane and put in the lunatic asylum for the rest of his days. However difficult his life was right now, I knew he wouldn't be able to bear that. It would be purgatory for him. Or worse, I would have to care for him from now on. As for Gloria, my heart wept for her. I'd come to love her almost as much as I loved Matthew, but she was dead. There was nothing I could do for her. She had no other family. I was the only one who knew her story. It didn't matter now what happened to her, or so I told myself. I still had some vestiges of religion in me back then. The war, especially after Matthew's death and resurrection, which seemed to me a very cruel parody of Easter, but I didn't particularly give any thoughts to Gloria's immortal soul, a proper burial or things like that. The church didn't come into it. I didn't think of what I was doing in terms of right or wrong, nor did I really consider that I would be breaking the law. All I could think about was what to do to protect Matthew from the prying policemen and doctors who would torment him if word of this got out. Did I think of Matthew as a murderer? I don't think I did, though there was undoubted evidence of this at my feet. In a strange way, I also saw Gloria as my partner in wanting to protect Matthew from further cruelty and suffering. She wouldn't want him to go to jail, I told myself. She wouldn't want him put away in a lunatic asylum. She'd sacrificed so much to protect him. His comfort and ease, he was her penance after all, and that was why she would never leave him. That was why she was dead. Gloria wanted me to do this. I offer no more excuses. The blackout cloth was still rolled up below the windows in the living room, where it had been left after I helped Gloria take it down a couple of months ago. I carried it into the kitchen and gently rolled Gloria onto it. Then I wrapped it around her tightly as a shroud. Before I'd finished, I bent over, kissed her gently on the forehead and said, "Goodbye, sweet Gloria. Goodbye, my love." She was still warm. Where could I hide her? The only place I could think of was the old outbuilding they never used. In the light of a small oil lamp, I started to dig the hole. I wanted to make it deeper, but I couldn't manage more than about 3 or 4 feet before exhaustion overcame me. I went back to the house, where Matthew hadn't moved, drag out the roll of blackout cloth, and drop it in the hole. There was no one around. The cottage next door was empty, and there was neither a light nor a sound out back, only the black night sky with its uncaring stars. With tears running down my cheeks, I shovelled back the earth. Some heavy stone slabs stood propped against the wall, and I levered them down on top of the makeshift grave. It was the best I could do. That left only the inside of the house. First I swept up the broken glass, the spilled tea leaves and cocoa powder, and put the tins back in the cupboard. As I said, there was very little blood, and I managed to scrub that off the floor easily enough. There might have been minute traces left, but nobody would be able to tell what they were. If things went according to plan, nobody would even look. I say plan now, but it was just something I'd come up with while burying Gloria. After I'd managed to lead Matthew upstairs and wash and undress him, I put him to bed. I packed his bloody shirt and trousers in a small suitcase and added as many of Gloria's favourite clothes as I could fit in. Then I went and picked up her personal odds and ends and put them in the suitcase too. After checking the kitchen carefully to make sure that I'd collected everything of importance and cleaned up to the best of my ability, I wrote a note on the same paper I'd got out for Matthew earlier. Gloria's childlike handwriting and style were easy to imitate. After that, carrying the suitcase, I took the back way to the shop. I didn't want to leave Matthew, God knows, but what else could I do? Things had to appear more or less normal. He didn't seem aware of what was happening, and I'd no idea how he would face the next day, whether he would remember what he'd done, feel remorse or guilt. Early the next day, I went to Bridge Cottage, found Matthew still in bed, found the note, and proceeded to tell everyone we knew, including Mother, that Gloria had run away during the night because she couldn't bear a life with Matthew any more. She said she loved him, and she always would, but she couldn't be responsible for her actions if she stayed. Then I showed them the note, which said exactly that. She ended by saying that we shouldn't go looking for her because we would never be able to find her. There was no reason to call the police. Everyone believed the note without question. Hadn't Gloria already told me she'd heard people predicting that she would run off with a Yank at the first opportunity? Of course, she hadn't gone off with a Yank, and Brad, for one, would know that, but I would cross that bridge when I came to it. I gave up Bridge Cottage sold the contents, including the radiogram and the records Gloria loved so much, above the shop. One evening, when Mother was at Joyce Maddingley's, I took Matthew's blood-stained clothes and Gloria's dresses and burned them in the grate. I cried as I watched all those beautiful dresses catch fire, the black, red and white check Deauville dress she'd bought in London, the black velvet V-neck dress with the puff sleeves, wide padded shoulders, and red felt rose that she'd worn to our first dance with the Americans at Rowan Woods, her fine underwear. I watched it all flare and twist, then collapse into ashes. I disposed of her trinkets in Leeds the next time I went there on shop business. I just stood on Leeds Bridge at the bottom of Briggate and dropped them one by one into the River Aire. As I'd expected, it was Brad who gave me the most trouble. On his last day at Rowan Woods, he came to the shop and pestered me with questions. He just left. If she wanted to go, he argued, then why didn't she go with him? He'd asked her often enough. I told him I thought she wanted to escape from everyone. She needed a completely new start. He said she could have had that in California. Again, I argued that living with him in Los Angeles would always have felt tainted to her because of the circumstances in which it came about. No matter what, she would still have been Matthew's wife. It hurt him deeply, which I hated to do, but he had to accept what I said in the end. After all, she'd told him she didn't want to see him any more after VE Day. Absolutely no one suspected anything like the truth. The 448th Bomber Group moved out of Rowan Woods, and I heard nothing more from Brad. It was all over. Michael Stanhope expressed sorrow that such a beautiful spirit had left the community. He said something about Hobbs End having glimmered briefly, then turned dark now. Not that I ever saw or heard anything of it again. Perhaps it wasn't as good as he thought it was. As for Matthew, he never really showed any sign that anything was different. He was a little more withdrawn, perhaps, but he went on with the same drinking and staring into space as before. I had to stop the visits to Dr. Jennings, of course. Who knew what narcosynthesis might draw out of Matthew, should it work? Though the doctor protested, I think he was quite relieved. Doctors don't like failures, and Dr. Jennings had been getting nowhere with Matthew. Soon we were hearing rumours that the village was to be sold as a reservoir site, and when I looked around, it didn't surprise me. Hobbs End had turned into a ghost village. I hadn't noticed it happening because of other matters, but hardly anyone lived there any more. Those who'd come back from the war had a taste of more interesting locales, or had been trained. Even the women, who had perhaps gained the most in terms of employment, were heading off for factory jobs in Leeds and Bradford. The mill closed, buildings fell into disrepair, old people died. Finally, there was nobody left. A strange incident occurred before we left for Leeds, though Gloria had, in a way, predicted it. One day, a man in a brown demob suit came into the shop with a little boy of about 8 or 9 and asked to see Gloria. I knew immediately who they were, though I didn't want to admit it to them. "Are you a relative?" I asked him. "No," he said, "nothing like that. Just an old friend, that's all. I was passing this way, so I thought I'd look her up." He sounded rather sad, and I noticed he had a Cockney accent, just as Gloria did when she let her guard slip. And, of course, nobody just passes Hobbs End way. I asked him more questions, but I could get nothing more out of him. Most of all, I wanted him to be satisfied with my explanation of Gloria's disappearance. I certainly didn't want him to come back and pester Matthew and me. I needn't have worried. When he left, he just said, "If you do see her again, tell her George called, will you?" He looked down at the boy. "Tell her George and little Frankie dropped by and send their love." I assured him I would. The little boy had said nothing at all, but I felt him staring at me the whole time, as if he were etching my features onto the tissue of his memory. On impulse, I gave him a 1/4 ounce of gumdrops, quite a rarity, as sweets were still rationed. He thanked me solemnly, and then they left. The following week, Matthew, Mother and I moved to Leeds, and Hobbs End ceased to exist. Our life in Leeds was not without incident, but that's another story.
If we go to the CPS with," said to Annie, "they'll laugh us out of the office."
It was Sunday morning, and they were both lounging about Banks's cottage, reading Vivian Elmsley's manuscript and drinking coffee. It had been against Annie's better judgment to take up Banks's suggestion of spending the weekend together. What she'd meant to do, after getting in her car at York, was drive straight home and spend the rest of the weekend in blissful, idle solitude. But next Friday she was taking 2 weeks' holiday, and was planning to go down to stay with her father at the Colony. Best enjoy some time together now, she thought. She would have plenty of time for long, lonely coast walks when she got to St. Ives. So on Sunday morning she was lying back in Banks's front room, barefoot, wearing shorts, her feet dangling over the arm of the settee, reading about Gwen Shackleton's war. "Why would they laugh?" she said. "It's a confession of sorts, isn't it? She does admit to interfering with the body. I very much doubt that any judge would admit the manuscript as evidence. All she has to do is say it's fiction. The Crown knows that. It's a load of bollocks, Annie. Just as well the woman writes fiction and doesn't have to solve real crimes." "But she uses real names." "Doesn't matter. Any decent lawyer would make mincemeat of it as a confession to aiding and abetting. Look at what we've got. We've got a woman in her 70s who presented us with a manuscript she wrote nearly 30 years ago, hinting that she covered up a murder she thinks her brother committed over 20 years before that, in a village that no longer exists. Add to that, she makes a living writing detective fiction." He ran his hand across his head. "Believe me, the CPS have enough of a backlog already. They can't even keep up with today's crimes, let alone put staff on prosecuting yesterday's on evidence so flimsy a puff of wind would blow it away." "She goes scot-free? Do you want to see her in prison?" "Not particularly. I'm just playing devil's advocate. To be honest, it looks as if the poor woman's suffered enough to me. What a blighted life." "I don't know. She's had a fair amount of success. Sometimes that doesn't mean as much as those who don't have it seem to think it does." "Well," Banks went on, "we always knew the case might end nowhere. Matthew Shackleton is dead. I think Vivian Elmsley wanted to get what she did off her chest. She wanted us to know, not for our sake, so we could solve the mystery, but for hers, so she wouldn't have to bear the burden alone any more. The discovery of Gloria Shackleton's skeleton was a tremendous catalyst for her. It pushed her towards some sort of catharsis, and when we found out who she was, it was just a matter of time. I would imagine now it seems less important to her to protect Matthew's memory than it did all those years ago, and his days in a psychiatric institution. She still committed a crime, though." "Yes, but she's not the killer." "Unless she's lying in the story." "I don't think so. She did what she did to protect her brother, who had already suffered terribly in the war, and she kept the secret to protect herself and Matthew's name. If she'd called the police at the time, it's almost certain he would have been convicted of Gloria's murder, unless—" "Unless what?" "Unless he didn't do it. There are a number of things in Gwen's version that bother me. Look at the scenario. Gwen walks into the cottage and sees Matthew bent over Gloria's body, a kitchen knife in his hand. So far, so good." Annie nodded. She also notices that Gloria's fist is clenched, and the little finger appears to be broken. Right? Right. And Gloria's body is still warm. Yes. Which means that the clenched fist wasn't caused by a cadaveric spasm. What if the killer, the real killer, had been trying to take something out of Gloria's hand when he was disturbed by Matthew coming home, chucked out of the pub early for causing a ruckus? Something that might have incriminated him. The button. Makes sense, doesn't it? It's certainly possible. Banks shook his head. But they'd still probably have arrested Matthew, depending on the copper in charge. Remember, most of the bright young detectives were at war. The crazy husband would have looked the most obvious suspect, and the button, even if they had found it, could have been explained away. From Vivian's point of view, if Matthew had even a scrap of sanity left before all hell broke loose, he wouldn't have had any by the time it was over. So she committed a crime, and a serious one at that. But not only would the CPS throw it out, if it ever got as far as a jury, they would chuck it out too. Think of the sympathy angle. Bet you Vivian Elmsley can afford a more than decent barrister. Would have the whole courtroom in tears. So, what do we do next? We could hand the report to Jimmy Riddle and get on with our lives. Or look into those one or two little inconsistencies I mentioned. For a start, I'm not convinced that... The doorbell rang. Banks went to answer it. Curious, Annie let the manuscript drop on her lap. Maybe it's that hard-working D.S. Hatchley of yours. On a Sunday morning? That'll be stretching credibility too far. Banks opened the door. Annie heard a woman's voice. Then Banks stepped back slowly, and in she walked. Blonde hair, black eyebrows, attractive, good figure, nicely dressed in a pastel skirt and a white blouse. She noticed Annie out of the corner of her eye and turned. For a moment she seemed speechless, a slight flush suffusing her pale complexion. "Hello, I don't think we've been introduced." Feeling foolish, Annie took the manuscript off her stomach and stood up. "Annie Cabot," she said. "D.S. Cabot." She felt acutely aware of her bare legs and feet. "Sandra Banks," said the other. "Pleased to meet you." Banks closed the door and stood behind them, looking uncomfortable. "D.S. Cabot and I were just discussing the Thornfield Reservoir case," he said. "Maybe you've read about it." Sandra looked down at Annie's bare feet, then gave Banks a withering glance. "Yes, of course," she said. "And on a Sunday morning, too. Such devotion to duty." She started moving back towards the door. Annie felt herself blush to her roots. "Anyway," Banks gibbered on, "it's really nice to see you. Would you like some coffee or something?" Sandra shook her head. "No, I don't think so. I just came up to Eastvale to see to some things at the community centre. I'm staying in the area. I thought I'd drop by to get some papers signed and talk to you about our son, but it'll do some other time. No hurry. Don't let me interrupt your brainstorming session." As she spoke, she grasped the handle and opened the door. "Nice meeting you, D.S. Cabot," she said over her shoulder, and with that she was gone. Annie stood facing Banks in silence for a few moments, aware only of her fast and loud heartbeat and burning skin. "I didn't know what to say," she said. "I felt foolish, embarrassed." "Why should you?" said Banks. "I've already told you. Sandra and I have been separated for almost a year." But you still love her, Annie thought. Where did that come from? She pushed the thought away. "Yes, I know. It was just a shock, meeting her like that." Banks gave a nervous laugh. "You can say that again. Look, let's have some more coffee and go sit outside. OK? Put Vivian Elmsley out. It's a beautiful day. Shame to waste it staying indoors. Maybe this afternoon we can go for a long walk. Fremington Edge. OK." Annie followed him outside, still feeling dazed. She sat on a striped deck chair, feeling the warmth of the canvas against the backs of her bare thighs, the feeling that always reminded her of summers in St. Ives. Banks was reading the Sunday Times book section, trying to pretend everything was just fine, but she knew he was rattled too, perhaps even more than she was. After all, he'd been married to the woman for more than 20 years. Annie stared into the distance at a straggling line of ramblers walking up Wych Fell, whose massive shape, like a truncated witch's hat, took up most of the western skyline. Crows wheeled over the heights. "You OK?" Banks asked, looking up from his paper. "Fine," she said, mustering a smile. "Fine." But she wasn't. Happiness was. How foolish it is to expect it at all, and what a mistake it is to allow oneself to get too close to anyone. Closeness like that stirs up all the old demons, the jealousy, the insecurity, all the things she thought she'd mastered. The only possible outcome is pain. A shadow had blotted out her sun, just the way Wych Fell obscured the sky. A snake had crawled into her Eden. What, she wondered, would be the cost? Chapter 17. Vivian's manuscript haunted Banks long after he'd read it. There were so many inconsistencies, so many branches in the road to Gloria's murder. On Wednesday, when they still hadn't found Gloria's son, he started thinking about the trip George and Frances Henderson had made to try to find Gloria after the war. Gwen had denied her, in a way, and that set Banks thinking about it as vividly as if it were yesterday. He remembered the late May afternoon when he drove his ailing VW Beetle to Cambridgeshire in search of Jem's parents. He didn't even know why he was making the journey, and more than once he thought of turning back. What could he say? What right had he to intrude on their grief? After all, he had hardly known Jem, knew nothing about his life. On the other hand, they had been friends, and now his friend was dead. The least he could do was offer his condolences and tell them that they had a son they should be proud of, no matter how ignominious his death. Besides, he was curious to see what sort of background Jem came from. It was a fine day, and Banks drove with his window down through the North London suburbs and into open countryside, the wind blowing through his hair, which at that time was well over his collar. He turned off the main road just south of Cambridge. A number of images of the Glee on the radio singing Dolphins just outside Saffron Walden, a whitewashed pub wall, a herd of cows blocking the road as they were moved, udders swinging, from field to field by a slow farmer, unconcerned about the minor traffic jam he was causing, the air smelling of warm straw and manure. Banks stopped in the village newsagent's and asked for directions to the Hilton house. The shopkeeper looked suspicious, as if he thought he was out to rob the place. But she told him. The house, mansion rather, stood at the end of an unpaved drive about half a mile from the village centre. It was originally Tudor by the look of it, but was crusted with so many centuries of additions, like barnacles on the bottom of a boat, a conservatory here, a garage there, a dormer window, that it seemed on the verge of buckling under its own weight. Banks sat in his car, able to take in that this was where Jem came from. He stubbed out his cigarette. The area was quiet, except for a few birds singing and the sound of someone talking on a radio deep inside the house. Surely they must have heard him arrive, especially with the odd hiccuping sounds his Beetle was making those days. Banks got out of the car and looked around. Beyond a neatly trimmed croquet-sized lawn, the land dipped away, revealing a patchwork landscape of green and brown fields under a canopy of blue sky as far as the eye could see. A few small copses and a church steeple were all that broke the monotony. This was the old England, the place of order, of the labourer at work in the fields and the lord at ease in his manor. It was a far cry from Peterborough and Notting Hill. Banks had visited the countryside before, of course, but he'd never been to a house so opulent. From such a house, the old-class insecurities began to surface, and if he'd been wearing one, he would probably have knocked on the door, cap in hand. He felt self-conscious of his accent, even before he opened his mouth. A sweet-smelling honeysuckle bush stood beside the old oak door, and Banks could hear the bees droning around the blossoms. He banged the heavy knocker against the wood. The sound echoed through the countryside and sent a nearby flock of starlings flapping off into the sky. It seemed forever before Banks became aware of someone approaching the door, a creak of a floorboard, perhaps, or swish of a skirt. When it opened a crack, he found himself looking at a dark-haired woman with high cheekbones and sunken brown eyes. She seemed old to him back then, when he had hardly turned 20, but he realized that she was probably only in her early 40s, about the same age he was now. She raised an eye. "Mrs. Hilton?" "I'm Mrs. Hilton. What can I do for you?" "I've come about Jem." She frowned. "Who?" "Jem. Sorry, Jeremy, your son." A man appeared behind her, and she opened the door all the way. He had white hair, a red face, and watery, pale blue eyes. "What is it, darling?" he asked, putting his hand on the woman's shoulder and frowning at Banks. "Who is he? What does he want?"
She turned to her husband with a puzzled expression on her face. "Someone come about Jeremy?" Banks introduced himself. "I lived across the hall from Jeremy in Notting Hill," he said. "We were friends. I just wanted to come and say I'm sorry about what happened." "I don't understand," said the man. "Our son died a long time ago. It's a bit late to be coming round with condolences, don't you think?" Jeremy Hilton. I am at the right house, aren't I?" "Oh, yes," said the woman. "But the thing is, Jeremy, but it was only about a month ago. I mean, I knew him, I found him. We are speaking about the same person, aren't we? Did Jeremy have a brother, perhaps?" "We had only one son," the man said, "and he died 5 years ago. Now, if you don't mind, I think my wife has been disturbed enough, don't you? Good day." He started to close the door. Banks made one last-ditch attempt. He stuck his foot in the door and said, "Please, you don't understand. Jim died last month. I don't mean to upset you, but—" Mr. Hilton opened the door a fraction, and Banks slipped his foot out. "If you don't go away and get off our property immediately, I'm going to call the police," he said. "Is that clear?" And this time he slammed the door shut before Banks could move. For a few moments Banks stared at the weathered oak, his mind spinning. He saw a curtain move and assumed they were watching, ready to phone the police, so he got away. At the end of the drive, an elderly man wearing a cloth cap waved him down. Banks stopped, and the man leaned down to the open window. He had about 5 days' growth on his cheeks, and his breath smelled of beer. "What you been bothering them there for, then?" he asked. "I wasn't bothering them," Banks said. "I just came to offer them my condolences on their son's death." The man scratched his cheek. "And what did they say?" Banks told him, all the time glancing in his mirror to see if the Hiltons had followed him down the drive. "Well," the man said, "see, as far as they're concerned, their Jeremy died the day he dropped out of university and went off to London to be one of them drug-smoking hippies." He scrutinized Banks for a moment, as if trying to make up his mind where he fit in the scheme of things. "I noticed they had the police around a while back and wondered what it were all about. Jeremy's really—" Banks, after another quick glance in the mirror. "Drugs, were it?" "Looks that way." "I'm sorry to hear it. I've known him since he were a babe in arms. Nice young lad he were till he went bad. He were going to be a doctor, like his dad. At Cambridge he was, you know. I don't know what went wrong." He pointed with his thumb back at the house. "They never recovered. Don't talk to anyone. Don't have any visitors." He shook his head slowly. "Poor little Jeremy. They never even gave him a funeral service." Then he wandered away along the road, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Banks was left alone at the intersection of the drive and the road, with only the bird-songs and his own gloomy thoughts of estrangement and denial for company. He'd a pretty good idea of what went wrong for Jem, having read Clara's letter, but it seemed that nobody wanted to know. Horns blaring on Market Street broke. He had another denial on his mind. Jem's parents had convinced themselves their son had died 5 years before he really did, just because he'd disappointed their expectations. Gwen Shackleton told George and Francis Henderson that Gloria had run away, when she was well aware that Gloria was actually dead and buried out back. Somehow the two denials seemed like curious mirror images to Banks. A knock at the door interrupted this train of thought. Sergeant Hatchley walked in. "Coffee break?" Banks looked up and dragged himself back from a long distance. "What? Oh, yes. You all right, sir? You look a bit pale." "Fine. Just thinking, that's all. Can be painful, thinking. That's why I try to avoid it." They walked across Market Street to the Golden Grill for toasted tea-cakes and coffee. Rain had finally come to the Dales, and the place was almost empty. Doris only the 4th and 5th customers to pass through her door that day. "Does that put us in line for somewhat special, like?" Hatchley asked. "Maybe a free cuppa?" She slapped his arm and laughed. "Get away with you." "Worth a try," said Hatchley to Banks. "Never ask, never get." used to know a bloke years back who claimed he asked every girl he met if she'd go to bed with him. Said he only got slapped in the face 9 times out of 10.
Banks laughed. Then he asked, "Have you heard anything on that nationwide inquiry you put out yet?"
"Something came in this morning, as a matter of fact," said Hatchley. "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Lass called Brenda Hamilton. Bit of a tart, by all accounts. Not a prossy by trade, but she wasn't averse to opening her legs to anyone who looked like he had a bob or two to spare. Anyway, she was found dead in a barn."
"How?"
"Strangled and stabbed, in that order."
"It certainly sounds promising."
Hatchley shook his head.
"There's a couple of problems." "What problems?"
"Location and time frame. It happened near Adley, Suffolk, in August 1952. I only mention it because it was the same M.O.
Banks chewed on his tea cake and thought it over.
"Any suspects?" "Naturally, the farmer who owned the barn came in for a close look, but he had a watertight alibi. I'd have sent for more details, but, well, it's not likely to be connected with our business, is it?"
Banks shrugged.
"Wouldn't do any harm to ask a few more questions?" "Maybe not, but that's 7 years after Gloria Shackleton was killed. It's a long gap for the kind of killer we're looking at. It also happened in another part of the country. There could be reasons for that, and I doubt there'd be any American Air Force personnel around by then, would there? I mean, the war was long over. Most of them went off to the Pacific after VE Day, and the rest buggered off home as soon as they could." "You're probably right, Jim. Unclear, and ask them for more details. I'll ask D.S. Cabot to contact the USAFE people again and see if she can find out anything."
"Will do."
Back in his office, Banks put off phoning Annie at Harkside, smoking a cigarette instead, and staring out of the window. A warm, slow rain fell on the market square, darkening the cobbles and the ancient market cross. It wasn't bringing much relief. The air was still sticky and humid, but slowly the clouds were gathering, the humidity increasing. One day soon it would break and the heavens would open. There were only a couple of cars parked in the square, and the few people in evidence ambled around under umbrellas, looking gloomily at the shops. Radio 3 was playing a programme of British light music, and Banks recognised the signature theme of Children's Favourites. The reason he was avoiding talking to Annie was that Sunday had gone badly after Sandra's visit. Both Banks and Station awkward, and she'd eventually left just after lunch, forgoing the afternoon walk, claiming she had things to see to back in Harkside. They hadn't spoken to each other since. At the time, Banks hadn't been sorry to see her go. He was more upset than he'd let on by Sandra's visit, and it annoyed him that he felt that way. After all, she had a new boyfriend, Sean. Why did she have to turn up just then, when everything was going so well? What gave her the right to burst in and act so shocked that he was seeing someone, knocking everyone's feelings out of kilter? How would she like it if he just dropped in on her and Sean without even phoning first? And he had wanted to talk to her, especially after his little heart-to-heart with Brian. Now God only knew when he would get the chance again. He also realised that Sandra had been upset by what she saw too, the withering coolness of reacting to her own discomfort. He still had feelings for her. You can't just lose your feelings that quickly for someone you loved for so long. Love lost or rejected may first turn to hate, but only over time does it become indifference. Finally he plucked up the courage and picked up the phone. "How's it going?" he asked. "Fine." "You sound distracted." "No, I'm not. Just a bit busy. Really, it's fine." Banks took a deep breath. "Look, if it's about Sandy, I'm sorry. I had no idea Sandra was going to turn up. I also didn't think it would have so much of an effect on you. Well, you don't always know about these things till they happen, do you? As I said, I'm fine. Except I've got a lot on my plate right now. What's on your mind?" "OK, if that's how you want to play it. Get on to your military contacts again, and see if you can find out anything about US Air Force presence in Suffolk in 19... Find out if there were any bases left, for a start, and if there were, which was the nearest one to Hadley. If there was one, I'd also like a list of personnel." "Right. Can you do it today? I'll try. Tomorrow at the latest. Annie? What? Can't we get together and talk about things? There's nothing to talk about, really. Look, you know I'm off on holiday in a couple of days. I've got a lot to do before I go. Maybe when I get back, okay? In the meantime, I'll get that information to you as soon as I can. Goodbye. Feeling more depressed than ever after that pointless conversation, Banks glanced at the pile of paper beside the computer on his desk. Socko search results, post-mortem, forensic odontology. None of it contradicted what they had previously estimated, nor did any of it tell him anything more. What would have happened if Gwen had done as she should and reported findings? Might have asked around and not simply tried to pin the murder on Matthew. And maybe not. Too late for asking questions now. They were all dead, except Vivian. Poor Gloria. She saw Matthew as her penance. Somehow that told Banks more about her than anything else. And what if Vivian's ending was the real lie, the ultimate irony? What if Gwen herself had committed the murder? Vivian Elmsley put her book down as the train pulled out of Wakefield Westgate on Thursday. It would only be a few more minutes to Leeds now, and built up the whole way. A typical northern industrial landscape of shabby red-brick housing estates, low-rise office buildings, sparkling new shopping centres, factory yards full of stacked pallets wrapped in polythene, kids fishing in the canal, stripped to the waist. The only untypical thing was the sticking like sugar water. The publisher's rep was supposed to meet Vivian at the station and accompany her to the Metropole Hotel, where she would be staying until Sunday. She had book signings in Bradford, York and Harrogate as well as in Leeds, but it made no sense to move everything lock, stock and barrel from one hotel to another every day. The cities were close enough together. The rep would drive her around. Not that Vivian needed any help to find the hotel. The Metropole wasn't more than a couple of 100 yards from City Square, and she knew exactly where it was. She'd stayed there with Charlie the time they went to Michael Stanhope's exhibition in 1944. What an evening they'd made of it. After the show they went to a classical concert, and then to the 21 Club, where they danced until late. That was why she had asked to stay there again this trip, for memory's sake. She was nervous. It wasn't anything to do with this evening's reading or the Radio Leeds interview tomorrow afternoon, but with meeting Chief Inspector Banks and his female sidekick again. She knew they would want to interview her after studying the manuscript. There was no doubt she was guilty of something. But what could she do? She was too old and too tired to run. She was also too old to go to jail. The only way now was to face up to whatever charges might be brought and hope her lawyer would do a good job. No one, she supposed, could stop the press finding out the details eventually, and there was no doubt that they would go to town on the scandal. She wasn't sure she could face public humiliation. Perhaps if they didn't arrest her, she would leave the country again, the way she'd done so many times with Ronald. Why not? She could work anywhere, and she had enough money to buy a little place somewhere warm, Bermuda, perhaps, or the British Virgin Islands. Once again, Vivian cast her mind back to the events of something she'd missed. Had she got it all wrong? Had she been so ready to suspect Matthew that she'd overlooked the possibility of anyone else being guilty? Banks's questions about Michael Stanhope and about PX, Billy Joe, Charlie and Brad had shocked and surprised her at first. Now she was beginning to wonder. Could one of them have done it? Not Charlie, certainly. He was dead by then. But what about Brad? He and Gloria had been arguing a lot toward the end. She had even seen them arguing through the flames at the VE Day party. Perhaps the night she died, he'd gone to put his case forward one last time, and when she turned him down, he went berserk. Vivian tried to remember whether Brad had been the kind to go berserk or not, but all she could conclude was that we all are, given the right circumstances. Then there was PX. He'd certainly lavished a lot of gifts on Gloria in that shy way of his, perhaps something she hadn't wanted to give. And while Billy Joe seemed to have moved on to other women quite happily, Vivian remembered his bitterness at being ditched for a pilot, the smouldering class resentment that came out as jibes and taunts. People said they didn't have a class system in America, but Billy Joe had definitely been working class, like the farm labourers in Yorkshire. Charlie was from a well-established Ivy League background, and Brad had come from new West Coast oil money. Vivian didn't think the Americans lacked class distinction so much as they lacked the tradition of inherited aristocratic titles and wealth, which was probably why they all went gaga over British royalty. The train was nearing Leeds City Station now, wheels squealing as it negotiated the increasingly complicated system of signals and points. It had been a much faster and easier journey than the one Gloria. She remembered the pinprick of blue light, the soldiers snoring, her first look at the desolation of war in the pale dawn light. She slept most of the way back to Leeds, a 6 or 7 hour journey then, and after she got back to Hobbs End, London had grown more and more distant and magical in her imagination, until it might easily have been Mars or ancient Rome. Looking back, she began to wonder if perhaps it was all just a story, as the years race inexorably on, and as all the people we know and love die. Does the past turn into fiction, an act of the imagination populated by ghosts, scenes and images suspended forever in water-glass? Wearily, Vivian stood up and reached for her overnight bag. There was something else she'd steeled herself to do while she was in Leeds, and she'd set aside Friday afternoon. Before that, though, she would make time to call at the art gallery and see Michael Stanhope's painting. When the phone rang on Thursday morning, Banks snatched the receiver from its cradle so hard he fumbled it and dropped it on the desk before getting a good grip. "Alan, what's going on? You almost deafened me." "Oh, sorry. It's Jenny." "I know. I recognise your voice. How are you?" "Well, don't sound so excited to hear from me." "I'm sorry, Jenny, really. It's just that I'm expecting an important call." "Your girlfriend?" "The case I'm working on." "That one you told me about? The war thing?" "It's the only one I've got. Jimmy Riddle's made sure my cases have been thin on the ground lately." "Well, I won't take up much of your time. It just struck me that I was rather, emotional on our last meeting. I want to apologise for dumping all over you, as they say in California." Jenny went on. "By way of an apology, I'd like to invite you to dinner, if you think you can tolerate my cooking, that is." "It's bound to be better than mine." She laughed a little too quickly and a little too nervously. "Don't count on it. I thought we could, just talk about things over a meal and a bottle of wine. A lot's happened to both of us this past year." "When?" "How about tomorrow, 7-ish?" "Sounds fine." "Are you sure it won't cause any problems?" "Why should it?" "I don't know. Then her voice brightened. "That's great. I'll see you tomorrow about 7 then." "You're on. I'll pick up some wine." After he hung up, Banks sat back and thought about the invitation. Dinner with Jenny, at her place. That would be interesting. Then he thought about Annie, and that cast a shadow over him. She'd basically cut him dead on the phone yesterday. After such quick and surprising, it was a shock. It was a long time since he'd been given the cold shoulder by a girlfriend he had known for only a few days, and the whole thing brought back shades of adolescent gloom. Time to break out the sad songs again, cry along with Leonard Cohen, and learn how to get the best out of your suffering. But he was anxious to hear from Annie about the East Anglia connection. She'd said today at the latest, after all. He toyed with the idea of phoning her, but in the end decided against it. Whatever their personal problems, he knew she was a good enough copper to let him know the minute she got the information he'd asked for. Shortly before 11, she did. "I'm sorry for the delay," she said. "What with time differences and faulty fax machines, well, I'm sure you know." "That's all right. Just tell me what you've discovered."
Banks had already come to one or two conclusions of his own since his last talk with Annie, and he felt the tingling tremor as the pieces started to fall together. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in quite a while. First off, Annie said, there definitely was an American air base near Hadley in 1952.
What were they doing there?
Well, the US Armed Forces cleared out of England after the war, but a lot of them stayed on in Europe, especially Berlin and Vienna. The war hadn't solved the Russian problem. Anyway, the Americans came back to operate from British air bases in 1948 during the Berlin blockade and airlift. The first thing they did was deploy long-range B-29 bombers from 4 air bases in East Anglia. All this is from my contact in Ramstein. Apparently, there were so many bases in 1951 that they had to change their organisational structure to deal with them.
Any familiar names?
Just one. Guess who ran the PX?
Same. You don't sound so surprised. Not really. What did you find out about him?
He left Rowan Woods in May 1945 with the rest of the 448th and spent some time in Europe. Then he returned to America. He was assigned to the base near Hadley in summer 1952.
He stayed in the Air Force all that time?
Seems that way. I suppose he had a pretty good job, lots of perks. Tell me, why doesn't it surprise you? Why not one of the other Americans?
The whiskey
and the Luckies.
What? In Vivian Elmsley's manuscript, she says there was a bottle of whiskey smashed on the floor and an unopened carton of Lucky Strikes on the kitchen counter. It's hardly concrete evidence of anything, but I don't think a carton of Luckies would have stayed unopened for very long in wartime, do you?
Brad could have brought them.
Possible, but it was PX who had easiest access to the store's goodies. The manuscript also mentioned a farewell party at Rowan Woods that night. PX must have got drunk and finally plucked up the courage. He'd sneaked out of the base and brought the presents that night. One last-ditch attempt to buy what he yearned for. Gloria resisted and Matthew only came in afterward, the poor sod. Any idea where PX was between 1945 and 1952?
No, I can ask Matty to check if it's important. You're thinking there might have been others?
Possibly. Do we know anything more about him?
No. Matty said she'd try to find out what she can, such as when and why he was discharged, and if he's still alive. But she doesn't hold out a lot of hope. It's not their official position to give out such information, but Matty's a mystery fan, and it seems I've piqued her curiosity. She's become quite an ally.
Good. See what you can do.
Any other murders? How old will he be now, if he's still alive? According to Matty's information, he'd be about 75.
A possibility, then.
Could be. I'll talk to you later. When Annie had hung up, Banks felt restless. Sometimes waiting was the most difficult part. That was when he smoked too much and paced up and down. Bad habits from his Met days he hadn't quite got rid of. There were a couple of things he could do in the meantime. First, he dialed Jenny Fuller's number.
"Alan," she said, "don't tell me you want to cancel."
No, it's nothing like that. Actually, I need you to do a little favour for me."
"Of course, if I can.
Didn't you say at lunch the other day that you trained with the FBI profilers?"
"At Quantico, yes. And you said you thought profiling was a load of bollocks." "Forget that for now. Do you have any contacts there? Anyone close enough to ask a personal—"
"Well, there is one fellow, yes. Why'd you ask?" Banks filled her in on the new developments, then said,
"This Edgar Koenig, I'd like you to ask your friend to check his record. If he's the sort of man I think he is, the odds are that he'll have one. D.S. Cabot's working with the military authorities, but any information they can supply us with is limited." "I'm sure Bill will be happy to oblige if he can," said Jenny. "Just let me get a pencil, then you can tell me what you want to know."
When Banks had finished giving Jenny the details, he asked D.S. Hatchley to call East Anglia and find out if a U.S. airman called Edgar Koenig had ever been questioned or suspected in connection with the Brenda Hamilton murder. After that,
He sat back and told himself there was no rush. Nobody was running anywhere. Even if Koenig did turn out to be the killer, even if he was still alive, there was no way he could know to him after all this time. Chapter 18. On Friday, the rep dropped Vivian back at her hotel a little later than she'd expected. There had been a delay at the radio station when the sound technician discovered, halfway through the interview, that Vivian's microphone was faulty. She had to do the whole thing again. It was after 4 o'clock when she got out of the car, and the sky looked heavy and dark, the air crackling with pre-storm tension. In the distance she could hear hesitant rumbles of thunder and see faint lightning flashes. Even the Metropole's facade, lovingly restored to its original orange terracotta, looked as black as it had when she'd stayed there with Charlie all those years ago. She would have liked nothing better than to rest in her room for an hour or so, perhaps take a long bath, but it would be fully dark before long. She supposed she could put off her trip and go another time, signings in York and Harrogate, but she could always catch a later train and make the visit on Sunday morning. No, she would not procrastinate. There was also something ironically appealing to the writer in her about visiting the place during a storm. She called the concierge and asked him to arrange for a taxi. Then she put on her raincoat and waterproof boots. The car was waiting downstairs, and she ducked in the back with her umbrella and gave the driver directions. The rain had started spotting now, making huge dark blobs. The driver, a young Pakistani, tried to practice his English by making conversation about the weather, but he soon gave up and settled in to concentrate on his driving. Woodhouse Road was busy with people leaving work early for the weekend, and the worsening weather made it a matter of stop and start. Beyond the city limits, though, things eased up. As Vivian gazed out of the rain-streaked window, hypnotised by the slapping of the windscreen wipers, she thought about her visit to Leeds City Art Gallery yesterday. Seeing the nude painting of Gloria had evoked such a complex response in her that she still hadn't been able to sort out all the strands. She'd never seen Gloria naked before, had never accompanied her and Alice and the others on their skinny-dipping expeditions, out of shyness and out of shame at her body. So to see the smooth skin and the alluring curves, as interpreted by hand, came as a revelation. What disturbed Vivian most of all was the pang of desire the painting engendered in her. She thought herself long past such feelings, if she had ever indeed experienced them at all. True, she had loved Gloria, but she'd never admitted to herself, had never even realized, that she might have loved her in that way. Now, as she remembered the innocent physical intimacies they had shared, painting one another's legs, the dancing lessons, when she had felt Gloria's body close to hers and breathed her perfume, the little kiss on her cheek after the wedding, she wasn't sure how innocent it had all been. The feelings, the urges had been there, but Vivian had been ignorant of such things and had suppressed them. In the art gallery she had felt like a pervert looking at pornography, not because there was anything pornographic about Stanhope's thoughts and feelings attached to it. She thought of that moment when she'd kissed Gloria's still warm forehead before covering her with the blackout cloth. "Goodbye, sweet Gloria. Goodbye, my love." "Pardon me," said the driver, turning his head. "What? Oh, nothing, nothing." Vivian shrank into her seat. Beyond Otley there was very little traffic. The roads were narrow, and they got stuck behind a lorry, doing only about 30 for a while. It was after 5 o'clock when the driver pulled up in the car park near Thornfield Reservoir. The rain was coming down hard now, pattering against the leaves. At least, Vivian thought, in this weather she could be sure of having the place to herself. She told the driver she would only be about 15 minutes and asked him to wait. He picked up a newspaper from the seat beside him. A second car pulled up in the other car park, behind the high hedge, but Vivian was already set. The path was treacherous, as if the parched earth had been yearning for the chance to suck up every drop of rain that fell.
and Vivian had to be really careful not to slip as she made her way slowly down the embankment, poking her umbrella in the ground ahead and using it as a sort of brake. God only knew how she would get back up again. The ruined village lay spread out before her under the dark sky. Rain lashed the crumbled stones, and every few seconds a flash of lightning lit the scene like a Stanhope painting. Vivian paused to get her breath by the fairy bridge, unfurled her umbrella, then walked forward and stood at the humped centre. She rested her free hand on the wet stone, hardly able to believe that this was the same bridge where she had stood and chatted with Gloria, Matthew, Alice, Cynthia, Betty, and the others all those years ago. The last time she'd been there, already finding the old river's channel by the high street, and a small stream had formed, heading toward Harksmere. Thunder hammered across the sky, and Vivian shuddered as she moved toward Bridge Cottage. There was nothing left of the place except the foundations, a dark stone outline, 2 or 3 feet high, but she remembered where every room and cupboard had been, especially the kitchen at the back, where she had found Gloria's body. The area around and inside the cottage had been dug up and was still surrounded by police signs warning that it might be dangerous. They'd been looking for more bodies, Vivian supposed. Well, they would, wouldn't they? Inspector Niven would have done exactly the same thing. Now she was standing there in the driving rain, which dripped off her umbrella and ran down inside her boots. She was beginning to wonder why she'd come. There was nothing here for her now, at least when Hobbs End, as she had done, as a place preserved in water-glass. Now it was nothing but a heap of rubble. She ambled through the mud, up what had been the high street, past the Shoulder of Mutton, where Billy Joe had his fight with Seth, and where Matthew spent his evenings after his return from Luzon, past Halliwell the butcher's, where she had swapped capstans for suet and pleaded for an extra piece of scrag end, and past the newsagent shop, where she had lived with Mother and sold her bits and pieces, built up her private lending library, met Gloria for the first time that blustery April day she came by in her new land girl uniform, asking for cigarettes. It was no good. There was nothing of the place left but memories, and her memories were mostly painful. She hadn't known what to expect, had in mind only a simple sort of pilgrimage. Well, she'd done that. Time to head back to the hotel for a hot bath and a change of clothes, or she would catch her death. Lost in her thoughts, she hadn't noticed the gaunt, stringy-haired man who had followed her taxi all the way from Leeds. When she passed Bridge Cottage on her way back and turned toward the Fairy Bridge, he stepped from behind the outbuilding and held out a gun. Then he moved forward quickly, grabbed her around the throat, and she felt the hard metal pushing at the side of her neck. Her umbrella went flying and landed upside down on High Street like a large black teacup. Then his hand appeared in front of her, holding a dog-eared photograph, creased with age. It took her a moment to realize that it was Gloria. Her hair was darker and straighter, and it looked as if it had been taken perhaps a year or two before she had come to Hobbs End. Rain spattered the photograph and the hand that held it. Such Gloria's hand, she thought, remembering that first meeting when she'd shaken hands and Vivian had felt heavy and awkward, holding that tiny, moist leaf. What was he doing with hands like Gloria's? By 6 o'clock on Friday evening, Banks was starting to get nervous about his dinner date with Jenny. The thunder and lightning and driving rain that buffeted his tiny cottage didn't help. He'd already showered and shaved, agonizing over whether to put on any aftershave, and finally deciding against it, not wanting to smell like a tart's window box. Now he was surveying his wardrobe, what little there was of it, trying to decide which version of casual he should put on tonight. It was a decision made a lot easier by the overflowing laundry basket, the Marks and Sparks chinos, and the light blue denim shirt. Almost ready at last, Banks stood in front of the mirror and ran his hand over his to write home about, he thought, but it was the best he could do with what nature had given him. He wasn't a vain man, but today he seemed to take longer than a woman getting ready to go out. He remembered how he had always had to wait for Sandra, no matter how much time he gave her. It had got so bad that when they had to be somewhere for 7:30, he told her 7 o'clock, just to get an edge. He thought of Annie. Did he owe her fidelity, or were all bets off after the way she'd cut him? He didn't know. At the very least, he owed her an explanation of the case, given all the hard work she'd put in. Late that afternoon, Bill Gilchrist of the FBI had sent him, at Jenny's request, a 6-page fax on Edgar P.X. Koenig, and Banks had been gobsmacked by its contents. D.S. Hatchley had also determined that Koenig had been questioned in connection with the Brenda Hamilton murder. He wasn't as friendly. Rationing was in force until 1954, so PX still had his uses among the locals as late as 1952. Annie wasn't at the section station when he phoned her. He tried her at home too, but either she had already left for St. Ives, or she wasn't answering her phone. Next he dialed her mobile number, but still got no answer. Maybe she didn't want to talk to him. Banks went downstairs and lit a cigarette. Miles Davis's Bitches Brew was playing on the stereo, bringing back more memories of Jem. During one of those periods when the Met had brought in a new broom and corruption charges were flying right, left and centre, Banks again saw the man he'd first seen walking up the stairs on the night of Jem's death. A dealer. His name was Malcolm, and he'd been brought in to give evidence against a certain D.S. Fallon, who was charged with extorting heroin from importers he busted, and set up his own distribution network, which included Malcolm. In Banks's eyes, that made Malcolm partly responsible for Jem's death, and when he saw D.S. Fallon, he recognized immediately the pockmarked face and cynical smile of the cop who had rifled his bed-sit after he'd reported Jem's death. No wonder no charges had ever been laid. Fallon was arrested and sentenced. He hadn't been more than 18 months in Wormwood Scrubs before a lifer who recognized him stabbed him through the ear with a file-down length of metal. Karma. After 5 years or more, it was hardly instant, but it was karma nonetheless. Jem would have liked that sense of symmetry. Banks stubbed out his cigarette and was just heading into the bathroom to brush his teeth when the telephone rang. The sound startled him. He hoped it wasn't Jenny phoning to cancel. With Annie going all cold on him, he'd been at the forthcoming dinner. As soon as he heard the voice, though, he realized there could be much worse things in the world than Jenny phoning to cancel dinner. "Why is it, Banks," growled Chief Constable Riddle, "that you manage to make a pig's arse out of everything you do?" "Sir?" "You heard me." "Sir, it's after 6 on a I don't give a monkey's toss what bloody time it is, or what day it is. I'll give you a perfectly simple case to work on. Nothing too urgent, nothing too exacting, out of the goodness of my heart. And what happens? All my good intentions blow up in our faces. That's what happens." "Sir, I don't know what you're talking about." "You might not." "But the rest of the bloody country does. Don't you watch the news?" "No, sir. I've been getting ready to go out." "Then you'd better cancel. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Not that I care about your sex life. Do you know where I'm calling from?" "No, sir." "Reservoir. Listen carefully, and you'll hear the rain. And the thunder. Let me fill you in. Shortly over an hour ago, a woman was taken hostage. She'd taken a taxi out here and told the driver to wait while she went to look at something. When he thought he'd waited long enough, he went to look for her, and saw her standing with a man who appeared to be holding a gun to her head. The man fired a shot in the air and shouted his demand, and the taxi driver ran back to his car and phoned the police. The woman's name is Vivian Elmsley. Ring any bells?" Banks's heart lurched. "Vivian Elmsley? Yes, she's, I know damn well who she is, Banks. What I don't know is why some maniac is holding a gun to her head and demanding to talk to the detective in charge of the Gloria Shackleton investigation.
because that's what he demanded the taxi driver report. Can you fill me in on that?" "No, sir." Banks fought back the urge to say, "Yes, sir." Instead, he asked, "What's his name?" He hasn't said. We, however, have gone into full bloody Hollywood production mode out here, with a big enough budget to bankrupt us well into the millennium. Are you still listening to me, Banks?" "Yes, sir." "A hostage negotiator has spoken with him briefly from a distance, and all he says is that he wants to see justice done. He won't say any more until we get you to the scene. There's an armed response unit here already, and they're getting itchy fingers. Apparently one of their marksmen said he can get a clear shot." "For crying out loud! Get yourself down here, man, now! And this time you really will need your wellies. It's pissing down cats and dogs."
When Riddle hung up, Banks reached for his raincoat and shot out the door. He had a damn good idea who Vivian Elmsley's captor might be, and why he was Miles's mournful trumpet echoed in the empty cottage. Annie had managed to get away from the station early, before the shit hit the fan, and by 6 o'clock she was approaching Blackburn on the M65, shuttling from lane to lane to pass the convoys of enormous lorries that seemed to cluster together at regular intervals. It was Friday rush hour, the sky dark with storm clouds that gushed torrential rain over the whole of the north. Lightning forked and flickered over the humped Pennines, and thunder rumbled and crashed like a mad percussionist in the distance. Annie counted the gaps between the lightning and thunder, wondering if that really did tell you how far away the storm was. What was the gap between her and Banks now? Could it be counted? Like that between the thunder and the lightning? She knew she was being a coward, running away, but a little time and distance would give her to sort out her feelings. It was all getting to be too much. First, there was the annoyance she'd felt when he went out boozing with his mate in Leeds instead of going to dinner with her. Then the time in London he'd gone to Bethnal Green to meet his son, and made it clear she wasn't welcome. And then the last straw, Sandra's appearance at the cottage on Sunday morning. She'd made Annie feel about an inch high, and Banks still loved her. That was obvious enough to anyone. It wasn't Banks's fault. It wasn't because of him she was running, but because of herself. If every little thing like that was going to rub up against her raw nerve ends, then where would she find any peace? She couldn't blame Banks for making time for friends and family, but nor could she allow herself to be drawn so deeply into his life, tangled up in his past. All she wanted was a simple, no-strings relationship. Complications. If she stayed with him, she would have to meet his son eventually, and audition for the dad's new girlfriend test. There was a daughter, too, and she would probably be even harder to win over. She would no doubt also meet the redoubtable Sandra again. Even though no one needed a correspondent in divorce cases these days, Annie was beginning to feel like one. And there would be the divorce, something else they'd have to go through. She didn't think she could face all the emotional detritus of someone else's life impinging on her own. She had enough to deal with as it was. No, she should cut her losses and get out now. It was time to go back home, regroup, recuperate, then return to her labyrinth, her meditation and yoga. With any luck, in a couple of weeks, Banks would have let her go from his thoughts and found someone else. Oh, in the car stereo set, so that no matter what programme she was listening to, the nearest local station would cut in with its weather and travel updates. She hadn't a clue how this worked. Some sort of electronic signal, she assumed. But sometimes the interruption continued beyond the traffic and weather into the local news bulletin. Just as she was overtaking a convoy of lorries, churning up so much water she could hardly see, the weather cut in, and she also caught the beginning of a news bulletin about a hostage situation at Thornfield Reservoir. Unfortunately, the same gizmo that caused the bulletins to cut in also cut them off at the most inappropriate times. and this happened halfway through the item. All she had discovered was that the detective writer Vivian Elmsley was being held by an armed man at Thornfield Reservoir. Annie turned off the tape and jabbed at the CD lights into a digital frenzy. She got country and western, a gardening programme and a classical concert, but the scanner couldn't find the damn news break. She swore and thumped the wheel, swerving dangerously, then tried again, searching manually this time. When she finally did get the right frequency, all she heard were the final words. Bizarre twist in the affair. It seems the hostage-taker has asked to talk to the detective in charge of the so-called Hobbs End skeleton case, believed to be Detective Chief Inspector Banks of the East Vale CID. We'll give you more details as they come in. Well, Annie thought on the outskirts of Blackburn, there was nothing else for it. She would have to go back. She negotiated her way carefully across the lanes of traffic, took the next exit, crossed the overpass, then followed the signs heading east. In this weather, it would take her about an hour. There were no conditions for impatient driving. She hoped she wouldn't be too late to find out what the hell was going on. Banks arrived at Thornfield car park, put on his Wellington boots, and hurried through the short stretch of woods to the scene. Riddle hadn't been far wrong when he compared it to a Hollywood production. It probably cost as much as Waterworld. Though the patrol cars, armed response vehicles and technical support unit vans couldn't drive right to the rim of the reservoir because of the trees, some of them had forced their way through as far as they could, and long, thick wires and cables trailed the rest of the way. The local media people were there too. The entire bowl of Hobbs End was floodlit, and the occasional lightning flash gave everything a split-second blue cast. At the centre of it all, two small, pathetic figures were cruelly illuminated, just beyond the phalanx of TV cameras and microphones, clustered well behind the police tape. Banks ignored him and went straight over to the hostage negotiator. He looked young. Banks guessed he had a psychology degree, and this was his first real-life situation. Officially, the local superintendent was in charge of the scene, but as a rule the negotiator called the shots. Banks couldn't see any police sharpshooters, but he knew they were around somewhere. "I'm DCI, Banks," he said. "Sergeant Whitkirk," said the negotiator. Banks nodded toward the two figures. "Let me go and talk to him." "You're not going down there," Whitkirk said. "That's against the rules. Do your talking on this." He held a loud hailer out. Banks didn't take it. Instead, he lit a cigarette and gazed out over the eerie scene, a set from a horror film, perhaps the same film that began with the skeleton of a tombstone. He turned to Sergeant Whitkirk. "How old are you, sonny?" "What's that got—" "You're clearly not old enough to realise that not all wisdom comes out of books. What's it called, this rule book of yours, the handy pocket guide to hostage negotiation? Now you listen to me. Now, you listen to me." Banks pointed to the two figures. "I don't know how many scenes like this you've handled successfully, but I do know this situation. I know what it's all about, and I think I've got a hell of a lot better chance than you or anyone else of making sure no one gets hurt." Whitkirk thrust his chin out. There was an angry red spot in the cleft. "You can't guarantee that. Leave it to the professionals. He's obviously a fucking madman." "He's not a fucking madman. What do you professionals intend to do? Shoot him?" Whitkirk snorted. "We could have done that an hour ago if that's what we wanted. We're bully for you." "How do you know he's not a madman?" Banks sighed. "Because I know who he is and what he wants." "How can you know that? He hasn't communicated any demands yet." "Except to talk to me." "That's right. And our first rule is that we don't comply." "He hasn't done anything yet, has he?" "No." "Why not, do you think?" "How would I know? All I know is he's a fucking nutter and he's unpredictable. We can't give in to him, and you can't just go walking into the situation. Look at it this way. He asks for you. Maybe you're the one he really wants to kill. I'll take my chances."
No, you won't. I'm in charge of the scene here, and you're not going in. What do we do, then? We play for time. Banks felt like laughing, but he held it back. And in time, what's your plan? First, we do all we can to turn an imprecise situation into a precise one. Oh, stop quoting the fucking... How long have you been here already? An hour? Hour and a half? Have you turned your imprecise situation into a precise one yet? We've established communication. Banks looked down at the loud hailer. Yes, great communicators, those. Whitkirk glared at him. We offered to send down a phone, but he refused. Look, said Banks, he's asked for me. We might not know what he wants, but he must have something to tell me, and you and I both know there's only one way to find out. I think I can talk him out of doing any harm. Can't you give me a bit of leeway? Whitkirk chewed on his lip for a moment. Securing the scene's my responsibility, he said. Let me go in. Banks pointed over to the chief constable. Believe me, there's a bloke over there will give you a medal if I get shot. Whitkirk managed a thin smile. One condition, he said. What is it? You wear a bulletproof vest. One to pick up the vest from the armed response vehicle. Then he told the hostage-taker over his loud hailer what he was planning. Send him in, the man shouted back. Whitkirk stood aside, and Banks, kitted out with his bulletproof vest, trod his cigarette in the mud and set off down the side of the reservoir. He heard Whitkirk whisper, Good luck, as he went. About halfway down, he slipped and went the rest of the distance on his backside. Not very dignified, though it probably did more harm to his pride than to his clothing. It also reminded him that he'd put on his best trousers for dinner with Jenny, a dinner he was very unlikely to be having now, especially as he'd forgotten his mobile in all the excitement and hadn't been able to phone her and cancel. When he got to the bottom of the embankment, he heard a curse behind him, and turned to see Annie Cabot coming sliding down after him. Also at the bottom, she got to her feet and flashed him a grin. Sorry, it was the only way I could give them the slip. I take it you don't have a bulletproof vest? No. I could be gallant and give you mine, but we're a little too close to the scene now. Just stay back, behind me. We don't want to scare him. They approached the Fairy Bridge. Banks told the man who he was. He indicated that it was okay and told the two of them to stop at the far side. They faced one another over the bridge. Vivian Elmsley looked frightened, but otherwise unhurt, as far as Banks could see. The gun looked like a .32 automatic. This is D.S. Cabot, Banks said. She's been working on the case with me. Is it okay for her to be here? The man looked at Annie and nodded. I know who she is, he said. I saw her on television the day you found the skeleton. Then down here that night a week or so ago. So it was you. Surely you weren't looking for anything after all this time. Perhaps I was. Not the sort of thing you mean, but perhaps I was looking for something. I've been here a lot at night, thinking. Why did you run? I recognized you from the television. You walked right past me and didn't even see me, but I saw you. I couldn't risk being caught, having to explain myself, before I'd finished what I had to do. Banks decided it was time to take charge. He held his hands up and gestured for Annie to do the same. Rain dripped down the back of his neck. We're not armed, Francis, he said. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to talk. Let Miss Elmsley go. So, you know who I am? Francis Henderson. Clever, but my name's Stringer now, Frank Stringer. He licked his lips. So, he'd adopted his mother's maiden name. Strange. That told Banks something. Frank looked twitchy, and Banks wondered if he'd been drinking, or if he was on drugs again. If it's hard to make an imprecise situation precise, he thought, then it's a bloody sight harder to make a hallucinatory situation real. Anyway, Frank went on, I'm not ready to let anyone go yet. I want to hear it all first. I want to hear her confess to you. Then I'll decide whether to kill her or not. It makes no odds to me. OK, Frank. What do you want to hear? She killed my mother. I want to hear her say so, and I want to know why.
She didn't kill anyone, Frank.
What are you talking about? You're lying. You're trying to protect her.
His grip tightened on Vivian. Banks caught her sudden intake of breath and saw the gun barrel pushed into the flesh under her ear. "Listen to me, Frank," he said. "It's important you listen to me. You asked for me to come here. You want the truth, don't you?"
"I want to hear it from your mouth. I want to hear her confess in front of you. I want to hear what she did to my mother."
"It didn't happen the way you think it did, Frank. It didn't happen the way any of us thought it did. We were all wrong."
"My mother was murdered."
"Yes, she was murdered."
"And this bitch here lied to my father and me when we went and asked about her."
"No," said Banks. "She didn't lie. She thought she was telling the truth." He noticed the look of confusion in Vivian's eyes.
"All those years,"
Frank went on, as if he hadn't heard.
"Do you know, he worshipped her, my father, even though she left us. He said she was a dreamer, a free spirit, a beautiful butterfly who just had to spread her wings and fly away. But I hated her for leaving us, for depriving us of all that beauty. Why couldn't she share it with us? Why, we were never good enough for her. I hated her, and I loved her. All my life dominated and blighted by a mother I never even knew. What do you think Mr. Freud would make of that? Don't you think that's funny?"
Banks looked away. He didn't want to tell Frank the truth, that his mother had turned her back on him at birth. All those years George had fed him on illusions. Gloria certainly had been wrong about the father of her child. He hadn't turned out so bad after all.
"No," he said, "I don't think it's funny at all, Frank. My father used to tell me how she always wanted to be one of those Hollywood actresses. Used to spend hours in front of the mirror practicing her makeup and the way they talked. Even before I was born, it was no-go for them. She was too young," he said. "Made just one mistake. That's all. Me. It was enough."
"She was very young, frightened. She didn't know what to do."
"So she had to run away and leave us?"
"For some people, it seems like the only solution. She obviously wanted the child, you, to live. She didn't have an abortion. She must have told your father where she was going. Did she keep in touch?" He sniffed.
"A postcard every now and then, telling him she was doing fine and not to worry. When my dad came home on leave once, he took me up to Hobbs End to see her. It was the only time I really remember seeing her, being with her, hearing her voice. She told me I was a fine-looking boy. I loved her then. She was a magical creature to me, dazzling, like someone from a dream. She seemed to move in a haze of light, so beautiful and so tender. But they argued. He couldn't help asking her to come back when he saw her, but she wouldn't. She told him she was married now and had a new life, wanted her to be happy."
"What did your father do?"
"What she asked. He was devastated. I think he'd always hoped that one day perhaps she would come back. We tried once more when it was all over."
He turned so he was speaking into Vivian's ear.
"But this lying bitch here told us she'd run away and she didn't know where. All my life I believed that. Believed my mother had run away and abandoned us forever. I tried to find her. I'm good at finding people, but I got nowhere. Now I find out she was dead all the time, murdered and buried right here."
"Let her go, Frank," Banks shouted over a peal of thunder.
"She didn't know." "What do you mean she didn't know? She must have known."
Frank tore his attention away from Vivian and glared at Banks. His eyes were wild, his lank hair was plastered to his skull, and rain dripped from his eyes like tears.
"I want to hear it all. I want to hear her admit it to you."
"You've got it all wrong, Frank. Vivian didn't kill Gloria. Listen to me.
Even if she didn't do the actual killing, she was involved. She covered for somebody. Who was it?"
"Nobody."
"What'd you take me for?"
"Vivian had nothing to do with your mother's death." As he spoke, Banks noted Vivian's eyes fill with curiosity, despite the gun at her neck. Annie stood beside him now,
and Frank didn't seem to care about her presence. Banks was aware of the activity in the background, but he didn't think anyone would make a move yet. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. His raincoat and trousers stuck to his skin, and rain stung his eyes. "What do you mean she had nothing to do with it?" Frank said. "She told my father that my mother had gone away, when all the while she was buried up here. She lied. Why would she do that, unless she'd killed her, or knew who had? As far as she was concerned, had gone away. She'd spoken about running away often since Matthew got back from the war. He'd been badly hurt by the Japanese. He wasn't the man she'd married. Life was miserable for her. It seemed only natural to everyone who knew her that she'd go, just like she left you and your father in the first place." "No!" Frank's grip tightened on Vivian's throat, and she gasped. Banks felt his heart lurch. He held his hands out, palms toward Frank. "Okay, Frank," he went on. "Calm down, please. Calm down and listen to me." They waited a moment, the four of them, all silent, but for the pattering of the rain and the storm disappearing into the distance, the occasional crackle of a police radio from the rim. Then Banks felt things relax, the same way as when you undo a tight button. "Matthew drove her away," he went on. "It was only natural for Gwen to assume that which was gone. Her things were gone." Frank didn't say anything for at least a minute. Banks could see him processing information, trying to shore up his defences. The storm passed into the distance now, and the rain eased off, leaving the four of them soaked to the skin. "If it wasn't her, who was it?" Frank said eventually. "I bet you can't tell me that, can you?" "I can, Frank." Annie stepped forward and spoke. Frank turned to her and blinked the rain out of his eyes. "Who?" Frank asked. "And don't you lie to me." "His name was Edgar Koenig," Annie said. "He ran the PX at Rowan Woods USAAF base, about a mile from here." "PX?" Vivian gasped. "I don't believe you," said Frank. "It's true," said Banks, picking up the thread. He realized that Annie didn't have the full story yet. "Koenig killed your mother. He also killed at least one at East Anglia. There were others, too, in Europe and America." Frank shook his head slowly. "Listen to me, Frank. Edgar Koenig knew your mother and her friends from the dances they went to. He was attracted to her from the start, but he had serious problems with women. He was always tongue-tied around them. He brought her presents, but even then she didn't offer herself to him. She wouldn't help him overcome his shyness. She went out with other men. He watched and waited, all the time the pressure was building up in him." "You say he killed other women?" "Yes." "How do you know it was him?" "We found a collar button from an American airman's uniform. We think your mother must have torn it off as they struggled. Then we looked into the unsolved murder in Suffolk and found he'd been questioned in connection with that too. Are you listening, Frank?" "I'm listening." Frank's grip around Vivian's throat had loosened a little, and Banks could tell that he had relaxed. "The Koenig went to Bridge Cottage that night to collect what he thought your mother owed him, while her husband Matthew was at the pub as usual. The bomber group was due to move out in a couple of days, and that had pushed him to the brink. He didn't have much time. He'd been torturing himself for over a year. He'd been drinking that night, getting more and more lustful, and he thought he'd plucked up the courage, thought he could overcome his inadequacies. Something short-circuited, though. She must have rejected him, maybe laughed at him, and the next thing he knew, he'd killed her in a rage. Do you understand what I'm saying, Frank? There was something wrong with him." "A psycho?" "No, not technically, not at first, anyway. He became a sex murderer. The two things, sex and murder, became tangled up in his mind. The one demanded the other." "Is that how it happened? Why did no one know about it?" Slowly, Banks reached for... "Gave them up years back," he said. "Thanks for the offer, though." Banks lit up. Definite progress. Frank seemed less tightly wound, more willing to listen to reason, and he didn't appear to be drunk or on drugs. "Better not cock it up now." "No one knew about it," Banks went on. because Edgar Koenig realised what he'd done. That sobered him up fast. He covered his tracks well.
Banks looked at Vivian Elmsley as he spoke. She averted her eyes.
He cleaned up the mess, and he buried the body in the outbuilding. Then he packed a few of her clothes and belongings in a suitcase to make it look as though she'd run off. He even faked a note. It was wartime. People went missing all the time. Everyone in the village knew Gloria wasn't happy with Matthew. What a burden she had to bear. Why should they question that she'd just done a moonlight?
Frank spoke in Vivian's ear.
Is that right? What he's saying?
Her mouth formed the word yes.
Frank,
Banks pressed on, playing his advantage. The gun. I know you don't want to hurt anyone, but it's dangerous. It's easy to make a wrong move. Nobody's been hurt yet. No harm's been done.
Frank looked at the gun as if he was seeing it for the first time.
Banks stepped onto the ferry bridge and moved forward slowly, holding his hand out. He knew there were probably 2 or 3 trained marksmen aiming in his direction, and the thought made his stomach churn.
Give the gun to me, Frank. It's all over. Vivian didn't kill your mother. She had nothing to do with it. She loved Gloria like a sister. It was Edgar Koenig.
Frank let his gun hand drop and released his grip on Vivian Elmsley's throat. She staggered aside and slipped down one of the muddy holes the Sockos had dug in the bridge cottage floor. Annie ran to help her. Frank handed the gun hand.
"What happened to him?" Frank asked. "This Koenig. Did he ever get caught?"
"I'll tell you all about that later, Frank," said Banks, taking Frank by the elbow. "Just for now, though, we're all a bit tired and wet, okay? I think we should leave here and go somewhere to dry off and get some clean clothes, don't you?"
Frank hung his head. Banks draped an arm across his shoulder. As he did so, he noticed something on the ground, partially covered by mud. He bent and picked it up. It was a photograph of a 16-year-old Gloria Shackleton, her beautiful, determined, defiant face staring out at the camera. It was damaged by the water, but still salvageable. Several police officers had already come dashing and sliding down the embankment. 2 went to help Annie get Vivian out of the pit, and 2 of them grabbed Frank roughly and started handcuffing him. "There's no need to be so rough with him," said Banks. "Leave us." Banks sighed and handed over the gun. Then he held up the photograph of Gloria. "I'll get this cleaned up for you if you want, Frank," he said. Frank nodded. "Please," he said. "And don't worry about me. I'll be all right. It's not the first time I've had the cuffs on." Banks nodded. "I know." They hustled Frank Stringer away, practically dragging him up the muddy slope, and Banks turned to see Annie and the other policeman helping Vivian Elmsley stumble over the ferry bridge. Vivian stopped in front of him, covered in mud, while the others went on ahead. "Thank you," she said. "You saved my life." "I lied for you, said Banks. "I also sullied Gloria's loyalty to Matthew." She paled and whispered, "I know. I appreciate what you did. I'm sorry. There was a chance, you know. Maybe just a small chance, but a chance. If dead, if you hadn't destroyed all the evidence, if you'd gone to the police." Banks held his anger in check. This was neither the time nor the place for it. To hell with it. Too late now." Vivian bowed her head. "Believe me, I know what I've done." Banks turned and slogged on alone through the mud. It was difficult, but he made it up the edge without falling down. At the top, he was aware of Annie standing beside him. Before he could say anything, Jimmy Riddle came running over and grabbed his arm. "I'm glad you've salvaged at least something out of this situation, Banks," he hissed. "But you're bloody incompetent. I don't want incompetent officers under my command. I'll be talking to you first thing Monday morning." Then he turned to Annie. "As for you, D.S. Cabot, you disobeyed a direct order. I don't like insubordinate officers either. I'll be talking to you, too." Banks shook his arm free toward his car. All he wanted was a long, hot bath, and a large Lafroig, and a change of clothes. And Annie. She was already leaning against her car, arms folded. "Are you all right?"
Banks asked. "I'm fine. Fine as anyone can be who's spent the last half-hour standing in the rain, wondering if someone was going to get her head blown off. Frank Stringer wasn't going to hurt anyone." "Easy for you to say. I respect what you did out there, by the way." "What do you mean?" "You lied to protect Frank Stringer's feelings. I told you, my mother died when I was 6. I like to remember her as a beautiful, dazzling creature moving in a haze of light, the same way he remembers Gloria, and I wouldn't want anyone to spoil that illusion for me, no matter what the truth." "I lied to get us all out of there alive." Annie smiled. "Whatever. It worked both ways." "What next?" And reaching her arms toward the sky. "Onward to St. Ives, after I've stopped at home for some dry clothes. I was already on my way when I heard. I couldn't just leave it." "Of course not. Thanks for being here." "You?" "Home, I suppose." Banks remembered dinner with Jenny. Too late now, especially the state his clothes were in, but he could at least borrow a mobile from someone and phone her. Apologize. Annie nodded. "Look, I'll be gone for 2 weeks. Right now, I'm still a bit mixed up about my feelings. Why don't you phone me when I get back? Maybe we can have that talk." "Okay." She grinned at him crookedly. "If there weren't so many policemen about, I'd kiss you goodbye." "Not a good idea." "No. See you then." And with that she opened the car door and got in. Banks ignored his cutting-down programme and lit another cigarette, aware that his hands were shaky as he started her car. Banks watched the red tail lights disappear down the muddy track. Epilogue. After a long, rainy winter and overdue repairs by Yorkshire Water, Thornfield Reservoir filled up again, and Hobbs End once more disappeared. On July 27th of the year after the Gloria Shackleton murder had entered and left the public's imagination, Vivian Elmsley lay on a king-size bed in her Florida hotel room, propped up with pillows, and watched the local news channel. Vivian was in the midst of a national book tour, 17 cities, and while Gainesville wasn't on the itinerary, she'd enough clout with her publishers for this brief diversion. She would have come anyway, tour or no tour. Yesterday she'd been in Baltimore, Bethesda, and Washington, D.C., tomorrow she was going to Dallas, but tonight she was in Gainesville. Edgar Koenig had his appointment with old Sparky, and after everything she'd been through, Vivian desperately needed some sense of an ending. It was a sultry, mosquito-ridden night, but that didn't seem to deter the crowds that gathered outside the gates of Stark Prison, about 25 miles away. 1 or 2 were quietly carrying placards that asked for an end to capital punishment, but by far the majority were chanting, "Fry Koenig! Fry Koenig!" Bumper stickers echoed the same sentiments, and the crowd had created what the commentator called a tailgate party atmosphere. It wasn't big enough to attract any of the national networks. After all, executions in Florida were as common as muggings. But the Koenig case had caught a lot of local interest. Frank Stringer would have come too, and Vivian would have willingly paid his way. But he was in jail. English in Florida. Besides, no matter how good his reasons for taking Vivian hostage at Thornfield the past September, he had committed a serious crime and occasioned a hugely expensive and highly publicized police operation. Vivian had visited him several times in jail, and told him she would help him get back on his feet when he came out. It was the least she could do for Gloria's memory. In his turn, Frank had told her how his father's sister Ivy and her husband John had taken good care of him during the war, and how he'd thought of them as his parents. When his real father came home on leave, they would spend time together. That was when they'd made the first journey north, in 1943, and he'd seen his mother. After the war, his father married and took him away from Ivy and John. Frank's stepmother turned out to be a drunk and a shrew who had no time for her husband's bastard son. Neglected, he got involved with crooks and gangs, and one thing led to another. The only constant was that he had always worshipped his true mother's memory. Frank also told Vivian how the death of his father that spring and the re-emergence of Hobbs End from Thornfield Reservoir had caused his obsession with the past to escalate. His father had been the first to recognise Gwen Shackleton as Vivian Elmsley on television, but Frank had confirmed it. He'd memorised her eyes and her voice all those years ago, when he was 8, the same way he'd also memorised his mother's face. He couldn't explain why he'd taken the trouble to find out where Vivian lived, and why he'd followed her and approached her at the bookshop. It was just that she was the only one left, the only one who'd known Gloria. He said he'd meant no harm at first, that he might even have found the courage to approach her eventually, and he knew she must have lied all those years ago. He hated her after that. He telephoned to scare her, to make her suffer. He could have taken her any time, but he enjoyed the anticipation. After all, once he'd confronted her, it would be all over. So he followed her, watched her. When she got the taxi outside her hotel, he knew where she was going, and he felt it was fitting that things should end there, where they began. But tonight Vivian was alone in Gainesville with her memories, the television, a bottle of gin, ice and tonic water, and an execution. They'd already shown a fairly recent photograph of Edgar Koenig. Vivian hadn't been able to recognise the gangly, baby-faced young airman with the shy eyes and the blonde brush cut. His hair was gone, his cheeks had sagged and wrinkled, his brow was creased, and his eyes were deep, dark pits squirmed. As she watched the coverage, Vivian imagined the officials carrying out the preliminary steps of state-sanctioned murder with swift and impersonal efficiency, much like dentists or doctors. First they would settle the patient in the heavy oak chair and buckle thick leather straps around his arms and legs. Then they would place the bit between his teeth and attach electrodes to his body, as if they were carrying out an EKG. She wondered if the leather straps smelled, if they were sour with the sweat and fear of previous victims. How many hands and legs had they strapped down before? Or were they replaced after every execution? What about the chair itself? How many bladders and bowels had emptied there? Then they would clamp the metal skull-cap on. Vivian shook her head to clear the images. She felt dizzy, and she realised she was already a bit drunk. Eve told herself, ambivalent as she was about the idea of capital punishment, it was probably Edgar Koenig. Vivian had been shocked when Banks told her the day after Frank's arrest that Gloria's murderer was not dead, but on death row in a Florida prison. Did he think of Gloria now? Vivian wondered. Now the end was so close. Did he spare a thought for a beautiful young woman all those years ago, in a village that no longer existed, in a war long since won? What about the others? How many had there been? Even Banks hadn't been able to give her a definite number. Did he think about them? If he was like most such killers she had read about in the course of her research, he probably felt nothing but self-pity, and spent his last moments cursing the bad luck that resulted in his capture. What Banks had told her a few days after the scene at Hobbs End did nothing to dispel that idea. Banks's Koenig last December and sent in a report. Koenig said he remembered the first one he did was in England during the war. He couldn't remember her name or the circumstances, but he thought maybe she was a blonde. He did remember that he had been giving her stockings and gum and cigarettes and bourbon for more than a year, and when he came to collect, she didn't show a scrap of gratitude. He'd been drinking. He remembered the way the pressure had been building and building in him all that time, until he'd had too much that night, and the dam finally burst. She wouldn't have anything to do with him, a lowly PX grunt. Oh, no, she was fucking a pilot. It was always the drink, he said. If it hadn't been for the drink, he would never have done any of them. But booze made something deep inside him just snap, and the next thing he knew, they were dead at his feet. Then he was angry at them for dying, and he used them on.
Berlin, 1946. When he didn't get found out the first time, when he realized there wasn't even going to be an investigation, he thought he must be leading a charmed life. It was all her fault. If she hadn't stopped to straighten her stockings as he was driving by, hiking her skirt up and showing those long white legs in his headlights, then he would never have done her. If he hadn't been drunk too, which he wouldn't normally have been while driving, if he hadn't known the lonely road like the back of his hand. If, his life was a tragedy of cruel ifs. She was willing enough to go into the field with him. He hadn't planned to hurt her. He'd only seen her flashing her legs for him on the road back there, and wanted a piece, like any normal guy would. But she'd shown no patience with him and his little problem. It happened sometimes when he'd been drinking, and she had asked him for money. See red. The knife? Yes, he usually carried a knife with him. A habit from the farm days back in Iowa, when he used to whittle pieces of wood. The third woman, back stateside in 1949, he didn't really remember at all, and of the second one in England, all he remembered was something red happening in a barn. Again, it was the drink. Koenig's daddy had been a vicious alcoholic who regularly beat poor Edgar to within an inch of his life. His mother was a drunken whore who'd do it with anyone for a dime. All his life the drink had caused his problems. He made him do these evil things, and then he had the bad luck to be caught on that highway in California. So went Edgar Koenig's story. The drink. Vivian looked at her glass, then with a shaking hand she poured herself another tumbler of gin, and grasped a fistful of ice cubes from the bucket on the bedside table, so a little gin splashed on the table. An American habit she'd picked up, that. Ice in her drink. It was almost time. Edgar Koenig, just turned 76, was finally getting what he deserved. Vivian still felt a twinge of guilt when she realized that Banks was right, that she might have helped put an end to his killing all those years ago, after Gloria, the very first victim. She was partly responsible for Koenig's feeling that he led a charmed life of murder without consequence. She tried to rationalize it to herself so many times since Banks told her what had happened, and turned his back in scorn that evening when the storm broke at Hobbs End. Even if she had reported what happened, she told herself, they would have still probably arrested Matthew. He wasn't well enough to face that sort of treatment. Though Banks was a little easier on her when they spoke the next day, she could still stung. But what could she have told the police that would have pointed them specifically toward Edgar Koenig? The whiskey and Lucky Strikes on the kitchen counter? They were hardly evidence. Gloria could have got them anywhere, and they could have been lying there on the counter for a couple of days. She and Gloria had known plenty of American Air Force officers in the area, and she had no reason at the time to suspect any of them of murder. It was all very well for Banks to say in retrospect that she was responsible for all those deaths, that she could somehow have stopped all this had she acted differently, but it wasn't fair. 20/20 hindsight. And who wouldn't, given the chance, go back and change something? Time. The first shock would boil his brain and turn all the nerve cells to jelly. The second or third shock would stop his heart. His body would jerk and arch against the straps. His muscles would contract sharply, and a snap, most likely the fingers he had used to strangle Gloria. If he didn't have the leather band strapped across his eyes, the heat would cause his eyeballs to explode. The death chamber would be filled with the smell of burning hair and flesh. Steam and smoke would puff out from under the hood. The hood itself might catch fire. When it was over, someone would have to turn on an air vent to get rid of the stench. Then the doctor would come, pronounce him dead, and the public would be informed. Besides, Vivian told herself as she watched the people chanting outside the prison gates, others could have stopped him too if the system had worked properly. It wasn't only her fault. She'd acted only from the purest of motives, love of her brother. These past few weeks She'd read all the articles on Edgar Koenig and his impending doom. There had been plenty of them. Koenig had finally been caught in when he was about 45, attacking a young female hitchhiker by the side of a lonely road. Fortunately for her, another motorist had happened along. Even more fortunate, this man wasn't the kind who scared easily or who didn't want to get involved. He was an ex-serviceman, and he was armed. When he saw a woman in trouble, he stopped and managed to disarm and disable Koenig before calling the police. Already the girl was unconscious from strangulation. She had 5 stab wounds, but she survived. Koenig served 9 years of a 14-year sentence. He was released early because of good behaviour and prison overcrowding. A lot of people in the know opposed his release, regarding him as extremely dangerous and suspecting, but never being able to prove, his involvement in at least 4 murders. The prison officials said there wasn't much else they could do at the time but let him go. After his release in the late 70s, for years Koenig was driven from one community to another, as people found out what he was, more often than not failing and going on welfare. Just a few years ago, he'd finally settled in the small Florida town where it all came to a messy and predictable end. His neighbours had already started protesting, and one local business had even offered him money to up sticks and move elsewhere. But Koenig stayed on. Then, one day, a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses came to call and saw, through the screen door, Koenig with a knife in his hand standing over the body of a woman who turned out to be a local prostitute. They called the police on their mobile phone. Koenig was drunk. He offered no resistance. After that, of course, came the obligatory years of waiting for trial, for sentencing, the failed appeals, death row. And it was all over now. A cheer went up from the crowd outside the prison. News had come out. Edgar Koenig felt no relief, felt nothing but the stirrings of a bad headache. She closed her eyes and pressed her fingers to the lids. All over. All over. She was so tired. Koenig's statement to the FBI had been bald and unembellished, but with her morbid imagination, Vivian was able to fill in the nuances and the emotions. She saw Gloria run into the kitchen as she became frightened by PX's erratic behaviour she'd witnessed in embryo at the VE Day party, saw her frantically pulling tins of tea and cocoa out of the kitchen cupboard, looking for the gun, shocked and scared to find that it wasn't there. Did she realise in the last moments of her life that Gwen must have taken it? Next, Vivian saw PX grab Gloria, put his hands around her throat, felt the breath going out of her. Then she saw him pick up the kitchen knife from the counter, felt another, everything starting to slip away from her. Vivian put her hand to her throat. The gun. She was the one who'd taken the gun, the one thing that might have saved Gloria's life if she'd got to it in time, and Brenda Hamilton's life, and all the others. Then, for all those terrible years, she'd cared for Matthew in his fallen state, believing he was a murderer. Poor, gentle Matthew, who wouldn't harm a soul, who couldn't even kill himself, no more than her husband Ronald could. Despite the pain, Vivian had helped them both. Ronald with an extra dose of morphine, and Matthew all those years ago. Before she started crying, she had a vivid memory of that afternoon in Leeds, when she came back from the shops and saw Matthew sitting in the chair with the gun in his mouth, the gun she had brought all the way from Hobbs End. He was trying to find the courage, willing himself to pull the trigger, but he couldn't do it. Just like all the other times he'd tried and failed, he had such a forlorn expression on his face, such a hopelessness about him. His eyes pleaded with her, and this time, almost without thinking, she walked over to him, tenderly wrapped her hand around his, kissed his forehead, and pressed his finger on the trigger. Outside Stark Prison, the crowd was dancing and chanting. shaking up bottles and spraying beer at each other. In the hotel room, Vivian Elmsley let her tears flow freely for the first time in over 50 years, and reached again for her gin.
The end. You've been listening to In a Dry Season by Peter Robinson,